and for the reconciliation between self and life, on which Hegel's philosophy is a commentary. Hegel's early studies of Abraham are well known. Abraham left the land of his fathers and shattered his links with life. He is now merely a stranger on the face of the earth. Too, the same is true of his descendants. Abraham, so to speak, is their symbol. This people will carry the essential laceration within itself. It will be unable to love. For what is love? Love is the original identity which precedes any reflection. In man's love for the nature that surrounds him, for his family, for his people, the infinite is immanent in the finite. The whole, or unity, is immediately present in the parts. Separation is still only potential. But with reflection, man splits off from the living milieu and opposes himself to it. From then on, the opposition can become so deep that the infinite becomes the beyond and the finite becomes the here below. The God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob is conceived in his sublimity to be beyond all given, finite reality. But for the same reason all of given reality is reduced to its finitude and becomes incapable of representing the infinite. The Jewish people is condemned unceasingly to fall back into an idolatry that knows itself to be idolatry. Reflection, which Hegel particularly studied in the case of Abraham, culminates in the separation of the finite and the infinite. Consciousness of the infinite is joined then by consciousness of finitude, and all existence is reduced to a finite Dasein. 3. There is no longer a living bond between the finite and the infinite. That is what Hegel meant when he wrote that Abraham could not love. Judaism is the religion of the sublime and of the separation of man from God. It expels freedom from the ever-changing I, and poses it beyond mankind. In Jean Wall's phrase, it is Stoicism in reverse. For in Stoicism, man rises directly to the divine, self-consciousness immediately poses itself as free. In Judaism, man feels himself to be nothingness. He is the thought of all finitude and God necessarily remains a beyond that is never reached, the only negation of the finite. There is, however, a progression in the history of the Jewish people, and that progression leads us to Christianity. With Abraham and later with Moses, man sets against himself an immutable God as his essence and places himself on the side of nonsense. With David and the prophets, he rises toward that immutable. With Christianity, contact is established between the immutable and the specificity of existence, and a new reconciliation becomes possible, a reconciliation that is all the more profound for the depth of the preceding separation. Only an infinite cleavage can give rise to an infinite reconciliation. But Christianity is not yet the genuine reconciliation, it leads to a new form of opposition. In his early works, Hegel's attitude toward Christianity is rather ambiguous. At times he seems to consider it the source of the unhappiness of consciousness, and he contraposes to it the happy life of Greece. Socrates is contrasted to Christ. 5 But at other times Hegel emphasizes the profoundness of Christian subjectivity and views ancient paganism as merely an inferior form, a stage of immediateness which must vanish and engender higher forms of spiritual life. In this view, ancient tragedy serves as a prelude to the tragedy of Christ. This is the gist of the studies Hegel wrote in Bern and, especially, in Frankfurt. It was in Bern that Hegel wrote a preliminary sketch of unhappy consciousness studying the transition from the ancient world to the modern world and showing how the ancient citizen discovered his essence in his city and in the gods of his city. The Greek was free through his participation in the polis. But a rupture occurred, the individual was reduced to himself and was unable to discover his essence within himself. Christianity offered a religion that corresponded to the state of the spirit. The dogma of original sin explained man's misfortune to him. Certainly Christ is not like the transcendent God, God the Father, or the Judge, the infinite that is always separate from the finite. Instead, he is the union of the universal and the specific. Yet in this form, man's specific consciousness remains separated from Christ. It is a different separation, but it is still there. Reconciliation will genuinely be brought about only in the unity of spirit. This reminder of the modalities of unhappy consciousness was necessary, for in the development of SE 1-pound consciousness we shall see Hegel's early studies transposed to a truly philosophic level. We can easily understand the transition from skepticism to unhappy consciousness. As Jean Wall has written, the skepticism Hegel is thinking of is Pascal's rather than Montaigne's. It is the skepticism of Ecclesiastes, posing the infinite essence of God on the nothingness of the creature and failing to reconcile the idea of the finite with the idea of the infinite. Indeed, the skeptic relates all the differences in life to the infinity of the I, and thus discovers their nothingness. But he simultaneously knows himself as a contingent consciousness, involved in the meanderings of existence and unable to free himself from them. For this reason, skeptical consciousness is in itself, though not yet for itself, the consciousness of a contradiction. By contrast, unhappy consciousness discovers this contradiction and sees itself as a split consciousness. At times it rises above the contingency of life and reaches authentic and immutable self-certainty, at other times it lowers itself to determinate being and sees itself as a consciousness caught up in Dasein. Changeable, having no essence, it is the consciousness of its own contradiction. The consciousness of life which discovers that life as presented to it is not genuine life but only contingency is here identified with the consciousness of contradiction, that is, the consciousness of the I that is internally rent. The misfortune of consciousness is contradiction, the heart of the dialectic. Contradiction is the particular misfortune of consciousness. We see how the pantragism that characterizes Hegel's early work is identified with the philosopher's panlogism. We must now further consider the intimate split within the I in order to characterize self-consciousness. To be a merely living self-consciousness is to be able to rise to independence and reject slavery, but this independence within life is transformed into freedom with respect to life. Concrete situations, the situation of the master and that of the slave, are, strictly speaking, inessential to the free self-consciousness of the Stoic. Epictetus is no less free than Marcus Aurelius. Once this point is reached, the problem of master and slave is internalized and located within self-consciousness itself. To be a self-consciousness is to be able to free oneself of all the determinate situations that may arise, to reach the I as an essence in relation to which the flow of life is merely an appearance. But this pure I, this free I which the Stoic sage claimed to bring into actual reality, in fact discovers its truth in the dialectic of the skeptic, in the anxiety and instability of a consciousness that is never at rest and that continually transcends its situation and the experiences it encounters. Thenceforth, the I is shattered. Even for itself, this new figure of consciousness is thus the split consciousness that it has of itself, as a consciousness liberating itself, immutable, and equal to itself, and as a consciousness absolutely entangled in its confusion and self-reversals. This rending is such that neither consciousness can pose itself without the other, as we already learned from the restless oscillation of skeptic consciousness. Reflection splits us off from life, but it thereby contraposes essence to nonsense. It considers life as lacking essence, and contraposes to it infinity, or essence. Conversely, this separated infinity, which transcends Dasein, exists only in the specificity of self-consciousness. Thus, it is itself bound to the contingency of life and, as a result, the very consciousness of the immutable is affected by the consciousness of life. How can this separation within consciousness be overcome? In this way, the splitting that attributed the respective roles to two specific beings, the master and the slave, comes to be situated in only one. The split of self-consciousness within itself, a split essential to the concept of spirit, is by that very fact present, but the unity of that duality is not yet present, and unhappy consciousness is self-consciousness as split essence, as yet only entangled in contradiction. This unhappy consciousness is subjectivity, which aspires to the repose of unity. It is self-consciousness as consciousness of life and of what exceeds life. But it can only oscillate between these two moments as the subjective anxiety which does not discover its truth within itself. Thus self-consciousness, the reflection of life, appears to us as the elevation to freedom. But this elevation is subjective anxiety, the impossibility of escaping a duality that is essential to the concept of spirit. Yet the import of the dialectic of unhappy consciousness is its transcendence of its own misfortune. Through this transcendence, self-consciousness will surmount its subjectivity and agree to alienate it and pose it as a being. But then being itself will have become self-consciousness, and self-consciousness will be being. Such will be the new union of self-consciousness and consciousness. We must follow this movement, the end point of which will be the actualized alienation of self-consciousness. We shall consider in succession unhappy consciousness as a changeable consciousness in the face of immutable consciousness, then the figure of the immutable for that consciousness, the concrete universal for subjectivity, and then the problem of the union of reality and self-consciousness. If we are to give historical examples, the first stage corresponds to Judaism and the second to early forms of Christianity. The third stage leads from the European Middle Ages to the Renaissance and to modern reason. But these are only historical examples, as Stoicism and skepticism were. What Hegel really wants to describe is the education of self-consciousness, the elaboration of subjectivity, which leads back to the consciousness of being. Changeable consciousness. Hegel begins by indicating the direction of this whole development. Unhappy consciousness is not yet the living spirit that has entered existence. In abstract terms, what characterizes spirit, the absolute of Hegel's system, is the union of unity and duality. Self-consciousness is not yet able to pose itself absolutely in unity. Yet the metaphysical solipsism which seems to force itself on any consciousness which rises to genuine self-certainty is an untenable position. In the domain of life, one self-consciousness meets another. This meeting is the most disturbing fact of existence. There is a point of view on the universe other than mine, and this other point of view is just as valid as mine. Moreover, I exist only insofar as I am recognized by the other, and only insofar as I myself recognize that other. Self-consciousness, thus, is split to its very depths. It stands contract opposed to itself, and it experiences itself as another self-consciousness. Master and slave are now God and man. But if, as is admitted, man does not exist without God, then conversely God does not exist without man. Yet unity cannot absorb one of the consciousnesses into the other. They stand contract opposed to each other in such a way that unhappy consciousness is the continual transition of one self-consciousness to the other. Since within each consciousness unhappy consciousness must include an other, it is immediately expelled anew from each of them precisely when it thinks that it has attained the victory and the repose of unity. One as much as self-consciousness is this transition, the act of point one self-consciousness looking into another, it is a unity within its duality. This mediation is spirit itself existing, it will realize itself as the history of spirit. But with spirit, opposition entails unity and unity entails opposition, while with unhappy consciousness opposition still dominates. The unity of the two self-consciousnesses is also its essence, but for itself unhappy consciousness is not yet this very essence, not yet the unity of the two self-consciousnesses. The first form of opposition is that between the immutable and the changeable, between essence and nonsense, or, to take a concrete example, between God and man according to Judaism. But God is not yet the concrete universal, which is why Hegel first uses the adjectives immutable and simple in contrast to changeable and manifold. When consciousness later represents its essence to itself in a more highly developed form, the adjectives universal and specific will be contract opposed. God will be the universal, and man the specific. But the unity of the universal and the specific will be realized in the Christian incarnation. Let us consider the first moment of the opposition. Skeptical consciousness becomes unhappy consciousness. It discovers the nothingness of its particular life. The consciousness of its Dasein, of its presence in the world, is simultaneously a consciousness of the nothingness of that particular and changeable situation. For the other consciousness is for it the consciousness of an immutable and simple self-certainty. Reflection, therefore, is truly adversary. Genuine self-certainty is posed as essence beyond life, while changeable and manifold life is posed as a here below, a non-essential. The words essence and non-essence are chosen deliberately, they show that the two poles are related. Because it is the consciousness of this contradiction, consciousness stands on the side of changeable consciousness and it appears to itself to be the non-essential. Judaism, Hegel says, poses essence beyond existence and God outside of man. By recognizing the duality of the extremes, I stand with the non-essential. I am merely nothingness, my essence is transcendent. But that my essence is not in me but posed outside of me necessarily entails an effort on my part to rejoin myself so as to free myself from nonsense. Human life, thus, is an unceasing effort to attain itself. But this effort is futile, because immutable consciousness is posed as transcendent a principia. This is why we witness a struggle against an enemy, a struggle in which victory is really defeat, to reach one pole is to lose it its contrary. 8. The ascesis of the unhappy consciousness to liberate itself is itself a changeable and manifold consciousness. Liberation is ipso facto a fa 1l1 ng back mto the non-essential. As Hegel wrote his early notes, either the ideal is within me, in which case it is not an ideal, or it is outside of me, in which case I can never attain it. In the passage we are discussing, consciousness of the separation is dominant the consciousness of the Jewish people, which alienates its own essence and poses it as a transcendent term. The Jewish people is not conscious of being the active essence that it should be in and for itself. It poses its essence outside of itself and by virtue of this renunciation alienation it opens for itself the possibility of a higher Dasein, a Dasein in which it would bring its own object back into itself, a higher Dasein than it would have had it remained immobile in the midst of the immediateness of being. For the greater the opposition from which spirit returns MTO itself, the greater is the spirit. But God is conceived as the accessible master and man as the slave. The historical category of master and slave is transposed MTO a religious category. Man humbles himself and poses himself as nonsense, and then seeks to rise definitely toward a transcendent essence. Hegel's description of this first form of the opposition is reminiscent of Fichte's system and of his interpretation in the Science of Knowledge of Kant's critique as the primacy of practical reason. From beginning to end, Fichte wrote to Reinhold, "My system is nothing but an analysis of the concept of freedom." And, he added, the content of the science of knowledge is simply this: reason is absolutely autonomous, it is only for itself, but for it there is only itself. 9. But a philosophy of freedom such as this results, as Hegel noted from the start, in the self's inability truly to grasp itself in its freedom, in its thetic identity. The ideal is correctly posed from the start, in the first principle, the absolute I. But this absolute I, this thesis, is beyond all dialectic. The absolute I posed at the start must not be confused with the finite, practical I which tends toward the absolute. According to Hegel, the highest synthesis that Fichte attained was only an expression of unhappy consciousness. The I grasps itself as finite, and only as finite. But at the same time it is infinite, and it aspires to transcend its limit, struggling to rejoin a thesis which is always beyond it. Thus, this whole philosophy of freedom culminates in the irremediable duality of the finite I and the absolute I, in a synthesis which is the ever-renewed effort of the I to attain itself, an effort which, because it is condemned in advance to fail, is merely a false infant. 10 Referring to Kantian autonomy, Hegel had written that instead of being outside me my master is now posed within me, but the master-slave relation subsists even more strongly. In reconstructing the whole of critical philosophy from the point of view of practical reason, Fichte achieved only this internalization of the master-slave opposition. The I that was to be free has only the consciousness of its nothingness. Its freedom is beyond it. That is why this consciousness undertakes its ascent to the immutable. But such an ascent is itself this consciousness and is, therefore, immediately a consciousness of the contrary, that is, consciousness of itself as specific being. The synthesis, which in its unceasing effort to reach an absolute I grasps only a finite I, remains a finite synthesis, a reflection that does not reflect on itself. If it were to reflect on itself, it would see that the absolute I is simultaneously the finite I, and that opposition is only a moment just as the first position was. The figure of the immutable. Judaism, which is the consciousness of the separation of man and God, leads to the incarnation, which is the content. On this point, see Hegel's analysis of Fichte's thought in difference, p. 53, the result of the system does not lead back to its starting point. Consciousness of their union. But the meaning of unhappy consciousness, so to speak, changes here. Hitherto, it was the consciousness of the vanity of a life which did not contain its essence but had to seek it in a transcendent term, in an entity beyond being. Now, the consciousness of life and of specific existence will become more profound. The misfortune of consciousness will be identified with specific existence itself, with subjectivity, which now will no longer lack essence, but whose essence will continuously elude the consciousness that seeks to grasp it. At the same time, that essence is the inaccessible beyond which eludes the gesture that seeks to grasp it, or, more precisely, which has already eluded it. Christianity, of which German Romanticism claims to be an interpretation, is the feeling if not yet the thought of the infinite value of specific existence. Love that which will never reappear. In a paradoxical manner, the particular life situation is joined to the transcendent pole which unhappy consciousness had at first posed outside itself. The transition from an entity beyond being to an entity joined to being is effected. Unhappy consciousness is not tied to one of the poles of the contradiction, it discovers itself as the movement that surmounts the duality. From that point on, it undertakes its ascent to the immutable. But such an ascent is itself that consciousness and is, therefore, immediately a consciousness of the contrary, to wit, a consciousness of itself as specific being. By the very fact that the immutable enters consciousness, it is at the same time touched by specific existence and is present only with it. Instead of specific existence having been destroyed in the consciousness of the immutable continually reappears in it, and the specific destiny of consciousness is concentrated in this ascent, an ascent admirably evoked by the Psalms and the Hebrew prophets. The destiny of consciousness is to surmount itself, but the wish "deliver me from myself, deliver me from my nothingness" is specific consciousness itself. Thus, the destiny of 2. The progression that Hegel indicates here seems to be the following: at first, changeable consciousness contraposes itself to its essence, then it becomes for its own self the movement of subjectivity, the ascent. From that point on, the two terms must be connected for it in the figure of the immutable, but that figure is still alien to it. TB's consciousness is to know that in surmounting itself it still remains within itself. The ascent itself is the consciousness. TB's is why the immutable can be attained only at the heart of specific existence and why specific existence occurs only in the ascent to the immutable. Thus, the wisdom of Solomon must be embodied in a concrete being, the Son of David. Henceforth, we see the rise of specific existence at the heart of the immutable, and the rise of the immutable at the heart of specific existence. Who sees me, has seen the Father. The immutable, then, is no longer the transcendent pole Ibach reflection opposes to life, it is conjoined to being and it presents itself as a figure. Hegel's analysis now will bear on the relation of self-consciousness to TB's figured, embodied immutable. The embodiment of God, the figure of the historical Christ which is the unity of the universal and the specific, of immutable consciousness and changeable consciousness is therewith produced for consciousness. There is an immediate unity of universality and specificity, of eternal truth and historical existence, 1 am. The truth and the life. Thenceforth, the unity sought by unhappy consciousness is realized for it, but it remains an immediate unity, and thus one not free from contradiction. In its relation to Christ, Christian consciousness will discover itself to be an unhappy consciousness. Hegel distinguishes three possible relations between consciousness and its essence. First, qua specific consciousness, consciousness contraposes itself to the immutable. Man is nothingness, God is master and judge. Point 12. This Hegel calls the reign of the Father. Second, God takes the form of specific existence, so that this specific existence is the figure of the immutable, which is thus clothed with the full modality of existence. This is the reign of the Son. Third, that existence becomes spirit, it has the stream th to discover itself in spirit, and it becomes consciousness for itself of the reconciliation of its specific existence with the universal. Tbs is the reign of the Spirit. The first reign corresponds to the first figure of unhappy consciousness that we studied, the absolute separation of consciousness within itself. The second corresponds to the figure of the immutable, the third, to the reconciliation by means of which unhappy consciousness will be surmounted. We are writing from a phenomenological, not a noumenological, point of view. What comes from God and what comes from man, grace and free will, cannot be separated. But here we are considering only the unilateral experience of consciousness, not the movement in and for itself of absolute spirit. 13. In any case, the immediate has taken sensuous shape for consciousness, it is thus no longer the entity beyond being, but the entity conjoined to being, and it is caught up in the dialectic of the sensuous this. By virtue of having taken on form and having presented itself to self-consciousness through the senses, the immutable necessarily vanishes and, in the form that it has taken on, becomes as inaccessible to consciousness as the transcendent beyond was. First, the immediate unity of universal and specific is realized, and this immediateness puts the unity at a distance from self-consciousness. The disciples saw Christ and they heard his teaching. On one occasion the divine manifested itself in the world. But then it vanished into time, and self-consciousness knew that God himself was dead. 1t follows necessarily from the nature of the entity joined to being, from the actual reality that it has taken on, that this entity vanished in the course of time, and has come to be far away in space, he dwells at an absolute distance. God became man. There is an irreducible historicity in this, which spirit must, nevertheless, overcome in order that this presence be raised beyond the historical now, in order that it be aufgehoben. The romanticism, the historicity, must be preserved, but it must be tied to rationality. The two must blend. In his early works on the positivity of religion, on the destiny of Christianity, Hegel had meditated on that historical element and on the effort of self-consciousness to assimilate it. The God who is dead is no more accessible than the God who never knew life. Yet the incarnation has a universal meaning. Through it, the whole problem of the unity of actual reality and self-consciousness is posed anew. Unity of actual reality and self-consciousness. The last part of the development of unhappy consciousness leads us to the unity of consciousness and self-consciousness, to what Hegel calls reason. Before following the rich and concrete details of Hegel's argument, let us call to mind the meaning of the whole development. Unhappy consciousness expresses subjectivity essentially, it expresses the for itself as opposed to the in itself, or, as Hegel also says, specificity as opposed to universality. Thus, unhappy consciousness is the culmination of self-certainty's endeavor to be its own truth for itself. We see that unhappy consciousness constitutes the counterpart and the complement of the consciousness of comedy, which is perfectly happy by itself. In comic consciousness, the whole divine essence returns, in other words, it is the complete alienation of substance. Unhappy consciousness, by contrast, is the tragic destiny of self-certainty which must be in and for itself. It is the consciousness of the loss of all essentiality in the self-certainty, and specifically of the loss of self-knowledge of substance as well as of the self. It is the PA in that is expressed in the harsh phrase God is dead. 14 Self-certainty, the for itself, is precisely what can never attain itself, it is the subjectivity which is only the movement, lacking substance, of consciousness itself. All these phrases express the continuous escape from oneself, the impossibility for the for itself, for self-certainty, which must be in and for itself, to coincide with and be adequate to itself. Self-certainty cannot be in itself without losing itself and becoming a thing. It is a perpetual transcendence toward a never given adequation with itself. Consciousness is never what it is, it rejects every determination, every concrete, given situa 14. It seems to me that in this passage Hegel expresses the essence of the misfortune of consciousness. Consciousness is subjectivity which must be in and for itself. But it discovers, on the contrary, that its self-certainty is a loss of itself. As absolutely for itself, it cannot be in itself. It will thus have to alienate itself, make itself be, so as to rediscover itself in being as an existing spirit, in which one might try to enclose it. This incessant flight of self-consciousness from itself is expressed in skepticism. But skepticism does not know itself. It does not allow that this negativity is the misfortune of self-consciousness, which, in its subjectivity, always aims to transcend itself, to reach an in itself that would simultaneously be for itself an intention that at first glance appears self-contradictory. Self-consciousness wishes to be self, to pose itself in its identity with itself. But this identity is not given as a thing, everything that is given is negated by self-consciousness. Thus, self-certainty experiences itself as a changeable consciousness, as a consciousness which can never wholly be itself. It projects its own transcendence outside itself and onto an immutable, a universal, which, by definition, lacks nothing and is both in itself and for itself. For if what consciousness seizes as that toward which it transcends itself were merely in itself, that transcendence would culminate in the annihilation of consciousness. This is the meaning of Hegel's phrase quoted above, the tragic destiny of self-certainty which must be in and for itself and which, we might add, being for itself negativity discovers that it cannot as self-certainty be simultaneously in itself and for itself. Consciousness claimed to grasp a truth in itself but fell back to a certainty that was only for itself. Certainty claims to attain itself, but it does so only by alienating itself. Thus, when unhappy consciousness has divested itself of its subjectivity and has itself become a thing, objectivity substance will be re-established. As a result of this double movement, a movement that constitutes the meaning of Hegel's idealism, spirit appears. One aspect of the movement is that by which substance alienates itself from its substantiveness and becomes elf consciousness, the other is that by which self-consciousness alienates itself and becomes thingness, or universal self, thus. The whole development of unhappy consciousness expresses the development of subjectivity which renounces itself and which through this elf negation re-establishes an objectivity. But that objectivity is no longer the pure and simple in itself, it has become the in itself for itself, or the for itself in itself, a substance that is at the same time subject, a substance that poses itself as what it is. Most contemporary thinkers deny the possibility of such a synthesis of the in itself and the for itself, and it is precisely on this ground that they criticize Hegel's system as a system. They generally prefer what Hegel calls unhappy consciousness to what he calls spirit. They take up Hegel's description of se certainty which fails to be in itself but which, nonetheless, exists only through its transcendence toward that in itself, but they abandon Hegel when, according to him, specific self-consciousness subjectivity becomes universal self-consciousness thingness, a movement through which being is posed as subject and subject is posed as being. They accept Hegel's phenomenology but reject his ontology. We shall not enter this debate here. We wish only to elucidate as clearly as possible the endeavor of the phenomenology. There can be no doubt about the meaning of the dialectic of unhappy consciousness. As Hegel put it explicitly, self-consciousness which reaches its fulfillment in the figure of unhappy consciousness is only the torment of the spirit struggling to rise again to an objective state but failing to reach it. The unity of in itself and for itself first presents itself to self-consciousness as its essence beyond life, as the immutable. Then that essence presents itself to self-consciousness as incarnate, the immutable has become a concrete figure, a specific self-consciousness just like unhappy consciousness. Thus, the unity of specific self-consciousness and immutable essence is realized for self-consciousness, but insofar as it is for self-consciousness it is not yet itself, not yet living spirit. Specific self-consciousness is not yet posed as universal self-consciousness. We shall now consider this development in detail. At its end point, specific self-consciousness will renounce its one-sided subjectivity and pose itself as a transcendent specificity. This transcendence, manifesting itself as a new figure, will be reason, a consciousness of itself as of being and of being as of itself, a unity of the concept existing for itself, that is, consciousness, and the object that is external to it. Reason, the truth that is in and for itself, is the indivisible identity of the subjectivity of the concept and its objectivity and universality. 15. The development from Jewish consciousness to Christian consciousness makes this unity possible. In Jewish consciousness, the in itself is always beyond for lacerated consciousness. In Christian consciousness, that beyond is grasped as united with subjectivity, with a self-consciousness. The concrete universal, unity, is indeed posed, but and this is the meaning of the incarnation, it is posed only immediately. It is not yet raised to the level of spirit. Subjective consciousness has not yet itself become the concrete universal. Thus, the itinerary unhappy consciousness follows is that of Christian consciousness, which Hegel conceptualizes in the form of the subjectivity of the mid-DLE ages or in the form of Schleiermacher's romantic subjectivity. Jewish consciousness was a consciousness of the nothingness of human existence, and of the fruitless effort to transcend that nothingness. God was external and beyond the specificity of consciousness, he was the transcendent, the abstract universal. But that split consciousness appeared to us as itself the unity of the two extremes. As a result, the object of unhappy consciousness, what, for it, is essence, is no longer the formless immutable but, on the contrary, the unity of the immutable and the unique. Who sees me, has seen the Father. Christ, as he appeared against the background of the Jewish world and manifested himself to his disciples, is the realized unity of God and man, of transcendent truth and specific subjectivity. For this reason, the attitude of Christian consciousness is quite different from that of Jewish consciousness. What is henceforth the essence and object of lacerated consciousness is the at-oneness of the specific and the immutable, whereas in the concept, its essential object was only the abstract immutable, without figure. Consciousness must now turn away from the separation that characterized the concept of unhappy consciousness and realize within itself the unity that came to be for it in the form of the historical Christ. This is why this consciousness must raise its relation, initially external, with the figure of the immutable. The unity that is the essence and the object of self-consciousness is posed outside it. It is a presence which is by no means a perfect and authentic presence yet, but one carrying the imperfection of an opposition. Hegel again discusses the presence of Christ to his disciples, a presence that is not yet the immanence of spirit, in the section of the Phenomenology that deals with revealed religion, as well as in the lectures on the philosophy of religion. And we can find numerous preliminary studies in Hegel's early works. 1.7 Unhappy consciousness is then considered in the same way that self-consciousness was, as in itself, as for itself, as in and for itself. Considering it as pure consciousness, we must ask what its essence is and how it attains it. As being for itself, we see it manifest itself to itself as desire and labor, through the negation of the here below. And we see the truth of the entire process of unhappy consciousness in its awareness of its being for itself in asceticism and in Christian resignation. The object of unhappy consciousness, as pure consciousness, is the unity of the immutable and the specific. But unhappy consciousness does not relate to its essence through thought, it is the feeling of this unity and not yet its concept. For this reason, its essence remains alien to it. It has not yet completely overcome the duality that is characteristic of unhappy consciousness. To be sure, as feeling it is duality transcended. It is neither the abstract thought of the Stoic nor the pure anxiety of the skeptic. But insofar as it is not the concept, not the authentic thought of its self-feeling, unhappy consciousness falls back to its divided state, separate from itself. The soul of the disciple is quite certain that it is known and recognized by a God who is himself a specific soul. But this certainty is only a feeling, a nostalgia like Jacobi's Sehnsucht, a pious fervor which is pointed in the direction of thought but is not itself the thought of existence. The feeling of the divine which this consciousness has is a shattered feeling, precisely because it is only a feeling. It does not discover itself, does not possess itself as an authentic truth, a truth immanent in self-consciousness, a truth that would be its own knowledge. In Christ, the Christian soul knows the divine as thinking specificity, but not yet as universal specificity. Sought after as a specificity, consciousness is not a universal and thought through specificity. It is not the concept but something specific, like an object, something actually real, an object of immediate sensuous certainty and, therefore, an object such that it has already disappeared. What Christian consciousness lacks is the thought of its feeling. It fails to transcend the stage of immediate contact between pure thought and specificity. Christ is indeed God for it, but it itself is not Christ, it has not internalized the truth that is revealed to it from outside. One thing is not the case for unhappy consciousness, that its object, the immutable which essentially for it has the figure of specific existence, is unhappy consciousness itself, the specific existence of consciousness. Thus, self-consciousness remains unhappy because its essence, the unity of the immutable and the specific, remains a beyond for it, a truth which it does not find within itself and with which it cannot coincide. Self-consciousness oscillates, therefore, between the empty darkness of peace supersensuous beyond and the colorful appearance of the sensuous here below without being able definitively to enter the spiritual light of presence. Disciple, crusader, and romantic fail to reach the concept of spirit. They kneel before the cross, or they undertake crusades, but in both cases they reach only the feeling of their own misfortune, only a consciousness of the disappearance of what for them is essence. That essence, whether as beyond or as here below, forever eludes them. Hegel views the Crusades as a historical symbol of a metaphysical truth. Seeking to possess his object as a sensuous presence, the Christian must necessarily lose it. He always finds himself in the presence of the tomb of his own life, and he must experience the pain that is expressed in the Lutheran hymn, God himself is dead. But that tomb remains a sensuous reality, it therefore becomes the prize of a struggle and an effort that must necessarily end in defeat. When, in the philosophy of history, Hegel again deals with the metaphysical significance of the Crusades, he quotes Christ's words, "Why do you seek among the dead him who lives? He is not here, he is risen." 18 In the sorrow of the disciple before the cross, and in the failure of the Crusaders to hold the tomb of Christ, consciousness learns that insofar as specific existence has disappeared, it is not genuine specificity. The disappearance of the tomb is a disappearance of disappearance. 19 And consciousness thus becomes able to find specific existence as genuine, or universal. Christ is no longer merely the historical Christ who existed only to vanish. He is the spiritual community, the man-God, who is truth that has become for itself. But unhappy consciousness cannot conceive this truth, for if it did, it would transcend itself as self-consciousness. It is the pain of human consciousness, which knows that truth must be transcendent to it, that it must incessantly transcend itself in order to reach truth, and yet that this truth cannot be lacking to the for itself of consciousness, to subjective certainty. The concrete universal was realized for unhappy consciousness one day in Christ. But having failed to internalize that revelation and to understand its spiritual meaning, having failed to think it through conceptually, consciousness fell back into a separation from its essence. We must now consider this consciousness as it acts on the world. As pure consciousness, it fell back within itself. Its pain, at least, and its feeling of divine absence belong to it, and for this reason it returns within itself and manifests itself externally only as negativity, in desire and in labor. Thus, self-consciousness in general appeared to us to be negating the world so as to find itself. But now this negation will take on a different meaning. In its action on the world, Self-consciousness will seek a new realization of its unity with the immutable. The meaning of its labor is to reach that communion. Negation must go so far as to negate itself in asceticism and alienation to be the negation of the negation and, by so doing, re-establish the universal. The pious soul has given up seeking its essence outside itself. In itself, or for us, Hegel says, ject. For this reason, this consciousness will seek itself and, as we know, it, will be able to objectify its certainty of itself only by acting on the world, in desire, in labor, and in enjoyment. The world exists only to provide it with the occasion to discover itself and to pose itself for itself as it is in itself. Disciple and crusader now return within themselves and find sanctification in labor. What, then, is the meaning for this consciousness of desire, of labor, and of enjoyment? We have already noted that the very being of self-consciousness, its becoming for itself, was its action. The world, which was in itself for consciousness, in the strict sense of the term, is preserved for self-consciousness, but only as a vanishing moment. Self-consciousness is desire and labor, it negates the world that presents itself to it and thus affirms itself in its independence. Is this also true for unhappy consciousness, which has withdrawn into itself and has sensed its essence within itself? Is the world on which its labor acts, on which its desire bears, and from which it draws its enjoyment, still that vanishing here below over which it triumphed? The meaning of the here below has in fact been changed by the incarnation. As a whole, the here below has become a figure of the immutable. This actual reality is a figure of the immutable. For the immutable has received specificity within itself, and since qua immutable, it is a universal, its specificity means in general actual reality as a whole. 20 Jewish consciousness contract opposed the world to God and contraposed man, as a being in the world, to the eternal. Now, the world has itself become a figure of God, since God has embodied himself and presented himself as a specific self-consciousness. Bread and wine are no longer things null in themselves, which consciousness appropriates. If by his own action man makes them emerge from the ground and consumes them, it is because the immutable itself abandons its own figuration and yields it to him as enjoyment. The vanishing here below is no longer merely that, like unhappy consciousness, it is an actual reality broken into two fragments, which in only one aspect is in itself a nothingness, but in another is a consecrated world. In his later lectures on aesthetics, Hegel says that the incarnation transvalues all of sensuous reality, which becomes more profound and reflects itself on itself for consciousness. Sensuous existence becomes a symbol. It is not what it is, and if it yields itself to consciousness, it does so because the immutable itself makes a gift of it to man. Consciousness, therefore, does not attain through its action a feeling of absolute domination over the here below. Its desire, its labor, its enjoyment, in a word, its ascension only seem to originate in it. Man thinks that he acts, but in fact he is directed by God. This is all the more so if we consider the action of consciousness rather than the passive reality on which that action bears. Consciousness acts, but in so doing it sets in motion powers that do not originate in it. Its aptitudes and its talents are a being in itself, a being which consciousness uses but which it has received through the grace of God. In this action specific consciousness, too, is in itself. This aspect belongs to the immutable beyond, and it is constituted by the aptitudes and the efficacious power of consciousness, a gift from outside, granted to consciousness by the immutable. On all sides, action is reflected toward a transcendental goal. Active consciousness merely appears to act. Inside and outside it, God acts, just as the master was the true subject of the slave's action. For what the slave does is, properly speaking, the action of the master, being for itself, essence, are the master's alone. Both in its withdrawal into itself and in its action in the world, unhappy consciousness merely experiences the transcendence of its own essence. Its action is reflected beyond it. It is not genuinely autonomous, as self-consciousness claims to be. The truth of its self-certainty is a transcendent goal, which condemns it no longer to contain its own certainty. The relation of master to slave reappears here within consciousness itself. Human consciousness poses itself as slave consciousness, its essence, mastery, is beyond it in God, whom Hegel here still calls the immutable, or the universal. Does unhappy consciousness, then, not realize concretely its communion with its beyond? On the one hand, indeed, the immutable offers itself to it and allows it to act. On the other hand, unhappy consciousness recognizes its dependence with respect to the immutable. As the slave recognized the master, it forbids itself the satisfaction of consciousness of its independence and attributes the essence of its action to the beyond rather than to itself. Acting consciousness humbles itself in its thanksgiving, in the recognition of God. Does it not, then, achieve communion with the transcendent? Hegel especially emphasizes this humiliation of unhappy consciousness which reaches communion with God through its recognition of Him. Man, who poses himself as autonomous insofar as he is active being, man who works on the world and draws his enjoyment from it, nonetheless recognizes himself as passive. This recognition of God, who alone acts, is man's essential action. As the slave recognized the master and posed himself as slave, so human consciousness poses itself as passive and dependent. It renounces its domination. But through a dialectical reversal which we have already seen several times, the humiliation of man, who attributes everything to grace and grants himself nothing, is in fact an elevation. For it is man himself who poses God. Man recognizes the master, but that recognition emanates from him. In posing himself as the lowest he is the highest. Thus, self-consciousness fails to divest itself of its freedom, fails truly to alienate it. Self-consciousness glorifies God and denies man's freedom, but that, precisely, is its grandest act, which is why it does not allow itself to be duped by its thanksgiving. Consciousness feels itself here as specific existence, and it does not allow itself to be duped by the appearance of its renunciation. For the truth of this consciousness remains the fact that it has not abandoned itself. Specific existence, the subjectivity of self-consciousness, man cannot for its own self pose itself in its absolute freedom without renouncing that freedom. But that renunciation, too, is its deed. In its action it poses itself as being for itself. But while doing so, it discovers the hollowness of that being for itself. Its essence always eludes it, as does that of the slave who sees himself outside of himself in the guise of the master, and yet the act of posing itself outside itself, the act that transcends it, is still itself. Thus, the truth of this consciousness that is for itself is the humiliated consciousness that is elevated through its humiliation, a consciousness which, like the slaves in the earlier dialectic, attains a new form of liberation. The truth of slave consciousness was Stoic consciousness, the truth of unhappy consciousness will be the ascetic consciousness of the SAINT, which intends to annihilate its own specificity in order thereby to become a more profound self-consciousness. From this arises the third stage in the development of unhappy consciousness, the stage of renunciation and alienation, by means of which specific consciousness alienates its being for itself and genuinely transforms itself into a thing, but gains, thereby, a much higher truth. In posing itself as a thing, through asceticism, obedience, and the alienation of its own particular will, consciousness discovers, or we discover for it, that the thing is a manifestation of the self and that the self is universal self and universal being for itself. The Middle Ages prepared the way for the Renaissance and reason's certainty that, in and for itself, it is the whole of truth. The medieval church prefigured modern reason, for it is a form of concrete universality. Let us consider this third stage. It depicts the Christian of the Middle Ages who completely alienates his self-certainty, his self, and who thereby poses the universal self, reason. The middle term, which connects the specific self of consciousness with the universal, is the Church, the agent of God, representing one of the extremes to the other. Hegel briefly summarizes the three moments. Christian unhappy consciousness is first an aspiration, an emotion that has not arrived at genuine self-expression. This first state, which Hegel calls the concept of unhappy consciousness, is a musical state of soul. It is the state of soul of the disciple at the foot of the cross, or of the crusader, the immediate encounter of the beyond and the here below. The aspiration of the religious soul is no longer directed toward an unformed beyond. As God has made himself man, it seeks him in an immediate contact, a contact that is, so to speak, as much external as internal. Self-consciousness knows itself to be recognized by another soul, which it recognizes. This struggle of feeling has not yet come to realization. It is in itself, not for itself. The second moment expresses the becoming for itself of religious consciousness. The world is sanctified by the presence of the divine within it. Desire, labor, enjoyment, thanksgiving, these are all occasions for the soul to commune with its essence. But that communion is still marked by a contradiction. Having been in the world, consciousness has indeed experienced itself as real and acting, as consciousness whose truth is to be in and for itself. The second moment is the realization of the first. But since in that first moment consciousness is only feeling and does not conceive itself as concrete universal, this realization is the realization of a consciousness that lacks essence. Its humiliation is in fact a return within itself, a separation from the universal. The third moment, therefore, will be the consciousness that the soul comes to have of its nothingness in the face of the universal. The Christian ascetic corresponds to the Stoic sage, but his holiness is of a different order from that wisdom. He has become aware of the vanity of his self. His actual action becomes the action of nothing, his enjoyment becomes the feeling of his misfortune. Action and enjoyment thereby lose all universal content. They withdraw into specificity, toward which consciousness is directed so as to suppress it. Hegel describes the worldview of the ascetic who directs all his attention to his particular nature in order to combat it, and he shows the internal contradiction of such a struggle against oneself. The foe is always reborn in defeat, and consciousness, instead of being freed of its foe, always remains in contact with it and forever views itself as tarnished. His perpetual consciousness of guilt, of evil within oneself, is characteristic. It culminates in the proud character of the Stoic sage, but in a character that is as unhappy as it is wretched. But the self-negation of the ascetic is effected through the mediation of the idea of the immutable, and negative relation finally acquires positive signification. Through this, a new unity, which is the end point of unhappy consciousness, comes to be realized in itself. Unhappy consciousness must develop to the point of complete self-negation in order that through that negation it may discover its universality. For unhappy consciousness, being in itself is its beyond, but in the course of its development unhappy consciousness has accomplished the following: it has posed specificity in its complete development, the specificity that is actual consciousness as its own negative, that is, as the objective extreme. This self-negation on the part of specificity culminates in the universal self which does not yet know itself as such. Only we, philosophers, see in the medieval church the universal self which, as such, later appears in the form of reason. The self, being for itself, must alienate itself and thus become the unity of selves, universal self rediscovering itself in being. This being for itself of the in itself is spirit. The mediation between specific consciousness and the immutable, then, is brought about through a clergy and a church. The content of the mediating action is the destruction of specific consciousness as such and, simultaneously, its advance to universality. At first, it rejects itself qua specific will, it abandons its freedom of choice and of decision. Then, through the sacrament of penance, it frees itself from the guilt of action. When action consists in following an alien decision, it ceases with respect to acting and to the will to be the particular action of the person. The fruit of its labor, and enjoyment, are still retained by consciousness, but it and self-consciousness, that is, reason. 2. Church rites and ceremonies in Latin. Self-consciousness has completely alienated its inner and outer freedom in favor of a church. But specific will, negated in this way, is linked to the universal. In itself, it is universal will. We shall return to the transition from church to reason in the next chapter. PARTIV. I/reason and idealism. The dialectic, consciousness. Self-consciousness, reason. Hegel considers the same dialectical movement in the Propedeutic and in the Encyclopedia as in the Phenomenology, the movement expressed in the three moments, consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason. For consciousness, in the strict sense of the term, the object is an other than the I, its object is being in itself. But the development of consciousness leads to self-consciousness, for which the object is only the I itself. At first, this self-consciousness is specific, for it is for itself only immediately. It excludes the object of consciousness so as to pose itself as independent and free. The education of self-consciousness is the movement through which it rises from this exclusive specificity to universality. Specific self-consciousness becomes universal self-consciousness. The desiring I becomes a thing one. At that point, the content of consciousness is in itself as well as for consciousness. Knowledge of an object is self-knowledge, then, and self-knowledge is knowledge of being in itself. This identity of thought and being is called reason. It is the dialectical synthesis of consciousness and self-consciousness, but this synthesis is possible only if self-consciousness has within itself genuinely become universal self-consciousness. In itself, the I is universal, it must become so for itself. As a result, its determinations will appear as the determinations of things and its thought about itself will simultaneously be thought about the object. As we see, the notion of raison corresponds to idealism, in the most general sense of the word. In the Phenomenology, Hegel stresses the relation between reason and idealist philosophy in general. In the Propedeutic, as well as in the phenomenological section of the Encyclopedia, the dialectical movement is presented in a far more schematic and summary manner. Before studying the section on reason in the Phenomenology, we shall briefly consider the transition from self-consciousness to reason as it appears in the two later books. Point 1 in the Propedeutic, after discussing the dialectic of master and slave, Hegel shows how the education of the slave leads him to universality. The alienation of arbitrary will constitutes the moment of genuine obedience. To obedience and service train the will and transform the specific I into a universal I. Similarly, in labor man learns to defer his enjoyment and to express in objective being the determinations of thought. Man alienates his I, but that alienation is the conquest of universality. The I is no longer isolated. It transcends itself by discovering other I's within itself. It recognizes and is recognized. Universal self-consciousness is the intuition of self as a non-particular self that in itself is universal. Thus it recognizes itself as well as other self-consciousnesses within it and, in turn, it is recognized by the others. 3. The idea of a truth in itself, as it will appear at the level of reason, cannot be separated from the idea of a multiplicity of specific I's and of communication among them. It is in this way that we are to understand the necessity of the education which raises self-enclosed man to consciousness of his universality. The reciprocal recognition of I's is a moment of the truth, as it is a moment of every virtue. This self-consciousness is the basis of every virtue, of love, honor, friendship, courage, self-sacrifice, and fame. 4. Thus, reason appears as the first result of the reciprocal mediation of self-consciousnesses, a mediation which accomplishes the universality of self-consciousness. In the absence of that universality, which at this level is still abstract, no truth would be possible. We can see here one of the characteristics of Hegel's idealism, which distinguishes it from Kant's, for example. For Kant, the one think WBJCH must be able to accompany all my representations is in a sense suspended in a void. For Hegel, to be sure, it is the concrete I, but it is a concrete I which through its relation to other ones has risen to universality. Truth transcends man, but it is nonetheless a human truth and it cannot be separated from the formation of self-consciousness. This truth is no longer the being in itself of consciousness, it is at once truth and certainty. It is a truth that is a subject, a self-development. It is in this way that we must understand the synthesis that reason represents, as well as the self-conscious reason that spirit finally becomes. In the Propedeutic, Hegel defines reason as follows: reason is the supreme unification of consciousness and self-consciousness, of knowledge of an object and knowledge of self. It is the certainty that its determinations are objective, that is, that they are determinations of the essence of things, as well as being our own thoughts. In one and the same thought, it is both self-certainty and being, or objectivity. Reason, Hegel continues, signifies a content which not only is in our representations but also contains the essence of things, a content which is not alien to the I, given from without, but is produced by the I. We can see Schelling's philosophy of identity in this conception. But in the Phenomenology, that identity is the result of a journey of culture, the result of a development of consciousness and of self-consciousness, such that truth is impossible without the reciprocal recognition of self-consciousnesses and their elevation to the universality of thought, and such that this truth, too, is not a being in itself, something beyond the act of becoming aware, but is self-knowledge, subjective certainty as at the same time objective reality. In the Encyclopedia, as in the Propedeutic, Hegel discusses the same dialectical movement, from universal self-consciousness to reason. But he indicates why universal self-consciousness is reason before it is spirit. The transition from universal self-consciousness to spirit. The I that is a we and the we that is an I might seem more natural than the transition from universal self-consciousness to reason. For reason appears not to consider the multiplicity of ones but only the identity of truth and certainty, of being in itself, and being for consciousness. We move from a concrete development, for example, the relation between master and slave, to a metaphysical thesis, the thesis of idealism, or of identity. Indeed, when Hegel discusses universal self-consciousness in the Encyclopedia, he writes, the concept that manifestation which universally reflects self-consciousness, which knows itself in its objectivity as a subjectivity identical to itself, and therefore knows itself to be universal, is the form of consciousness of the substance of every essential spirituality as well as of virtude. But all this can still remain formal, content is still lacking. 6. For this reason, what at first presents itself in the new element of universality is only the unity of the concept existing for itself and the externally present object. Reason is not yet spirit, for spirit is the result of reason's development. Spirit is reason that knows itself and exists for its own sake. In the Phenomenology, these distinctions are even more important. Reason is envisaged as a particular moment of the development of consciousness. It corresponds to the form of substance, while spirit is the substance that becomes subject. This form of substance is attained when, for itself, self-consciousness becomes universal, when it carries within itself the element of knowledge which is the identity of being in itself and being for consciousness. This element has been engendered by the whole prior dialectic of master and slave, of Stoicism, of skepticism, and of unhappy consciousness. More than either the Propedeutic or the phenomenological section of the Encyclopedia, the 1807 Phenomenology is really a concrete history of human consciousness. 7. This history of consciousness, for which its own objective dossier is world history, is much more highly developed than the outline Hegel preserves in his later system, which loses more and more of its connection to the history of the world spirit. Thus in 1807 Hegel envisages the transition from unhappy consciousness to reason as the transition from the medieval church to the Renaissance and modern times. In unhappy consciousness we saw the complete alienation of specific self-consciousness. For unhappy consciousness, which was only the painful feeling of skeptic negativity, being in itself was beyond it. It felt the inadequacy of the subjectivity from which it was unable to emerge, and its beyond was present to it as a God who would reconcile subjectivity and objectivity, the specificity of self-consciousness and the universality of the in itself. Thus specific self-consciousness would be able to rediscover itself in God and simultaneously gain universality, to become universal self-consciousness while remaining self-consciousness. Later, Hegel writes with respect to religion, self-consciousness which reaches its fulfillment in the figure of unhappy consciousness is only the torment of spirit struggling to rise again to an objective state but failing to reach it. The unity toward which self-consciousness tends, a unity of specific self-consciousness and its immutable essence, thus remains beyond it. The immediate Dasein of reason, which springs up for us from that torment, and its particular figures contain no religion because self-consciousness knows itself or seeks itself in immediate presence. 8. The self-consciousness which is at once universal and specific and which serves as the transition to the reason of modern times is the medieval church. The specific I genuinely rises to universality through the intermediary of the church and intermediary which constitutes a universal community, speaks a language which individuals do not always understand, collects donations from individuals, and forms a general will born from the alienation of specific wills. Consciousness has torn away its burrowing for itself and made a thing of it. In this development, consciousness unity with the universal has also come to exist for it, a unity which, because the suppressed specific is the universal, does not for us lie outside consciousness and which, because consciousness maintains itself in its own negativity, constitutes in consciousness as such the very essence of consciousness. The middle term between the universal and the specific, between the in itself and the for itself, is the unity that has an immediate knowledge of the two extremes and relates them to each other. This middle term is the consciousness of their unity, a unity it announces to consciousness, thereby announcing itself to itself. It is the certainty of being the whole of truth. 9. Such indeed is reason, consciousness certainty that it is the whole of reality, the whole of truth, certainty that this truth is not beyond but is immediately present to consciousness. Yet such a certainty is possible only through the alienation of specific consciousness, an alienation that raises self-consciousness to universality without, however, entailing the disappearance of consciousness itself. The alienation of self-consciousness is a spiritual movement, not an abrupt shift from one term to another. Self-consciousness preserves itself in the transition, which is what Hegel means by the obscure parenthetical remark, since consciousness preserves itself in its own negativity. In death envisaged as purely phenomenal at the level of universal life, the specific becomes universal but without preserving itself in that loss of self. But in the spiritual death, that is the alienation of specific self-consciousness, consciousness preserves itself in its negativity. The self becomes the universal, but, as though by a rebound, the universal is posed as the self. Specific and universal, self and being in itself, exchange determination, truth becomes subjective and subjectivity acquires truth. Reason, a particular moment in the general development of consciousness and of the phenomenology, is this immediate unity which results from the whole prior dialectic and presents itself to consciousness as a new figure, having allowed its whole genesis to be forgotten entirely. This moment corresponds to the Renaissance and to modern times. It follows the Crusades and medieval Christianity. The world then is offered to consciousness as a present world, and no longer as a here below or as a beyond. Consciousness knows that it can discover itself in this world, and it undertakes the conquest and the science of this world. Only after the sepulchre of its truth has been lost, only after the abolition of its own actual reality has itself been abolished, when for self-consciousness in itself the specificity of consciousness has become absolute essence, does self-consciousness discover this world as its new actual world, which now interests it qua permanent as it had earlier interested it qua vanishing. For the subsistence of this world becomes for consciousness a truth and a presence that are its own, in which consciousness is certain to enter only into the experience of itself. Earlier, consciousness sought to escape the world, it worked on the world, or it tried to withdraw from the world into itself. Its essential concern was to save itself, and its salvation was for it always beyond presence. Now it wishes to rediscover itself in this world and there to seek its own infinity. For this consciousness, knowledge of the world is self-knowledge, the world is its mirror. From this arises man's interest in exploring the earth and in the natural sciences. In his History of Philosophy, Hegel speaks of a reconciliation between self-consciousness and prescience, and in the Philosophy of History, he writes, with reference to modern times, a third important phenomenon we must mention is that outward surge of spirit, man's fervent desire to know his earth. 10. Idealism as a phenomenon of spirit. In a general way, idealism is characterized by the two reciprocal propositions, the I is all of reality and all reality is the I, propositions which come to define consciousness of the world as a self-consciousness and self-consciousness as a consciousness of the world. The term world corresponds perhaps to this new stage of experience. Hitherto, being for consciousness was not a world, it was, for self-consciousness, merely an alien reality to be set aside. Idealism is the characteristic philosophy of the modern world. In the chapter of the Phenomenology entitled Certainty and Truth of Reason, Hegel describes it as expressing the new behavior of consciousness with regard to the world. Since self-consciousness is reason, its hitherto negative behavior with regard to being other is transformed into positive behavior. Until then, consciousness had been concerned only with its independence and its freedom with a view to saving itself and maintaining itself for itself at the expense of the world and of its own actual reality, both of which appeared to it as the negative of its essence. But as reason that has become assured of itself, it has made peace with them and can endure them. For it is certain of itself as reality, it is certain that all actual reality is nothing else than it. Its thought is immediately actual reality, thus, it behaves toward that actual reality as idealism. What is novel in this passage is not the very general definition of idealism, as the doctrine according to which there is nothing opaque or impenetrable to the I, but rather the presentation of idealism as a phenomenon of the history of spirit. This originality was noted by Nikolai Hartmann in his fine work, Die Philosophie des deutschen Idealismus. Whereas earlier German philosophers, Fichte and Schelling, for example, had presented idealism as a philosophical thesis, Hegel encounters idealism on the historical path of the self-development of self-consciousness. The point is this: idealism is not a theory or a system, but a phenomenon of spirit. Consciousness enters into the experience of reason, that experience, raised to knowledge, is idealism. 11. Hegel was aware of the originality of his presentation, which is why he showed the defects of an idealism that offers itself straight off as a philosophical thesis and neglects the historical preconditions of that thesis. Reason and idealism are faulty in that for consciousness caught up in experience they are immediate truths. Reason is the certainty consciousness has of being all of reality. And this certainty is presented to phenomenal consciousness immediately. For phenomenal consciousness has forgotten the whole formative path that has led to reason. That path is known only to the philosopher, who follows the development of the experiences of consciousness. It is not learned by consciousness itself, which, at each stage, is reborn to an absolutely new life, forgetful of its past, of its having become. The series of phenomenal consciousnesses in the Phenomenology is like a series of metamorphoses. So, too, idealism sets forth that certainty immediately, in the form of the equation I equals I, in the sense that the I that is my object is the only object. That it is all of reality and all of presence. The immediateness that characterizes both reason's certainty and idealism constitutes the latter's defect and leads it to self-contradiction. Instead of being an absolute idealism, it is a one-sided idealism which as a whole proves unable to justify knowledge and experience, for example, the semi-idealism of Kant or the subjective idealism of Fichte. In order to give its certainty the character of truth, reason sets itself to work as theoretical reason and as practical reason, actually knowing the world. It realizes itself in the world as a self-consciousness sure of being able to pose itself and rediscover itself in being. Before following this concrete development of reason, Hegel considers idealist philosophy and shows how its claim remains empty. He has in mind particularly Kant's and Fichte's idealism, and his arguments are similar to those in his earlier genus study, Difference, and to the more technical Elaboration in Glob und Wissen, in which he discusses Kant's philosophy as a whole. For the philosopher who rethinks the phenomenological development, idealism is the result of a lengthy formation which constitutes the necessary historical presuppositions of this philosophical thesis. Self-consciousness is not only all of reality for itself, it is also all of reality in itself because it becomes that reality, or rather demonstrates itself to be such. It demonstrates itself to be such in the course of the prior dialectic of intending the this, of perception, and of understanding. In that dialectic, being other disappears as being in itself. Consciousness supposed a being in itself that was absolutely independent of it, but it came to experience the hollowness of that supposition. For being in itself was always shown to be in itself for it and therefore always disappeared before it. Consciousness also demonstrates itself to be all of reality in the course of the complementary experience of self-consciousness, for which being other vanished for itself insofar as it was only for it. In the struggle between skeptic liberation and unhappy consciousness, the I renounces a representation which can exist only for specific consciousness and rises to a universal thought. Thus, these two aspects alternated, in one, essence, or the true, had for consciousness the determination of being, in the other, essence had the determination of being only for consciousness. But these two aspects are reduced to one single truth according to which what exists, the in itself, exists only insofar as it exists for consciousness, and what exists for consciousness is also in itself. The impenetrable thing in itself and the subjective solitude of the I are both superseded. But these two roots, that of consciousness seeing the phantom of being in itself vanish before it, and that of self-consciousness which in the course of its harsh and lengthy formation sees the disappearance of an essence that exists only for it qua specific consciousness, are both prerequisites for the positing of a truth which is both in itself and for consciousness, a truth such as only idealism can conceive. But for the consciousness that is this truth, that road is behind it, and it forgets that road when it immediately rises up as reason, or again, reason, rising up immediately, rises up only as the certainty of that truth. It only asserts that it is all of reality, it does not think that assertion through conceptually. The conceptual thinking through of that assertion would be its own historical development, which lies behind it. But the development of a truth is the in itself of that truth, and in the absence of the movement BV means of which it arises, it is merely an assertion. This is what is most original in Hegel's philosophy, the reconciliation of the history of thought with thought itself. The immediate manifestation of truth is the abstraction of its present being, the essence, and the being in itself of which are the absolute concept, that is, the movement of its having become. Several lines later, Hegel expresses this relation between truth and its history more concretely. Consciousness determines its relation to being other in various ways according to the extent that the world spirit has become aware of itself. How the world spirit recognizes itself and immediately determines itself, and how it determines its object at each stage, or how it is for itself, depends on what it has become, on what it already is in itself. Critique of empty idealism. It is on the basis of this consideration that Hegel criticizes the idealist thesis in the abstract form in which it appears in the works of Kant and Fichte. To be sure, Fichte appeals to the self-consciousness of each specific consciousness to discover within itself the pure intellectual intuition which is the precondition of each consciousness. But in basing his truth on that appeal, Fichte is forced also to accept the other truth, equally present in empirical consciousness, namely, that there is for me an other is object and essence for me. The self-consciousness of the idealist is juxtaposed to the consciousness of an object, a 1h.lg alien to the one. Thus, only when reason emerges as reflection from this contract opposed certainty does its affirmation present itself no longer merely as certainty and assertion but also as truth, and not as one truth among many but as the only truth. Without the dialectic we have left behind us, idealism runs the risk of posing itself as a thesis against an equally valid antithesis, in which case it would be prey to a contradiction similar to that of skepticism. In spite of its aim to absorb all of reality into the I, Fichte's idealism is no more than a modern form of skepticism or, better, of unhappy consciousness which oscillates endlessly between two irreconcilable terms. But it is an unhappy consciousness that is unaware of its misfortune. Whereas skepticism expresses itself negatively, idealism expresses itself as a positive truth, despite the fact that it is marked by the same contradiction as skepticism. For idealism, truth is the unity of apperception, the I equals I, yet it is condemned to an untrue knowledge of the I too. Fichte, Sonnenlehrerberichten das große Publikum über das Eigentliche Neuesten Philosophie, ein Versuch die Leser zum Verstehen zu zwingen. Other, it is involved in an immediate contradiction, for it affirms as essence something that is split and absolutely self-opposed. The unity of apperception is also the thing which, whether it is called an alien shock, or empirical essence, or sensuousness, or thing in itself ding and siehl, always remains the same in its concept and is forever alien to that unity. These objections to Fichte's subjective idealism are the same as those in Hegel's earlier article Difference. The starting point of the system, that the I is all of reality and is equal to itself, does not coincide with the end point, at which the I must be equal to the I. In the face of this empty requirement, reality is born as a not I which will never be completely absorbed. Thus, despite its positive claim, this idealism has a double meaning, an ambiguity as contradictory as skepticism. From the start of his philosophical career, Hegel denounced this contradiction between what Fichte's realism claims and what it in fact realizes. 1 equals I is transformed into I ought to equal I. 13. The result of this formal idealism is an opposition between an empirical realm that jacks unity, a contingent multiplicity, and an empty thought. 14. Idealism falls into this contradiction because it affirmed as true the abstract concept of reason, the unity of reality and of the I in the still abstract form of the category. Genuine reason, which we are studying at this stage of the phenomenology, is not so inconsistent. It knows that it is only the certainty of being all of reality, and does not yet take that certainty to be truth. It seeks to test it out, to raise it to truth. In this attempt it sets about learning about the world and acquiring genuine content. Concrete reason moves from the certainty of being all of reality to its truth, which is knowledge of reality. It builds up a science of nature and observes nature so as to discover itself within it and thereby advance to truth what at first was only a subjective certainty. The difference between idealism and the concrete reason of the phenomenology is clear. In the Phenomenology 09, f, reason seeks its truth, whereas idealism proclaims that truth without having tested it out and without having justified it historically. Thus idealism is abstract. It remains at the stage of the category the unity of being and the I and does not know development. It does not transcend the opposition between the a priori and the a posteriori, and it does not know genuine synthesis, which is the synthesis of the a posteriori and the a priori itself. But reason that is actually engaged in knowing nature and action will be able to discover itself and to substitute for formal idealism a concrete idealism in which the I and the universe are adequate to each other in a monism of spirit. 2. Reasonable certainty of consciousness that it is all of reality is not, like idealism, a philosophical assertion which, inasmuch as it fails to deliver what it has promised, remains gratuitous and formal. Knowing that it is merely a certainty, it undertakes to acquire truth by putting itself to work and by realizing a knowledge of the world. It does not stop at the pure I, Fichte's abstraction. Reason suspects that it is a more profound essence than the pure I, and it must demand that multifarious being, difference, become for the I its own. For this reason, the section that Hegel devotes to reason corresponds to the development of science from the Renaissance to his own time. That science is a knowledge which claims to originate in experience but which contradicts that claim by the manner in which it establishes and seeks out its truth. It is interested not in the sensuous as such but in the concept that resides in the sensuous. Reason is not passive vis-a-vis reality, it questions experience, and by questioning nature it manages to discover in experience a concept, which is nothing other than the presence of reason itself in the midst of the content. In the world that is offered to it, reason discovers itself, the knowledge of experience is a self-knowledge. Thus, we return to the thesis that idealism expressed gratuitously in the form of the equation I equals I or, with Schelling, in the form of identity. The empirical sciences which Hegel does not scorn, since there is nothing that is not in experience and since the a priori is necessarily revealed in the a posteriori, culminate in a philosophy of nature that is a first mirror of the one. According to Hegel, there is no discontinuity between a science of the world and a philosophy of nature like Schelling's. The only question is whether such a philosophy of nature can fully satisfy the I, that is, whether the irides covers itself absolutely in nature, or whether there remains in nature an irreducible contingency such that the concept is only sketched in it but not actually presented. In the latter case, reason would have to return from nature back to itself. Instead of observing the world, it would observe the I, or human individuality, in its relation to the world and, more specifically, in relation to that which indicates its presence in the world, the body. Hegel's phenomenology is a phenomenology of spirit. Natur is not the concept but only the concept's past, and reason cannot truly satisfy itself by observing it. Even less can it grasp the I by observing it, for observation freezes the concept in being, although the concept is not being but becoming, the self-positing of self. For this reason, though the philosophy of nature and more generally all the natural sciences must play a part in the phenomenological development in which consciousness learns to discover itself and to rediscover itself as spirit, it cannot have a preponderant role. Theoretical reason will give way to practical reason. Instead of discovering itself, the I will pose itself, instead of ascertaining itself it will create itself. Practical reason, which emphasizes the aspect of the for itself in the unity of the category, is in turn revealed as too exclusive, and we are then led to a new synthesis, to a reason that is both theoretical and practical, objective as well as subjective, a reason which, having become conscious of itself and having become its own world, is spirit. Theoretical reason, natural philosophy. Bacon, Galileo, and Descartes are closely linked in our minds to the origin of a genuine science of nature. This science only appears to reproduce the movement of perception and of understanding. In the chapter on perception and understanding, Hegel attempted to eliminate definitively the thing in itself, the supersensuous world, as an existent beyond phenomena. By contrast, in the section on observing reason, a reason which envisages the description of things, the classification of species, the laws of nature, in short, a system of nature that is much closer to Schelling than to Newton, he tries to ascertain the degree to which nature can offer reason a reflected image of itself. The passages we are about to study are important to an understanding of Hegel's system, for they express an essential movement of the development of consciousness and of knowledge. It is reason, indeed, that seeks itself in nature. But it seeks itself as an immediate reality. Thus at the end of its attempt, it discovers itself in the system of nature, but as a thing, a being, and not as an act. It discovers itself as one discovers one's own past, and not as the movement whereby one makes oneself what one is. Nature, then, is indeed a certain expression of the I as Schelling affirmed against Fichte. But it is not the genuine expression of the one. The absolute as nature must be transcended, the absolute must be posed as spirit. Spirit is higher than nature because it reflects back on itself and is therefore subject, whereas nature is merely spirit straying outside itself, the I absorbed in its intuition and lost in being. This is a second reason why we are interested in these passages. They allow us to specify Hegel's philosophy of nature. Observation, the attitude of consciousness, bears on characteristics. To observe is to congeal the concept in being and consequently to seek the concept only as a being and to seek the I as an immediate reality. Reason, as it immediately rises up, as the certainty of consciousness that it is all of reality, takes on its proper reality in the sense of the immediateness of being. Similarly, it assumes the unity of the I and objective essence, in the sense of an immediate unity, a unity in which reason has not yet separated and reunited the moments of being and the I, or in the sense of a unity that reason does not yet know. Genuine unity, on the contrary, will be a dialectical unity. The I is not immediately in nature, it is alienated in it, lost in it, so that it can there rediscover itself. It is this movement of separation and unification that constitutes the very life of the Absolute. And in order to be able to thin I through this separation and unification, reason must first know itself as dialectical reason. The result of the observation of nature and of the I in nature is paradoxical, but it merely expresses the attitude taken by reason qua observing reason. Consciousness observes, that is, reason wishes to discover itself and to possess itself as an object in the element of being, as an actually real mode having a sensuous presence. Consciousness of this observation believes and states that it wishes to enter not into the experience of itself but into the experience of the essence of things qua things. If this consciousness so believes and says, it is because although it is reason it does not yet have reason as such as its object. If consciousness knew the absolute knowledge of reason as the essence common to nature and the I, it would no longer be a phenomenological consciousness, and we should have transcended the phenomenology of spirit. We should then be able, in the element of absolute knowledge, to think reason through for itself. Instead of a phenomenology, the ascesis of a consciousness tainted by knowledge of the other, we should have an ontologic rune ontologic, precisely the logic that Hegel wrote after the phenomenology. Hartmann noted the importance of this passage in which Hegel indicates the two possible directions of his research, the phenomenology and the logic, that is, to a philosophy of nature and to a philosophy of spirit, each having its origin in the logos of this ontological logic. Point 1 If consciousness recognized reason as the essence both of things and of itself, and if it knew that in its authentic figure reason can only have a presence in consciousness, it would seek reason in the depths of its own being rather than in things. 2 It could then go back to nature and contemplate therein its own sensuous expression, directly grasping that expression as concept. In the phenomenology, reason, unaware of itself, is as yet in Hegel's phrase merely the instinct of reason. It can attain itself. As we said above, a paradoxical result. Observing reason indeed immediately discovers itself as a thing. In phrenology, which is the end point of observation, the I appears to itself as a bone. The I discovers itself as pure and simple being. The concept of this representation is that to itself, reason is entirely thingness, and thingness that is solely and purely objective. The identity of thought and being is posed here as the end point of observation, but also as the transitional hinge between observation and action. By means of action, consciousness, which has failed to discover itself in being, will claim to pose itself in it. From the observation of things to the observation of the organic. Hegel follows the development of observing reason from the description of things to the search for and verification of Lr_s. According to the outline indicated in the introductory chapter to the section on reason, when consciousness assumes the movement of knowledge the object is posed as the immutable true, while when consciousness rises to self-certain and fixed truth, the object is posed as the movement itself. Object and consciousness alternate in these reciprocal and contrapposed determinations. 3 For the movement the community is the other, while for the unity the movement is the other. In the most elementary case, the description of natural objects, the first form of empirical knowledge, the object at first is what remains equal to itself. As Aristotle said, there is a science only of the general. In this sense, consciousness seeks to discover in experience ever new geniuses to describe. The movement of description is within knowledge, it is a superficial extraction of the universal out of the sensuous. But this universal by itself lacks life. Consciousness is not the understanding of the universal but only its recollection, its memory, a memory which is not merely the internalization of the portrayal of external being but also a description of that being. V hat most closely corresponds to. This stage of knowledge is language. As the poet, especially the epic poet, grants things the seal of universality and the form of thought by saying them, so by naming things we raise them from sensuousness to thought. In his first philosophy of spirit, Hegel stressed the mnemosony of the ancients, the memory of things which is simultaneously a memory of words. Purely sensuous intuition is superseded. In the name the empirical being is suppressed. It becomes something ideal. The first action by which Adam established his domination over the animals was to name them, negating them as existing and making them ideal for him. For we have dwelt on the role of language, the importance of which we saw in the first chapter of the Phenomenology, at the moment of sensuous certainty, because Hegel returns to it rough out the book. Language is genuinely the dossier of spirit. That things can be said, that their external existence can be expressed in a description, is already a sign that in itself they are concepts, that the human logos is at once the logos of nature and the logos of spirit. Nevertheless, description is a very superficial mode of knowledge, and it quickly reaches its limits. Even at this level nature manifests its contingency. Description cannot know whether what appears to it to be in itself is not a contingency. That which bears the mark of a confused, immature product so weak that it could barely develop beyond elementary indeterminateness cannot even claim to be described. Reason, then, seeks and analyzes the characteristic signs of things. It wishes no longer merely to describe, but also to classify. The object of knowledge now is the hierarchy of geniuses and species, which corresponds most closely to a science like ancient biology. The point is to reach a system of things such that simultaneously knowledge is possible through it and nature itself is expressed in it. There is an opposition between natural classifications and artificial classifications. On the one hand, characteristic signs must merely serve to enable knowledge to distinguish things from one another. But on the other hand, what is to be known is not the non-essential of things, but that through which they detach themselves from the universal continuity of being in general, split off from the other, and come to be for itself. It is not enough to count characteristics, as Linnaeus did, they must be weighed, as Jussieu did. We must note the primal continuity of being from which geniuses, species, and individualities detach themselves. The separation effected by knowledge may be artificial if it fails to reach being for itself, but what corresponds to it in nature is precisely the movement through which living beings pose themselves for themselves and in their specificity are contract opposed to the universe. The distinctive signs of animals, for example, are drawn from claws and teeth, for in fact not only does knowledge distinguish one animal from another in this way, but the animal itself thereby distinguishes and separates itself. It maintains itself for itself with these weapons, separate from the universal. The opposition between the universal and the specific, and more profoundly, at a different level, between the universe and the I, is the theme of Hegel's philosophy. It is the separation that must be overcome without either of the terms being swallowed up by the other. In its lowliest form, it already appears in the classification of living things. Animals rise to being for itself, plants only reach the threshold of individuality. And below the level of plants, distinction cannot be thought, for things matter, substantialized quality are lost in relation. What can be thought is no longer the separate term but the relation, and in this way we move from a science that seeks only to classify and to discover types and specific differences to a science of laws. The order of nature as an order of geniuses and species is an ideal order which nature does not realize. Observation, which kept these differences and these essentialities in good order and thought that in them it held something fixed and solid, sees its principles overlapping each other, sees transitions and confusions form, and sees what it had taken to be absolutely divided bound together and what it had taken to be bound together split apart. At a certain level, the animal kingdom and the vegetable kingdom merge, and reason's distinctions are no longer justified. Although for Hegel the science of living beings, of the organic, is not a science of the evolution of beings, his conception is not absolutely opposed to what later became the theory of evolution. We note the search for laws, which replaces classification, only in passé ng, for we have already discussed it with reference to understanding. Hegel returns here, at another level, to something he has already indicated. Understanding observes relations, not fixed determinations, it grasps the genuine nature of determinateness, which is to reveal itself as a moment in a process. The instinct of reason claims to discover law in experience, but in fact it destroys in law the random subsistence of actual sensuous reality. Sensuous determinations then appear as abstractions, they are meaningful only in relation to other sensuous determinations, and this relatedness constitutes the concept of the internal necessity of law. To be sure, observation thinks that it sets forth the law of coexistence or a random sequence. But it errs, as does the pure theoretician who does not move beyond what ought to be and contraposes the necessity of law to every experience. What is valid universally is in fact universally valid, what must be is in fact, and what merely ought to be but is not is completely void of truth. The manner in which laws are established by induction is clearly empirical and it leads to no more than a probability. But the notion of probability merely signifies as the imperfect way that truth is present for consciousness. Reason also knows the necessity of law, and the immediate universality found in experience leads to the universality of the concept. Stones fall not only because we have seen them fall but also because they are in a relation to the earth, which is expressed as weight. Sensuous universality is the sign of a necessity that reason elucidates in experience. Rather than purely and simply observing, reason experiments, that is, it purifies law and its moments so as to raise them to conceptual form. At first, positive electricity is manifested as the property of certain bodies, and negative electricity as the property of others. Thanks to experiments, which seem to immerse the concept ever more deeply in the sensuous, the moments of law are freed from adherence to particular domains and become what in the physics of Hegel's day were called matters, heat, electricity, etc. They lose their corporeality but they remain present. Thus pure law is freed from the sensuous, a sensuous that has been transformed by experiments. It is as if an experiment were a sensuous conception, an elaboration of the sensuous which reveals within it the necessity of the concept. It raises the concept, which had been submerged in being, and makes it appear as what it is, the dynamism of nature, rather than the static universal of description or classification. But this concept is concept. It is relation, but it is also unity, the return to itself from being other. In accordance with the outline consistently repeated in the Phenomenology, this unity within relation appears to consciousness as a new object, the organic. The organic is no longer law as the relation of terms which lose themselves in each other. It is law as the unity of a process which preserves itself in its becoming, other. Whereas law provided diversity within the concept, the organic, as finality or interiority, provides the unity of the concept without being able to express it in an exteriority or a genuine separation of the terms. 1I. Observation of the organic. The progressive development in the object corresponds to a progressive development in the consciousness that is conscious of the object. In the sensuous experience of the inorganic world, the necessity of law was not for itself but only in itself. But its being for itself was only the reflection of consciousness. Now, this reflection becomes the object of consciousness which, consequently, can rediscover itself therein. The organic is such an object. In the organic, Hegel says, the concept becomes for itself, it exists as concept. Thus, in the organic what had hitherto been merely our reflection exists. Inorganic nature does not truly reach self-sameness ipsite, the self, unless we consider a concrete totality such as the earth, which Hegel calls the universal individual. The essence of the inorganic thing is in fact a particular determination, which is why it becomes concept only in its connection to other things. But the thing does not preserve itself in that connection, it is only for same other, it does not reflect on itself in the process of relating to other things. Indeed, the inorganic is characterized by this absence of reflection. The living being is a relatively closed system, not because it hasn't endless interchanges with an external environment, but because it maintains itself within its very relation. An organic essence, all the determinations by means of which that essence is open to an other are bound to each other under the control of simple and organic unity. Thus the organic is necessity realized, and no longer merely the necessity of a relation for consciousness. It is absolute fluidity which dissolves within itself every determination. In the presence of this new object, which contains the prior development of consciousness, the instinct of reason continues its quest for laws, but the search proves vain. The first type of law that is possible is that which delineates the relations between organic being and its environment, between organic being and the inert elements of inorganic nature, air, water, climate, zones. These elements are particular determinations, and they lack reflection on themselves, that is, they present themselves as being for others. Organic being, by contrast, is perfectly reflected on itself, and thus it negates the determinations by means of which it comes to relate to these external elements. Yet the relation exists. There are in nature birds, fish, furry animals, and so on. The organic has the elemental being around it and also represents it in its own organic reflection. The contemporary term for what Hegel means is adaptation. The living individuality is adapted to its environment. It reflects that exteriority in its 9wn interiority. But adaptation is ambiguous on several counts. There is no truly necessary juncture between air and the wings of a bird, or between water and the shape of a fish. On the one hand, the variety of organic forms gives rise to numerous exceptions to the rules, or laws. On the other hand, the concept of the sea does not entail the concept of the structure of the fish, nor the concept of air the concept of the structure of birds. We come upon a contingency here, with regard to the concept of nature as Kant formulated it in the Transcendental Analytic. Adaptation is the living being's response to its environment, not a passive intake of the environment like the modification of fluid by the shape of the vase in which it is contained. In the Critique of Utgement, Kant had been struck by the contingency we see in living forms when we try to explain them via sequence of efficient causes. He had advanced a teleological explanation in order to remedy that contingency, but such an explanation is outside nature and derives not from determining judgment but from reflecting judgment. If, for example, we note the structure of a bird, we say that, according to the nexus effectivus in nature alone. In order to banish the contingency, the indeterminateness, that understanding discovers in nature, we must rise above the related terms. The concept, then, is presented as transcendent to nature as defined by Kant, the ensemble of phenomena governed by laws. The concept is no longer law but finality, the concept of goal, and this now is the new object of observing reason, an object which, apparently, it can encounter neither in nature, since it locates it beyond, nor within itself, since this object is its object. But Hegel, who follows Schelling here, and develops ideas that were in the Critique of Judgment, tries to show that the concept is immanent in organic nature, and that the goal, the end, is neither outside nature nor outside human understanding. But observing reason does not recognize the concept of goal in organic nature, it does not know that that concept is not somewhere else, in an understanding, but exists right here, as a thing. Nature is not just the world, a variety of sensations informed by an alien understanding, it is raised above finitude. It is, as Aristotle saw, an activity that is a goal for itself. According to Hegel, Kant was on the verge of considering it as such. Kant recognized that in and for itself it is possible that the mechanism of nature and the teleological technicisme of nature are one. This does not mean that nature is determined by an idea that stands contraposed to it, but rather that what according to the mechanism appears to be absolutely separate in an empirical linkage of necessity is, on the contrary, linked at the heart of an originary identity taken as the initial term and in an absolute manner. Although for Kant there is nothing impossible in this, it is merely a way of envisaging things. He holds to the view that nature is absolutely divided and that the activity of knowing nature is a purely contingent faculty of knowing, absolutely finite and subjective, which he calls the human faculty of knowing. He calls transcendent that rational knowing for which the organism, qua real reason, is the superior principle of nature and the identity of the universal and the particular. Kant admits the impossibility of explaining living nature without having recourse to teleology, but on the one hand finality is outside nature for him and is part of our subjective reflection, and on the other hand it is conceivable in itself only for an intuitive understanding that is not ours. If for Schelling, on the contrary, nature is a subject-object, it is not lacking in activity, it is a goal by itself. And it is the organic that realizes for consciousness the unconscious wisdom of the concept, the self-feeling that animal life reaches. But this self-feeling, this unconscious final ity of nature, is like a first reflection of self-conscious reason which in part will rediscover itself in it. What Hegel wants to show in his discussion of the concept of goal is that reason exists in organic nature, and that it exists imperfectly. When he summarizes this whole process somewhat further on, he writes: "The organic process is free only in itself, not for itself. The being for itself of its freedom enters the scene with the goal. In the goal, being for itself exists as another essence, as a self-conscious wisdom that is outside the process. Observing reason then turns toward that wisdom, toward spirit, the concept existing as univerality, or the goal existing as goal, and its own essence becomes its object. Point 8. Contradictions can be found in these expressions. Organic nature manifests an immanent finality, it is the goal in itself, unconscious wisdom, but simultaneously, in the concept of goal organic nature refers to another essence, spirit, which is self-conscious wisdom. Yet Hegel's thought is clear. He rejects a purely mathematical conception of nature like Newton's, and he criticizes Fichte's conception of a nature reduced simply to what stands contract opposed to spirit. But he also rejects Schelling's and Goethe's view of nature as a manifestation of genuine reason. Reason, which observes and which seeks itself, in part discovers itself in nature, but only in part. The philosophy of nature does not satisfy reason's need to think itself. What reason observes in nature is only a moment of itself. Nature always refers to spirit, as in the chapter on understanding life referred to self-consciousness. The theme that was merely broached at the level of life and the becoming aware of life is now dealt with at the level of the knowledge of nature. Hegel, who in his early works had dealt exclusively with human phenomena and had left the phenomena of organic life to one side, discovered his own dialectic in Schelling's philosophy of nature. He seems to have adopted that philosophy for a time, and the major part of the general philosophy was devoted to a search for the concept in Schelling's philosophy of nature. But Hegel gradually detached himself from that philosophy, and already in the Phenomenology he saw in nature the fall of the idea, a past of reason, rather than an absolute manifestation of reason. From then on, the philosophy of nature plays an essential role in Hegel's system, but a subordinate one. Nature will never be more than the other of spirit, and spirit will genuinely realize itself only in objective spirit, in human history, in art, religion, and philosophy. Hofmeister noted Hegel's evolution here, and he outlined Hegel's relation to Schelling on this point. 9 Schelling thinks nature directly, Hegel thinks nature through the knowledge of nature, which for him was the philosophy of nature of his time. Thus, Hegel's system would have been much the same even if that philosophy had been quite different, so long as it was not purely mechanistic. Nature, Novalis said, is a magical petrification of God, which in knowledge finds itself liberated. The conceptual character of Hegel's dialectic is due to Hegel's having reflected on the knowledge of nature rather than on nature itself. Goethe, whose thought was quite close to Hegel's at times, was indignant over Hegel's reduction of the development of nature to a logical dialectic. In a letter to Seebeck, written in 1812, he quoted the passage in the preface that deals with the succession of plant forms and commented that it is impossible to say anything more monstrous. But what Goethe did for nature, Hegel did for human history, which was his true field. In contrast to Schelling, then, Hegel sought to rediscover the concept, self-sameness, in nature. And, more than Schelling, he was led to note the qualitative differences in the realization of the concept, differences between organic and inorganic nature, and between vegetable and animal life. Whereas Schelling tried everywhere to find degrees of realizing one and the same intuition, Hegel was more sensitive to qualitative oppositions, especially to oppositions that have significance in the fields of the for itself and of human experience. Having at the beginning appeared to adopt Schelling's philosophy of nature, Hegel drew further and further away from it. Seeking to give nature a conceptual transparency, he abandoned it more and more to itself and saw in it the fall of the idea. He ended by limiting nature to its mere manifestation and its spirit to its apparent being. He gradually limited the broad ideas of ether, light, and fire to empirical phenomena, and excluded speculative analogies. Point 10 Nature then is posed as being for some other, and its own, spirituality disappears. The result is that in nature reason is contingent. This contingency finally overwhelms the expression of the concept in Hegel's view of nature. Nature is a contingent reason. And it appears as such in the overview Hegel reaches at the end of the chapter. But when we consider organic being, we discern in it the first realization of the concept, in the dot form of finality. Organic being is in fact the real goal, and it is its own end, preserving itself in its relation to others. It is precisely in natural essence that nature reflects itself in the concept, and that the moments that in necessity are posed externally to each other are gathered together into a unity. What we have here emerges not only as the result of necessity but because what emerges has returned into itself. The last thing to come, the result, is also the initial term that began the movement, and it presents itself to itself as the goal that it actually realizes. The organic does not produce anything, it merely preserves itself. What comes to be produced is already as much present as it is produced. This passage contains the crux of Hegel's thought on the teleological activity that the concept is, the self-production of self, the circular process in which the result emerges not only as a result but implies a first term which in the result becomes what it is. Necessity is no longer an external bond, it is the immanence of the self in its development, its self-sameness. Kant had already characteri plus ed natural objects as objective ends. But in order to call what we recognize as a product of nature a goal, more is needed, if that is not a contradiction. I should say at the outset that a thing exists as a natural goal if it is its own cause and its own effect. 11. The tree reproduces itself according to species and as an individual, with regard to the details of its organized parts, as though the whole were immanent in the parts and were their directing idea. But although Kant judged that such an archetypal understanding, which could go from the whole to the parts as well as from the parts to the whole, was possible, he denied that it was a possibility for humanity. But in that case, finality is for us merely an inevitable explanation, valid only cat L1v. This development of the self, this mediation of the immediate, is no doubt the fundamental intuition of Hegelianism. A number of familiar philosophical formulas, some to be found in Aristotle, help us to get a sense of the conception of the self, the concept, which Hegel made the cornerstone of his philosophy. In all cases, life, and the living things that are its expression realize in nature the still immediate form of the concept. Thus we see how the instinct of reason discovers itself in life. That instinct rediscovers itself here, but it fails to recognize itself in what it discovers. The concept of the goal, to which serving reason rises, is present as an actual reality, as the organic in nature. Simultaneously, actual reality is the concept of which we are cognizant. But observing reason does not attain itself, because what it sees immediately is only an external relation. The related terms the living individual and his environment, or organs in their reciprocal relation, are immediately independent. But their activity has a meaning other than its meaning for sensuous perception. Here already we see the guile of reason, of which Hegel will write more profoundly with regard to history. Necessity lies hidden in what is happening, it reveals itself only at the end. What the organic reaches in the movement of its activity is itself. There is only an apparent difference between what it is and what it seeks. Thus, it is the concept itself. Self-consciousness is constituted in the same manner. Thus, it finds nothing in the observation of organic nature but this essence, it discovers itself as a thing, as a life. But, split into consciousness of the other and self-consciousness, it finds both goal and thing but fails to see the one in the other. For it, the goal immediately falls outside the thing and implies an understanding. And since at the same time the goal is objective, present to self-consciousness as a thing, it eludes self-consciousness and appears to it to have its meaning in another understanding. Thus, the instinct of reason cannot see reason itself in organic life. This entire development is a critique of Kantianism, which recognizes the reality of goals in nature but separates the end from the real and refers the teleological explanation to an understanding that is not ours. Nature, then, is not apprehended as a first reflection of reason. Spirit that is cognizant of itself can recognize itself in nature and return to it. Only this reconciliation of spirit with concept is its true deliverance and redemption. The idea of the philosophy of nature is this liberation of spirit from the yoke of matter and of necessity. The goal of these lectures has been to offer an idea of nature and to oblige that Proteus spirit to reveal itself in its genuine form, to rediscover in the whole world the image of ourselves, to show in nature the free reflection of spirit, in a word, to recognize God in his immediate and sensuous existence rather than in the spirit's intimate contemplation. Point 13. Exterior and interior. Observation has turned from inorganic things, which have shown themselves to be moments of a process, terms of a law, to organic being, in which nature is reflected on itself. This reflection on itself of nature is the existence of the concept, which hitherto was the link among the moments of the law. This is why it grasps genuine necessity in the living being, and that necessity offers itself to it as a new object, the concept of goal, or finality. We saw how Kant recognized this finality in living nature but was nonetheless unable to think it through within nature and had to transcend both nature and human understanding in order to realize the concept of a goal. Understanding carries out a projection out of nature through thing as if, but this transcendence is rejected by the new observation, which however maintains Kant's opposition between actual reality and the concept, seeking only to give it a form compatible with its own manner of proceeding. Indeed, observation seeks the moments in the form of being and of permanence, and since organic totality essentially consists in not containing these moments in static form nor allowing them to be found within it, consciousness transforms the opposition into an opposition that conforms to its point of view. Kant separated the concept of goal from actual reality, finality from the organism given in nature. Now, in a new attitude of observing reason, one of the terms will appear to observation as the interior and the other as the exterior. Observing reason now seeks a new kind of law, which can be formulated as follows: the exterior is the expression of the interior. It may appear overly scrupulous to follow the development of Hegel's thought here, for his critique is directed at a philosophy of nature that is no longer ours. He lengthily and even ponderously dwells on what he considers the errors of the science of his time, and it is difficult for a contemporary reader to follow him. Yet our task would not be completely fulfilled if we failed to try to explain at least in a general way the significance this critique has for him and to justify, if possible, the space he devoted to it in the Phenomenology. Let us once again note the sequence of the objects of observing reason, each of which results from, and condenses, the experience that precedes it. Laws established by understanding as the relation among inorganic matters present their immanent unity in the organic. Grasped as the universal concept, as finality, they are cut off from the concrete activity of the organism. The two terms are then envisaged as two concrete, observable realities, the interior and the exterior. The interior is no longer a supersensuous substratum of nature, it has become observable in its own right. The interior, as such, must have an exterior being and a figure, just as the exterior as such does. Indeed, the interior itself is an object, it is posed as existing, and as present for observation. The interior is the concept of organic life, given to observing reason. The exterior is that same life in the element of being, as an ensemble of living forms, or as anatomical systems. This external presence of the interior may indeed appear paradoxical, but it results from the attitude of observation, which wishes to find its object as a given object. Let us, then, accept this new opposition and see where it leads. The interior is the organic concept, but observation, unable to examine it as a concept, fails to grasp it in an adequate form. The interior presents itself in the universal form of the three moments that Kielmeyer and, later, Schelling distinguished in organic being, sensitivity, reactivity, and reproduction. In the REA's philosophy of R803-4 and in that of R805-6, Hegel especially emphasized these moments. They are the three moments of the concept of organic being, a being which is its own end, and they result from this autofinality. The living being is reflected on itself, it dissolves inorganic being in its universal fluidity. This is the moment of sensitivity, which already heralds the theoretical function. But if the living being were only reflected on itself, it would be dead being and pure passivity. It is also turned toward the other, and that capacity for action, or reaction, is what is called its reactivity and what will later be the practical function. These two properties are moments of the concept, and each exists through the other. Their conceptual contraposition is qualitative. The complete organic being reflects itself in its action on others and acts in its own reflection. Thus, the dialectical unity of sensitivity and reactivity is reproduction. Reproduction is the action of the total organism reflected on itself, it is its activity as goal in itself, or as genus, an activity in which the individual repels himself away from himself, and either duplicates his organic parts by engendering them, or reproduces the whole individual. Assimilation and the production of self by self take on their full meaning only in the movement of generation, a movement essential to life and basic to Hegel's whole philosophy of life. The living individual, as he is presented in the Jena Arias philosophy, is the universal in relation to the inorganic elements of which he is the unconscious conception. He thus poses himself for himself and preserves himself. But that self-preservation is simultaneously universal, and the living individual transcends himself in the process of generation. He is himself through being universal, through being life rather than this or that particular living being. That is why after having assimilated inorganic being, the living individual, as infant idea, behaves toward himself as though he were the other, he splits himself and opposes himself in a diversity that is concretely realized in the diverity of the sexes. The idea of organic individuality is genus, universality. It is infinitely an other for itself, and in that being other it is itself. The individual is the idea, and he exists only as the idea, thus the individual is marked by the contradiction between being the idea and at the same time being something other than the idea. 14 Hence the living individual is an impulse never satisfied. He always goes beyond himself to the suppression of his own determinateness, which culminates in the cycle of generations. In his philosophy of nature, and especially in his philosophy of the organic, Hegel, despite his conceptual ponderousness, sometimes rises to a profound view of life. For example, in this idea of the inseparability of the individual and the genus, or in the idea of illness, according to which the universal is manifested to the living being inside himself in such a way that man is posed as the sick animal. 15 But in the Phenomenology, Hegel is less concerned with a conceptual philosophy of nature than with a critique of the manner in which observing reason takes up the moments of the concept. Instead of being viewed as moments of a dialectic, sensitivity, reactivity, and reproduction are taken as observable general properties whose laws are to be sought. One of these laws results from a comparison between sensitivity and reactivity. According to it, these vary in inverse proportion to each other. Hegel strives at great length to demonstrate the meaninglessness of such a law. Since reactivity and sensitivity are two moments of the concept of the organic, they correspond to each other as do positive and negative numbers, or the two poles of a magnet. Their relation is a qualitative one, and when it is expressed in a quantitative form we reach a tautology, and organic being itself is lost sight of. The qualitative opposition that is characteristic of them thus enters the realm of magnitude. And then laws come into being such as that according to which sensitivity and reactivity vary inversely in magnitude, or, to formulate it more appropriately, taking magnitude itself as the content, the magnitude of something increases when its smallness diminishes. Hegel's critique here is a critique of the category of quantity and, more specifically, of Schelling's philosophy which, according to Hegel, was unable to think qualitative oppositions and tried to find, in the form of powers and degrees, one and the same absolute intuition in all of reality. Quantity is random. Determination. To express the real quantitatively is to efface qualitative oppositions, to banish the concept in favor of random difference, and hence to stop at homogeneous identity which cannot internally distinguish and oppose itself. Hegel's conceptual and dialectical philosophy is opposed to a mathematical philosophy of the real not only in the sense of Newton, but even in that of Schelling, who sacrificed qualitative diversity to the powers of absolute intuition. In the preface to the Phenomenology, Hegel emphasized the non-conceptual nature of mathematics, for what is dead and cannot move on its own cannot reach the differentiation of essence, or opposition, the essential disparity. Neither, therefore, can it reach the transition from one position to another, qualitative and immanent movement, auto-movement. Indeed, mathematics considers only magnitude, the inessential difference. Far from wishing to understand nature with the help of differences in magnitude, Hegel sometimes tries to introduce conceptual difference into mathematics itself. What splits up space into its dimensions and determines the bond among them and in them is the concept. But mathematics leaves this out of account. For example, it does not consider the relation of line to surface, and when it compares the diameter of a circle to its circumference it comes up against their incommensurability, a genuinely conceptual relation, an infinite which is beyond the grasp of mathematical determination. We may be surprised that Hegel's critique is directed not only against Newton but also against Schelling, whose philosophy of nature we generally think of as qualitative. But in fact, Schelling was unable to deal with quality because he had not managed to express it dialectically or conceptually, which means the same thing for Hegel. He stopped at a fundamental intuition of reason and of nature and failed to conceptualize genuine differences as conceptual differences in nature. Thus, as a philosophy of powers and not of the concept, his philosophy of nature remained a philosophy of random difference, of magnitude. The passages of the Phenomenology under discussion here are especially difficult to understand because of the diversity of Hegel's intentions in them. On the one hand, he follows the path that progressively leads observing reason from the observation of inorganic things to the observation of the whole of nature and then to the observation of self-consciousness itself. On the other hand, he shows the imperfect character of observation, which fixes in being that which it observes and reduces becoming to a permanent reality. Hegel also uses this criticism to denounce the errors of a certain philosophy of nature, perhaps even of any philosophy of nature that claims that it can express the absolute adequately in nature. In fact, laws relating sensitivity and reactivity as distinct terms prove hollow, because those moments are not distinct but are only moments of a concept. Similarly, laws claiming to draw a correspondence between these organic moments of the interior and exterior anatomical systems would also be hollow. We might think of linking sensitivity in general with the nervous system, reactivity with the muscular system, and reproduction with the organs of reproduction, that is, link organic functions with anatomical organs. But the major organic functions go beyond particular systems and are not delimited in the way that portions of exteriority are, given that the organic is in itself the universality or sal, Its essence consists rather in having these moments in an equally universal form in actual reality, that is, in having them as a process imbuing everything, not in giving an image of the universal in an isolated thing. Moreover, anatomy considers only cadavers, not living beings. And it is physiology that allows anatomy to delimit its systems, not the reverse. If we cease to consider organs as parts of a whole, we strip them of their specific being, their organic being. Thus, the law that observing reason claimed to have reached, that the exterior is the expression of the interior, is shown to be inaccessible by virtue of the very nature of the organic. Organic being does not present distinct aspects which can or respond to each other, each of its parts is caught up in the movement of its resolution. The whole/of organic being is movement and transition from one determination to another, it is already concept, not thing. For this reason, the establishment of laws even of the kind the exterior expresses the interior is no longer possible. Hegel explains this impossibility at greater length when he again discovers the meaning of law. In establishing these laws, understanding was itself the transition from one determination to another. When it moved from the universal to the specific, from essence to exteriority, it contained movement. But that movement, which is the movement of knowledge, has now become an object for it. What understanding sees in life is the movement of knowledge in its universality. The moments of law are no longer congealed determinations, they change immediately into each other. Organic unity cannot be split up into isolated determinations. For this reason, understanding speaks only of an expression of the interior by the exterior, an expression which leaves content unchanged and culminates in a formal distinction, that is, in a distinction without a difference. Understanding has grasped the very thought of law here, whereas previously it had only sought laws whose moments rose up before it with specific co-entent. In The Real Philosophy, Hegel wrote, somewhat more obscurely, life cannot be conceived on the basis of an other than it is knowledge itself existing. Knowledge allows itself through itself and not through something else, and we come to allow the organic precisely when we allow that it is that unity, knowledge existing. 16. The movement of knowledge is itself a life, and life is the existence of knowledge. What observing reason contemplates in the transcendence of law is itself as an object in the form of life. Yet when observation wishes to discover laws at any cost, it obliterates conceptual differences and returns to random differences, to numerical series. These numerical series, the hierarchy of living beings which, according to Schelling, corresponded to the degree of the development of organic forces, lead us to examine in its own right the exterior of the organic. Point 17. That exterior is the system of life organized itself in the element of being. This system gives rise to a multitude of living beings, ranging from the least differentiated to the most fully developed. If previously the interior was the movement of the concept, it is now the particular interior of the exterior. On the one hand, the living being is for others, it faces outward, on the other hand, it is reflected on itself. Actual organic essence is the middle term which connects the being for itself of life with the exterior in general, being in itself. But this being for itself is infinite unity which lacks content and so assumes content in the exterior figure which appears as the process of that exterior figure. That negative unity is also the substance of all living beings. This concept, or this pure free DOM, is a unique and identical life even though the figure, being for another, can sometimes play many different kinds of games. There is no necessary connection between this pure life, the substance of the multiplicity of living forms, and the living forms themselves. The river of life is indifferent to the nature of the wheels that it turns. Hence, the multiplicity of living forms can be related to the unity of life only in a random way. Living beings can be subsumed under life in general by means of numbers. Number is the middle term of the figure that joins indeterminate light to the actually real light. It is simple like the first and determinate like the second. What exists in the interior as number must be expressed by the exterior as a multifarious actual reality, as a kind of light, as color, etc., in general, as the total multitude of the differences that develop in M3-T station. Universal life expresses itself in the series of figures only in contingent form. Life, Hegel writes further on, does not have a genuine history. To be sure, Schelling had tried to view the series of living beings as the progressive development of one and the same life. But the quantitative gradation through which a number Br, a power of life, is held to correspond to differences present in exteriority neglects qualitative phenomena, conceptual difference, which, moreover, cannot adequately be expressed in terms of such an externalized life. The essential point, to which Hegel returns in his final view of nature, is that a philosophy of life cannot be a philosophy of the concept. Only consciousness has a history, only consciousness presents the genus, the concept for itself. Only the phenomenology of spirit could be written, not a phenomenology of life, which would only have culminated in random differences. Hegel is condemning a philosophy of life such as Bergson later developed in his Creative Evolution, and in opposition to such a philosophy he elaborated, in 1807, a philosophy of consciousness and of spirit. \VE should note in passing that Hegel cannot be faulted for ignoring empirical sciences, he is interested only in the meaning of those sciences, in what they signify for philosophy. In rising to the concept of goal, observing reason had glimpsed the finality in life as the meaning of life. But although this meaning is present in organic vitality, it refers to consciousness, which alone MWIFests it. Similarly, nature as a whole can present to reason only an inconsistent reflection of itself. Before gathering all this knowledge about nature into a global view, Hegel returns to inorganic nature. Indeed, observation of the organic as exteriority is itself a return to inorganic nature. In considering inorganic nature, we can try to form a series of bodies according to a continuous gradation. Schelling, for example, had attempted to formulate an ideal genesis of inorganic bodies according to the relation of their specific weight to other properties. But this attempt too was fruitless, the attempt to find series of bodies which, through a law that related two simply paralleled aspects, would express the essential nature of those bodies must be considered a thought that knows neither its proper task nor the means of carrying it out. Schelling distinguished specific weight from other properties. Specific weight, weight divided by volume, expresses a certain degree of filling up space. In Kant's philosophy of nature this filling up is envisaged dynamically. Instead of a homogeneous matter with emptinesses that would explain the apparent diversity of things, Kant thought of fullness as a dynamic degree. The specific weight of a body, then, in relation to general gravitation valid for all bodies, would express the being for itself of that body, its interiority. But this interiority offers itself up to observation and is one property among others. It is measured and expressed as a number. Thus, one could try to classify bodies according to their specific weight, attempting to draw a correspondence between the essential property that expresses their being for itself and the multitude of their other properties. One of these other properties appears to be especially important, cohesiveness, that is, the resistance bodies put up to external modification. If the density of a body constitutes its being for itself, its cohesiveness constitutes its being for itself in being other. Density, thus, is analogous to sensitivity and cohesiveness is analogous to reactivity. But unlike living beings, inorganic bodies do not preserve themselves in alteration. Hence, cohesiveness is merely a common property, the degree of a body's resistance to modification. In inorganic being, all these properties are juxtaposed and indifferent to each other. This disconnect multiplicity contradicts the possibility of a genuinely conceptual comparison of bodies. Thus any ideal genesis of bodies according to which their specific weight would correspond to other, multiple, and changeable, properties appears impossible. Thus, interior and exterior present themselves differently in organic and in inorganic being. In the case of inorganic being, the interior is one property among others. In the case of organic being, the interior, being for itself, is in itself universal, it is genus, the unity of being for itself and negativity. Thus, the organic does not present its being for itself, its specificity, in the element of being, yet in that element that specificity is in itself universal. The living being does not show its essence as an external determination, it transcends all determinations, it is life, that is, universal specificity. Nevertheless, this universal specificity is not developed in life in its own right. It is present in life only in the negative movement that transcends all determinations. Universal life, the genus, is expressed in specific living beings who are genus not for themselves but only in itself. Conversely, although the whole of inorganic nature, envisaged as a whole, constitutes a universal individu, it lacks living specificity. Caught between these extremes, the genus, which specifies itself in species, and earth, the universal individual which acts on him, the specific individual, is only an imperfect expression of life. He is not yet the consciousness which contains all these moments and develops them within himself, not yet the consciousness which alone is universal specificity for itself. In this manner, life as universal manifests itself either as the interior of the living being, without a means of expression proper to it, as the process of the living being's life which finally negates that being in the uninterrupted production of other living beings, or as a multiplicity of formal species. If the universal preserved its moments within itself and presented them in a dialectical development as the self-transcendence of self, it would be the concrete universal, human consciousness. But such is not the case with the phenomenon of life. Life is realized outside the genus in distinct species, and this specification culminates in numerical gradations. But these species themselves depend on the terrestrial environment. Earth modifies the organization of living beings, an organization which thus results from a double process. This activity of the genus becomes a completely limited enterprise to which the genus can give an impulsion only within these powerful earthly elements, and which, interrupted everywhere by their unchecked violence, is shot through with gaps and failures. On the one hand, there is the series which the genus tries to establish outside itself in the element of indifferent being, in the form of particular species; on the other, the continuous action of the external environment, and in between, the specific living being, which in itself is a universal but which presents that unity only in the movements of its life, in an ever-renewed development, and does not come to be universal, the unity, for its own self. Life has no history, it dashes immediately from its universal to the specificity of Dasein, and the moments that are united in that actual reality produce development as a contingent movement. Thus, reason, which seeks to discover itself in nature, manages only to view itself as life in general. It finds traces of the concept and beginnings of laws everywhere, but we always remain at the stage of the intentions of nature. A philosophy of nature stops either with the ineffable intuition of life as a whole, or with a multiplicity of living beings and of reciprocally external species. Unlike the life of spirit, organic life is not a history that unites specificity and universality in a universal specificity. And for this reason, the instinct of reason which seeks itself in being must move from the observation of organic nature to the observation of human self-consciousness. Reason observes the world in order to justify the still instinctive conviction that the world expresses it, and thus it is led from object to object. The instinct of reason is the basis of the empirical sciences which are gradually constituted by moving from nature to man. But this empiricism, which gives the empty mind mean vitae a positive content, is vitiated by the attitude it adopts. Reason observes, that is, it immobilizes and congeals the content that it claims to grasp. Observation is not knowledge itself, and it does not know knowledge. On the contrary, it reverses the nature of knowledge by attributing to it the figure of being. It vainly seeks an image of the universal in an isolated thing, and it therefore fails to understand both life and thought. The higher observing reason rises, the more it misses its object. Description and the classification of things correspond to a certain logic of being which is adequate to elementary existence. But the logic of essence and that of the concept transcend observation. We should conceive rather than describe, we should grasp the movement of intelligence in content itself, grasp the production and not the product. But by its very nature, the movement of intelligence eludes observation. Observing reason is itself this movement necessity when it sets forth laws of nature, the moments of which are simultaneously things and abstractions. But although it is the movement, that movement is not for it. It itself is the concept of the determinate things that form the terms of the law, but only when it considers organic life does that necessity become for it a specific object. But in becoming an object, organic life congeals for observation. Its principle becomes that the exterior expresses the interior, a principle whose hollowness is most clearly evident in the observation of human individuality. In this domain a speciali, we see that interior and exterior cannot be regarded as two congealed determinations at once identical and distinct. We shall gauge the ambiguity of the verb to express, which replaces the relation among the various moments of the law, and we shall see that to pose here an interior for itself and there an exterior equally for itself is illusory. Hegel denounces the unacceptable consequences of this principle in his discussion of physiognomy and phrenology, two sciences that were much in vogue in his time. Before dwelling at length on the studies of the expression of human individuality and of the correspondence between the movement of self-consciousness 3-11d the shape of the skull, Hegel briefly discusses logic and psychology. He criticizes them severely albeit briefly. We may well be surprised by the purely negative character of this analysis, as well as by its brevity. For there seems to be a disproportion between the lengthy analyses of organic science and of Killmeyer's law and the no less lengthy analyses of physiognomy and phrenology on the one hand and the very short discussion devoted to the laws of thought and to the observation of active consciousness on the other. It has been said that when Hegel was writing this chapter he did not yet know the precise scope of his introduction to speculative philosophy. If the phenomenology had been meant to end with individual reason, with the observation of inorganic and organic nature, it would have led to a speculative logic that would have appeared at the same time as the preface, in which case it would have sufficed, for the purpose of announcing a new logic, to point out the inability of observation to understand reason. It suffices, Hegel wrote, to have indicated in a general way the invalidity of what are called the jaws of thou ht. A more precise argument would pertain to speculative philosophy, in which such laws are seen for what they truly are, that is, as specific vanishing moments, whose truth is merely the whole of the TLLLNKG movement, and is knowledge itself. 1. We can only make plausible conjectures about the process of composing the phenomenology, but it would seem that Hegel progressively became aware of the scope of his introduction to science and that it was perhaps in spite of his original plan that that introduction became a totality of spiritual phenomena and not merely a negative critique that would lead straightway to a logic and to speculative philosophy in general. Be that as it may, Hegel presents his critique of a logic that considers the laws of pure thought or general concepts in isolation and fails to discern in them moments of the unity of thought, as though his own logic were to follow directly and replace the false conception of pure thought with a new conception of the logos. 2. Similarly, Hegel's critique of psychology, the study of acting self-consciousness, appears to herald a new philosophy of spirit in which the dialectical development of the faculties of spirit would be considered, rather than these faculties being taken in isolation. Psychology ought at least to be surprised that so many contingent and heterogeneous things can jointly exist in spirit, as though in a sack, all the more as these things reveal themselves not as inert and dead things but as restless and unstable processes. 3. This chapter seems indeed to suggest that Hegel wished to replace a formal, inorganic logic with his ontological logic and to replace a psychology that remained empirical with a philosophy of spirit. But, caught up in his own argument, he was led to show in the phenomenology itself how individual observing reason becomes practical reason and how individual practical reason becomes meaningful only through a common task which transcends individuality in a community of self-consciousnesses. Thus Hegel moved, almost inevitably, from reason to spirit, developing the introduction to absolute knowledge at considerable length and including in it an entire philosophy of spirit. The transition from life to self-consciousness effected by ob-serving reason is a crucial transition in Hegel's philosophy. We have already studied this transition with reference to self-consciousness and the genesis of the concept. We return to it in discussing the impossibility of reason grasping itself in life. Life exists only through the living beings who are examples of universal life. In them, the concept, the genus, or the movement of generation does not yet exist for itself. Living beings are born, they develop, they reproduce, and they die. And this movement of generation is repeated indefinitely, as monotonous as it is profound. The processes of self-preservation and generation merge, for the specific living being affirms itself at the expense of the universal only by negating every determination, including that thanks to which it itself is a particular form. The specific individual poses himself as a living being by transcending himself and annihilating himself. But this transcendence, which is evident in the case of illness, when one organic element fixes on itself and isolates itself from the total process of life, does not here exist for itself. Death, instead of being the absolute form of negativity, the negation of the negation rejoining the universal in its authentic specificity, is a natural, and not a spiritual, negation. Only self-consciousness is the concept existing as concept, the genus as such, the unity of being for itself and pure negativity. The genus is presented as pure thought, but observation is unable to apprehend this unity of universality and specificity, the living truth of form that transcends all its moments by showing their inadequacy and their abstractness. Thus, this negativity of form appears to observing consciousness when it considers acting human individuality, which is for itself in such a way that it suppresses off-het being other, and its actual reality is its intuition of itself as the negative. But observation stands facing individuality and watches it act. If it limits itself to describing and classifying individual behavior, it misses its object, which, in the specific self-consciousness, is always universal spirit. To apprehend distinct and concrete individualities in such a way as to describe one man as having an inclination to this and another as having an inclination to that is much less interesting than enumerating the species of insects or mosses. For since these species belong essentially to contingent specification, they allow observation to take them in this specific way and without concept. But to take conscious individuality spiritlessly and as a specific phenomenon in the element of being is to contradict the fact that the essence of human individuality is the universality of spirit. Hence, observation must try to grasp conscious individuality as the expression of universal spirit, that is, as the expression of its world, which is a spiritual world. How does an individual become what it is, if not by reflecting within itself the social milieu, the religion, the mores of its time, and the particular historic 3J situation in which it is placed? On the one hand there is the environment, being in itself, and on the other, individual being for itself. But such a separation is ambiguous. Individually does not mirror the world passively, it transforms it as Napoleon did, for example. The two moments that observation distinguishes are so closely merged that to explain great men by their environment, as Taine did, is in fact to explain nothing. The world that acts on a determinate individuality is not the world in itself but the world as it is for that particular individual The world that acts on us is already our world, we see it through ourselves. And we can come to know an individual's world only if we begin with that individual. We can specify an influence only if we know the person who undergoes it, and thereby determines it. In order to act on an individual, the world must already have particularized itself and it must present itself as the world of this individual. The individual's world can be conceived only by starting with the individual himself. There is no being in itself that can be distinguished from the action of this negativity insofar as it appears in the action of an individuality, in its behavior vis-a-vis being other. This behavior consists in adapting oneself to that being other or adapting the being other to oneself. The psychological problem here is that of the relations of an individuality to the world. The individual. The individual is what his world is. but the world is what moves the individual. It follows from this that psychological necessity is a phrase so empty that it is entirely possible that what must have exercised that influence could just as well not have done so. Instead of considering being in itself and being for itself in their separateness, the unity of the two terms, the spiritual world and individuality, must be grasped. Reason is then led to observe individuality no longer as a reflection of the putatively given environment, but as a concrete whole in its own right. How can human individuality be observed both in its originality and in its universality? Hegel envisages this problem at length in his discussion of physiognomy and phrenology. Physiognomy and phrenology. We may well be surprised by the length of the discussion Hegel devotes to the pseudo-sciences of physiognomy and phrenology. But we must not ignore the importance that their contemporaries attributed to the work of Lavater and of Gall. Lavater had published, in Leipzig in 1775-78, his Physiognomische Fragment zur Beforderung der Menschenkenntnis und die Menschenliebe, which Lichtenberg soon criticized. Gall had not yet written when Hegel was writing the Phenomenology, but he was already known, for he had traveled from city to city in an attempt to spread his doctrine and in the process had given rise to certain scandals. Some time after Hegel, Kant rather uncritically adopted Gall's principal theses. Hegel, by contrast, put forward in 1807 a stringent and judicious critique of these principles, if one a bit ponderous and tedious for our taste. We should note that the problem is more general than we might think at first. What is in question, in fact, is the relation between spiritual individuality and its most immediate Expresssion, the body. In many passages in this chapter Hegel poses the problem of the relation between body and soul in an original manner, and it is in this that we are interested. Observation, then, no longer bears on nature in general or on life but on the human individual, the self. It tries to ascertain the laws of the objective knowledge of that individuality. It has been shown that determination of individuality by the environment in general, the physical environment or especially the spiritual environment. The observation of human individuality /265 is impossible. Yet this relation between the individual and his human environment had been taken as the basis of the law of individuality, though what was important was not so much the environment as the individual's basic disposition to accept or reject this or that influence. The problem Hegel now poses is logically that of the basic nature of individuality. Does something of this sort exist, and can the self be reduced to a nature that it has not itself created? 6. We must recall that the attribute of observation presupposes the fixation, the internalization, of what is observed. Thus, observation cannot know action qua action. It only discovers action's manifestation in the element of being. When it considers action, it interprets it as an interiority which must find its expression in a fixed and given product. Ever since the discussion on the observation of life, the fundamental theme has remained the exterior expressing the interior. Observation here seeks the visible presence of invisible spirit. Now the body is the exterior of individuality on two counts. It expresses the basic nature of the individual, that which he himself has not made 7 and that by virtue of which he is a being in itself with innate aptitudes and functions. It also expresses the being for itself of the individual, what he is and does qua acting consciousness. The body is the expression of both the innate and the acquired. This being, the body of determinate individuality, is the basic characteristic of that individuality, that which it itself has not made. But since at the same time the individual is only what he has made, his body is also the expression of himself as engendered by him, as well as a sign that he has not remained an immediate thing. But it is a sign in which the individual offers to knowledge only what he is insofar as he brings his primordial nature into play. The opposition between the in itself and the for itself is thus transposed at the very heart of individuality to an opposition between its particular nature and the active putting into play of that nature. The body is the total expression of given and acting individuality, what it is for others. Hegel first shows that strictly speaking the organ qua organ is purely a transition, an action that realizes itself, and that as transition alone it is not susceptible to being observed. Exterior ity then lies in realized action, in speech, or in deed, but these acts in turn lie in the element of being. Either the individual recognizes himself absolutely in them, in which case they are only interior, or he refuses to recognize himself in them. Thus, observation neglects the accomplished act, which either says too much or too little, and tries to know the individual subject who has accomplished it. At this point, the bodily organs take on new signification. They are not merely the moments of a transition but are also present for the observer, they are being for others, and they offer themselves as the middle term between pure interiority and pure exteriority. The hand is the organ of labor, but it can also be considered as presenting within itself the structure of labor, the individual traits that correspond to innate dispositions or acquired habits. Thus we would be able to read the individual's destiny in his hand, knowing a man without needing to consider the entirety of his life as a whole. The hand is the animated craftsman of his destiny. One can say that it is what man does. But one need not stop with the hand. The voice, too, can be studied, as can handwriting, and so on. Such observation of individual interior ity in the form of the body leads us directly to Lavater's physiognomy. The organs are considered no longer as channeling action but as facial traits which by themselves accomplish nothing exterior but rather express the individual's opinion about his own action. These traits directly express individuality's reflection on itself. They allow man to be known not insofar as he acts, but insofar as he has an intimate opinion about his action. They are the external trace of the most profound interiority. Thus the individual is not silent in his external activity and in his relation to it. For he is simultaneously reflected in himself, and he externalizes that reflection. The individual's theoretical activity, or his discourse with himself about his own activity, is also intelligible to others, for that discourse is itself an externalization. We can see on a person's face whether he means what he says and does. Hegel criticizes this physiognomy on two counts. In the first place, he criticizes the contingency of the correspondence between the individuality's intentions and its multiple facial traits. The language of expression can dissimulate as well as convey thought. The interior becomes indeed the invisible made visibly, but it is not necessarily bound to a specific appearance. For convention plays a part in expression, and one can even learn a method of deceiving others. Hegel's second criticism is more profound, for in addition to physiognomy it condemns a whole conception of individual psychology. In his indiscriminate love for mankind, Lavater claimed to reach the most hidden intentions, those which are not actually realized in action. Thus, observation takes the completed act as an inessential exterior and the subject's own conjecture about his action as the essential interior. Of the two aspects that practical consciousness includes, intention and accession, observation chooses the first as the true interior. That interior putatively has its more or less inessential externalization in the accomplished act and its genuine externalization in its own bodily shape. What the readers of Werther wanted, and what Lavater provided them with, was a study of sentiment, a study of the individual soul fully reflected on itself and far from any act that might betray it. But does such a psychology have any meaning? The individual makes conjectures about his own actions. He may have an opinion about himself that differs from what he is, if by what he is we mean what he actually does. And in a natural physiognomy we already spontaneously make conjectures about intentions on the basis of facial movements. Can such a relation of two conjectures give rise to laws, or does it show itself to be as arbitrary as the starting point of such a study? 1T is not the criminal, the thief, that is to be known but the capacity to be one. An accomplished act has a universal character, it is a crime, a theft, a good deed. But intentions, the individual's conjectures about himself, are infinitely more subtle as are all the conjectured details of facial traits. We are no longer in being but in the act of aiming at the this. A psychology of this kind is forever lost in an infinity of nuances, nuances which are never adequate for stating the interior as such. This conjectured interior is ineffable and inexpressible by its very nature. The pure interior is malleable, infinitely determinable, it transcends its false indeterminateness only through action. This false infinity is annihilated in the accomplished act. We can say what an act is. It is a this, and its being is not merely a sign but the thing itself. It is a this and the individual man is what the act is. Any other psychology would merely be a psychology of the imagination, engendering subtle and inexhaustible inventions. Similarly, it is in action that man transcends his body, considered as an immobile structure, as the indefinitely interpretable indication of what may or might be. An observation of man that limits itself to this false interior and this immediate exterior negates human reality, that man must recognize and rediscover himself. To be sure, individuality, entrusting itself to the objective element, accepts being altered or reversed when it becomes a product. But what constitutes the nature of action is that it can be either an actually real being which maintains itself, or merely an intended action which vanishes without leaving a trace. In criticizing physiognomy as a science, Hegel does not so much deny the resemblance that may exist between expression and the individual soul as attack the claim that one can know man by analyzing his intentions, without respect to deeds and actions. What is wrong is observing reason's practice of isolating exterior and interior, and then claiming that they correspond. But such a correspondence cannot rectify the initial error, which was to pose a pure exterior and a pure interior each distinct in its own right. Qua object, the body is an abstract exteriority, the individual soul, qua inactive subject, reflected far from its action in the world, cannot be grasped. It is indeed the case here that the interior is immediately the exterior and vice versa. But observing reason does not suspect that this dialectic exists. With phrenology, observing reason discovers its error. This false science reveals, better than physiognomy did, the impasse in which observing reason is caught. The skull with its bumps and its depressions is not a sign that expresses conscious individuality, it is a pure thing. Yet in this thing observing reason claims to discover the particular exteriority of spirit. Although the absurdity of physiognomy was not evident to every one, that of phrenology is manifest. The instinct of reason presents the result of all its research in the form of an infant judgment, the reality of spirit is a bone. Of course, this judgment tries to mask its own absurdity from itself by advancing various pseudo-scientific considerations. Cerebral fibers are spoken of, spiritual activity is made to respond to areas of the brain and these areas are said more or less to act on the cranium. Little thought is needed to see that these explanations are unintelligible. Why should a highly developed spiritual activity express itself in a more extended area of the brain, which in turn determines the shape of the skull? 9 Such quantitative considerations are meaningless. Of course, although forced to abandon the attempt to understand, we do not give up all representations of a relation. Observation needs but consider experience, it notes a connection between a spiritual faculty and a cranial bump in the way that the housewife notes that it always rains when she does the laundry. In doing so, observation is guided by its instinct, according to which the exterior must express the interior, and also by analogy to animal skulls, although it is hardly possible for us to put ourselves in the animal's place and judge what psychological being corresponds to the cranial structure we observe. In order to establish T.'s factual correspondence through experience, it is necessary to break down the spirit into ossified faculties, just as the spatially extended skull is broken down into distinct parts. This breaking down, which transforms living spirit into a sack of faculties, is first of all the result of a psychological analysis specific to a given epoch, an analysis which then claims to justify itself by cerebral localizations which in fact only it has made possible. Observation progressively materializes self-conscious spirit so as to render it adequate to the caput mortuum that is to express it. If experience undercuts the relations that have been established on its basis, a new expedient may be used. The individual has dispositions which could have been actualized but which in point of fact had no occasion to manifest themselves. This way of isolating dispositions in order to make them correspond to cranial regions is characteristic of phrenology, and it shows us the end point of observing reason, which isolates interior and exterior and ends by making them immediately identical. 10 Spirit is a thing. This infant judgment is paradoxical in that it immediately connects two terms that have nothing in common. Yet it says something that we know, something that observing reason searched for unawares. That reason, or rather that instinct of reason, sought itself in being. It has now found itself. It sees itself as a thing, and moreover, as the most abstract thing, as the thing most lacking in signification. Thus, this judgment has a profound meaning, in contrast to its apparent absurdity. It sets forth the truth of idealism, the identity of thought and being. But this identity must be taken as a concept and not as a portrayal. The instinct of reason, which limits itself to representation, must move on from this infant judgment to the judgment of reflection, and rise from immediateness to mediation. We started with self-consciousness, which reached the culminating point of its subjectivity in unhappy consciousness, but simultaneously strove to alienate that subjectivity and to pose it as being. When accomplished, that alienation manifested itself to us as the certainty of the reason that was sure it would find its own realization in the world. With the moment of phrenology, Hegel leads us to the second stage of that realization. In the first stage, reason existed as consciousness, in the second it exists as self-consciousness. In the first, the category was the immediate unity of being and thought, and this immediate unity is what comes to light in the infinite judgment we have just considered. In the second stage the category has the form of 1. Being for itself and no longer that of being in itself. What this means concretely is that reason refuses to discover itself in being and wishes to pose itself. The object, being, is then determined as a negative term, and the aspect of mediation, or negation, predominates. A negative attitude with respect to the world succeeds the positive attitude that characterized the first stage. An active self-consciousness succeeds a contemplative self-consciousness. It is this new moment in the development of the category that Hegel studies next. To be sure, this new moment will be no less partial in its way than was the first, and it is only the concrete unity of these two moments, self-consciousness existing in and for itself, that will genuinely bring reason to fulfillment and will raise it to spirit. And modern individualism. The transition from observing reason to active reason. The opposition between knowledge and action plays a crucial part in Kant's philosophy and in the philosophical systems derived from it. In Kant's work, there is a practical philosophy, which is essentially a philosophy of freedom, and a theoretical philosophy, which is the product of understanding and which leads us to a phenomenal understanding of nature. The critique of judgment shows both the necessary distinction between the two realms and the need for their synthesis. But the synthesis of the knowing I and the practical I, of nature and liberty, cannot easily be realized. This was the major problem confronting Fichte and Schelling. In Fichte's work, the practical I predominates, it is the infant effort to pose itself absolutely. The theoretical I merely explains the resistance that liberty must encounter if it is to be self-conscious liberty. The obstacle is nature, and liberty is what is of value. The I, which is essentially a practical I, cannot be assimilated to a thing, to some substratum. Its being, if it is still appropriate to use that term, is not a natural being, a given being, it is production rather than a product, it is infinite negativity. Nature, the not I, exists merely in order to allow the I to affirm itself by negating that which negates it. For Schelling, by contrast, nature and liberty are reconciled in an intuition of the absolute, an intuition conceived on the model of aesthetic intuition. We know that from the time of his arrival in Jena Hegel recognized the differences between Fichte's and Schelling's systems, and that he, too, tried to conceive a novel synthesis of thought and practice, and of nature and liberty. For Hegel, The model of this synthesis is human history. The life of a free people, collective organization, is the great work of art. Point 2. Hence, his attempt to present absolute spirit as a social organization, in the manner of Plato's Republic. The people is ethical substance, and the people is said to be free when harmony reigns between the whole and the parts, between the general will and individual wills. The System der Sittlichkeit and the article on natural law are representations of the human city in which all the moments of spirit are grasped and developed as abstractions in relation to the collective organization. This first philosophy of Hegel's might be called a philosophical anthropology. We can understand the individual only if we link him to the life of the polis of which he is a member. But in the dialectical method specific to Hegel, each of the moments of that life is envisaged by itself. In developing each of these moments and seeking out its meaning, we discover its inadequacy and are led to the higher moment that includes it. We rise from the most humble exigencies of human consciousness to a representation and a thought of the whole. This whole is an individual people which thinks itself through as a universal spirit and thereby manages to rise above its still specific being. But this elevation of self-knowledge above being and of the act of becoming aware above immediate life creates a cleavage in the beautiful ethical harmony. Thus Hegel, who tried at first to represent the organized human polis as an ideal work of art soaring above history, was gradually led to the history of the world spirit, to the succession of particular peoples each of which represents a moment of universal spirit. As Hegel rose above Schelling's notion of intuition to reflection, to mediation, to the concept, he came more and more to introduce the history and development of the world into his philosophy of spirit. One may say that this had already occurred in the I-805-6 real philosophy. The knowledge that spirit has of itself is more than the existence of that spirit, it is a reflexive reconquest. The modern world, in which morality rises above the ethical order and seeks to rediscover it, is more than the ethical world in which the unity of specific and universal was immediately realized. To be sure, reflection, which stands opposed to life and to the beauty of the immediate, is a rending. But this rending is necessary if spirit is to accede to a higher figure. The greatness of spirit is directly proportional to the magnitude of the opposition from which it returns to itself. The introduction into the philosophy of spirit of world history, of the concept, and of the act of becoming aware overturns the perspectives of that philosophy. Hegel's thought with regard to the historicity of human life is far from clear, not only in the I-805-6 real philosophy but even in the Phenomenology. The concept, he wrote in I-805, is simultaneously an immobile work of art and a world history. 3. The idea of collective organization still floats above history, yet now it is grasped in the movement of the concept, which is defined as the form of mediation. In the Phenomenology, spirit is ethical substance, the life of a free people, a life in which each specific consciousness exists insofar as it is recognized by the others, exists, we might say, through its ontological link with the other specific consciousnesses. The life of spirit is only in the independent actual reality of individuals, the absolute spiritual unity of their essence, and spirit is fully realized only in the organic life of a people. For us, philosophers who witness the development of phenomenal consciousness, the object henceforth is spirit as ethical substance. But before we pursue the development of the ethical substance from its immediate form to its self-knowledge, we must consider specific self-consciousness, which, as active reason, as practical I, exists at the heart of the substance, and follow its experiences, which raise it from its isolation to spiritual substance. The gallery of figures presented by the Phenomenology, pleasure and necessity, the law of the heart and the delirium of presumption, virtue and the course of the world, and, finally, individuality which in and for itself knows itself to be real is a representation of specific consciousness, sure of itself, launched into the world in search of its own happiness, and learning that its happiness is conceivable only in social organization, in the ethical life. At that moment, specific consciousness discovers what we, philosophers, have already reached, spirit as the reality of the we. All the figures in Hegel's gallery correspond to forms of individualism in his time. We must try to justify their appearance at this moment of the phenomenological development, or at least closely examine the various justifications that Hegel advances. Point 4. The transition from observing reason to active reason first occurs at the end of the chapter on phrenology. The result that observing reason has reached is paradoxical. It is expressed in the infant judgment that the being of spirit is a bone. But this judgment should not surprise us, for at first glance it is not different from the judgment of common consciousness, which attributes being to spirit. If we ordinarily say of spirit that it has a being, that it is a thing, a specific entity, we do not thereby mean that we can see it or hold it or stumble against it. But we do make such a statement, and what is said is genuinely expressed in the proposition that the being of spirit is a bone. Further, the judgment of observing reason results from the very attitude of consciousness, which instinctively seeks itself as self in being. When it becomes reason, consciousness is immediately the synthesis of the I and being, and this immediateness is expressed as being. In observing things, organic life, nature, even human individuality, reason seeks immediately to discover the self, not to produce it by means of its own activity. It congeals interior and exterior and makes the exterior the immediate expression of the interior. It should come as no surprise that at the end point of its endeavor observing reason reaches a kind of materialism which formulates the self as a thing. Besides, this judgment has a profound conceptual significance, all the more profound because representation of it is foolish. If it understood itself, it would be the fulfillment of life. To say that the self is being is to say that it is infinite expanse, that is wholly posed in objectivity, and that in Beck-Orng nature it becomes quasi-external to itself. But thus far the category has been envisaged only in a one-sided manner. The synthesis of being and I is not expressed in a single judgment or proposition, it requires mediation or negativity. We must say both that the I is being and that the I is not being. This positive and this negative judgment are both necessary developments of the infant judgment, the terms of which are mutually incompatible. In this way, the transition from observing reason to active reason is effected. Thus, the present object is determined as a negative object, but over and against it consciousness is determined as self-consciousness. In other words, the category which in observation traversed the form of being is now posed in the form of being for itself. Consciousness no longer seeks to discover itself immediately, it seeks to produce itself by means of its own activity. Whereas in observation it dealt only with things, now it is for its own self the goal of its action. If in the preceding stage consciousness thought that it sought things but in fact sought itself, it is now cognizant of its search and is for itself what it had been only for us. It wishes to make rather than discover itself. Its action, which had been our object, has become its object. Thus, we have moved from theoretical to practical reason, from reason in the element of consciousness to reason in the element of self-consciousness. The details of this transition may appear somewhat artificial. Why, for example, did Hegel use phrenology rather than, say, contemporary French materialism to show that being is not in fact the truth of spirit? We must admit that here as elsewhere it is difficult to justify Hegel's particular choices among the various experiences of consciousness. What is important is to note that the transitions have meaning for us, for the philosopher, and that therefore the particular experience chosen no doubt for its topical value is less important than the general signification it presents. Hegel himself was fully aware of the difficulties one might have following the twists and turns of his argument, and he felt it necessary repeatedly to offer retrospective justifications and to recapitulate the course of his thought. But so long as we keep to the whole, the thought is clear. Observing reason discovers the self as a being, or a thing presupposed by its endeavors, and it therefore turns away from this positing of self, which is a negation of self, and becomes active reason. Active reason, in turn, is shown to be partial, and we must then envisage a new synthesis, individuality, which within itself reconciles the in itself and the for itself, and reconciles being and the negation of being in actual action. The truth of this acting individuality is objective spirit. Once again we enter a new realm of experience. Now that we have tried to justify the transition from observation to action, from reason that knows the self as a being to reason that produces itself by means of the negation of that alien being s, we must consider the particular experiences Hegel chose to express the steps undertaken by active reason. Let us begin by noting that active reason is still individual. In itself, it is, to be sure, universal, for it is reason, but it still belongs to an individuality. It is not yet reason that is itself a world, or reason that is spirit. It is the reason of specific individuality, and it is studied as such in the section of the Phenomenology that is called reason. Reason is consciousness certainty that it is all of reality, but it is not yet truth that has become self-certainty. The world, which henceforth is the appropriate word for reason's object, is its world. It discovers itself in the world or produces itself in it. But reason itself is not yet for its own self the world. Reason, we may say, is subjectively universal but not yet objectively universal. It is not spiritual substance itself. Thus, the reason which belongs to this or that specific self-consciousness rises to its truth only when it is actually realized, and it is actually realized only in the development of objective spirit. 7 Reason becomes spirit when its certainty of being all of reality rises to truth, and when it knows itself to be conscious of itself qua its world and of its world qua itself. Spirit is reason that is no longer merely subjective certainty but also truth and substance. As we have already pointed out, this ultimate synthesis is present in the human world and in the history of peoples. Thus, the end point of our studies is spirit, and spirit, qua the life of a people, qua ethical organization, is already present for the philosopher who witnesses the experiences of consciousness. For this reason, Hegel asserts the significance of these experiences before describing them and presents us already with the concept of spirit. In the concept we glimpse the ethical world. We shall follow individual consciousness from its initial impulse to realize itself to its discovery of the concept of spirit. At first, active reason is cognizant of itself only as an individual, and it must produce its reality in the other. But then it rises to universality and thinks spiritual essence. That essence, human deeds, morality, coming to light for consciousness, is the real substance to the heart of which the preceding formations return as though to their foundation. Thus, the formations are merely specific moments of the development of the basis. They detach themselves and indeed manifest themselves as independent figures. But in fact they have a dossier and an actual reality only insofar as they are supported by the foundation, and they have their truth only insofar as they are and remain in it. In other words, spirit does not follow the development of active reason in the way that one event follows another. Spirit is already there, it is already given as the basis of all experience. Specific consciousness has only to discover that spirit is the truth of its subjective reason. The individual, who claims to realize himself in the world as being for itself, must gain his substance, spirit. According to Hegel, specific individuals exist in the midst of the spirit of a people as vanishing magnitudes. They emerge as for itself, but they are right away submerged in the spirit that constitutes them and that at the same time is their deed. Universal spirit is the milieu in which specific individuals subsist, and it is the product of their activity. There is a reciprocal action here, between the whole and the parts, between universal and specific, which makes for the very life of spirit. But this life must be a self-knowledge, it must reflect back on itself, for in its immediate form it is still a universal spirit in the element of being. What especially interests us in the Phenomenology is precisely the movement of knowledge, the reflection outward from immediateness. The ethical life of a people, the substance of spirit, exists only through self-knowledge. For this reason, the happy condition of immediateness, ethical harmony, can be considered as both the starting point and the end point of the development. We can just as well say why that the individual detaches himself from the whole of which he is a part and shatters that immediateness so as to pose himself for itself, as that he gains immediateness by engendering spiritual substance through his own movement. The two representations are equivalent. In the second case we begin with individual practical reason intending to pose itself in being, to rediscover itself as another self in thingness. The individual seeks his happiness, and through his experiences he moves beyond his first, natural impulses. He rises from specific consciousness to consciousness of himself in other selves, to spiritual substance. In this vein, Fichte followed the development of the practical I from its insipid search for a comfortable happiness, through the will to power, to the moral will. These specific moments have the form of an immediate will or a natural drive reaching its own satisfaction, which becomes, in turn, the content of a new drive. Step by step, individual self-consciousness is led to ethical substance, which then emerges as the truth of the development of the practical one. But in the first case, on the contrary, ethical substance is abandoned. The individual cuts the tie that binds him to the whole and claims to be self-sufficient in setting his own end. Each moment of substance is then posed as absolute essence. Ethical substance is reduced to a predicate which lacks self and whose living subjects are individuals who must fulfill their universality on their own and provide their own destination determination. Such, for example, is the modern individualism manifested in all the heroes of Romanticism, literary heroes who expressed a general aspiration of the times. In this case, the experience that specific consciousness enters into culminates in a reflective reconquest of ethical substance. Consciousness loses its illusions. It sees that what it had taken as its destination is worthless. It gains not the immediate substance it has left behind but the thought of that substance. Following one way, the goal that the impulses reach is immediate ethical substance. Following the other, the goal is consciousness of that substance and, properly speaking, consciousness such that it is a knowledge of that substance as its own essence. We can see that in essential respects the two representations coincide. In one, the practical I is posed in its isolation, and it reaches substance by transcending its impulses. In the other, the I voluntarily splits off from substantive and immediate life and rises to the thought of substance, to morality. In fact, although the first way appears to be more in accord with the law of phenomenological development, Hegel follows the second way, explaining that it is more appropriate to the spirit of the times. Individualism must be considered in its various forms: the desire for immediate enjoyment, the heart's protest against the established order, virtue in revolt against the course of the world. In viewing these experiences of specific consciousness, which qua for itself stands opposed to reality, we rise to the thought of the individualism that overcomes this opposition between its goal and the reality opposed to it, and that in the movement of its activity is in and for itself. In observation, individual reason was in itself; in its negative activity it is for itself. It will be in and for itself in the individuality that wishes only to express itself in being. Indeed, in its last figure, the goal of being for itself becomes the in itself, that is, it is identical to actual reality. From then on, individuality is posed in its activity as in and for itself. Three forms of individualism. A. Pleasure and necessity. We shall pursue three forms of the development of active self-consciousness. The question is essentially one of the relations of specific individuality to the world order, the latter understood not as nature but as social reality, as the human order. The world is no longer nature, as it was for observeric reason, it is now other men. First, specific individuality seeks to pose itself in being and to enjoy its specificity, its uniqueness. Then it transcends that first conception of self and rises to universality. The two terms that are contract opposed are the specific and the universal: individuality for itself, and the universe. Self-consciousness, which is for itself and which has left knowledge and thought behind it like dim shadows, claims to realize itself immediately. Like Goethe's first Faust, it disdains understanding and science, the supreme gifts granted to men, and gives itself over to the earth spirit. It wishes to discover itself, and that will is no longer, as it was in the case of observation, unaware of itself and reduced to an instinct, it projects itself as a goal, and thus opposes itself to an objective reality which it prepares to stand over and against it but which has only a negative value for it. This individuality resembles the abstract self-consciousness that was pure desire and that intended the destruction of the other, which dialectic, as we recall, culminated in domination and servitude. The case now is somewhat different. At this level, self-consciousness is reason. The other now is nothing more for it than an appearance, the interior and the essence of which are self-consciousness itself. Thus, we take up at a higher level the experiences we have already described with reference to self-consciousness. These experiences have a different meaning now. Self-consciousness is the category for itself, which means that it consciously seeks itself in objective being. It knows that in itself the other is its own self-sameness. It is certain that the discovery of self in the other, a general definition of happiness that is not platitudinous as is the Enlightenment's definition, is possible and even necessary. That self-consciousness is the category for itself means that it is the developed category. It is no longer the immediate identity of independent being and the I, but their mediate identity. At first, I and being stand contract opposed to each other as goal and discovered reality. But then they unite beyond that separation, and this mediation is expressed in action. Before we abandon Hegel's abstract language and show the truly concrete meaning of this experience, let us note the transformation of the other which for a moment appears to oppose self-consciousness. It was at the level of reason that the other became the world. Self-consciousness, stricto sensu, confronts an other, and reason has as its other a world that exists for man, who knows it. But this notion of the world, valid at the level of observing reason, is further transformed at the level of active reason. The world, then, is a spiritual world. What today we would call a social world. In Hegel's terminology, ethical substance will be revealed to consciousness, or, following the other way of presenting this dialectic, will rise within consciousness to the thought of itself. Human individuality, which seeks its happiness in the world, seeks it in other selves which it wishes to assimilate. The self is for the self, and if thingness appears between them it is because the self is not immediately for the self but is simultaneously thing and being for itself, or being for others and being for itself. 8 We can now easily follow Hegel's description of the experience of the individualism of enjoyment. What Hegel has in mind is primarily sensuous love, although this is never made explicit. The pleasure which simultaneously is a desire for pleasure that the individuality seeks to actualize is above all the pleasure of rediscovering oneself in another individuality. This Faustian eroticism later opposes its Titanism, just as the taste for beautiful moments to be plucked will oppose the demand for unceasing self-transcendence. At this stage, transcendence, the universal, does not yet exist for the specific consciousness, which only desires its unique specificity and claims to pluck it as one plucks a ripe fruit which offers itself to one's hand. This is a description of the hedonism of every epoch, albeit, to be sure, a refined hedonism. To transcend this hedonism will be the deed of individuality itself, the result of its own experience. And the critique of this hedonism need not come from elsewhere, from a philosopher, for example, who in some way intervenes in the dialectic and judges its value. For specific consciousness itself, which is for itself only insofar as it has withdrawn into itself and has abandoned the universality of knowledge and of mores, enters into this dialectic and discovers the contradiction between the specific and the universal. That contradiction is for it is self-consciousness and no longer merely living Dasein. In the realm of life in general, the essential moment is the genus, or generation. Living individuality, which, inasmuch as it is individuality, is for itself, can find itself only in a complementary individuality. Individuality knows itself, in the biblical sense, in an other. And that other individuality is itself. But the genus, life qua universal, that is expressed in this movement is a continuous die and become. Living individuality does not genuinely attain itself in the other, it is swallowed up by the other, and another individuality rises up in place of the unity that is never realized for its own self. The generations succeed each other. The growth of children is the death of parents. We rediscover this movement of the genus, which is life itself, as the universal. But it is for consciousness, although it was not for the living being, which is why self-consciousness in general can survive its own experience and another figure can emerge from this experience as its truth. Let us consider the experience of the individuality which seeks only its specific enjoyment. It reaches its goal, but precisely in reaching it experiences what the truth of that goal is. It conceives itself as this specific essence existing for itself. But the actualization of such a goal is the transcendence of that goal, for self-consciousness becomes an object to itself not as this specific self-consciousness but rather as the unity of itself and the other self-consciousness. It becomes object to itself as suppressed aufgehobenes specific, or as universal. At this stage the universal, to which life ever refers but which it never actualizes, is for man, but in its poorest, barest form as death, perhaps, but a death at every instant. In all enjoyment, our specificity is abolished as specificity and we die, we consume ourselves at every instant. In voluptuousness we remain desire, and desire aspires to voluptuousness. The annihilative power of the universal is for self-consciousness itself, which experiences it as necessity, or as destiny. We experience the fragility of our specificity, which has posed itself for itself, and we see it shatter against the universal. The absolute rigidity of specificity is pulverized when it encounters actual reality, which is not only equally solid, but continuous as well. The tragedy here is that this necessity, or destiny, appears incomprehensible to man, and that therefore the consequences of his actions remain impenetrable mysteries for him. Man discovers the truth of his experience only in the absurd power that incessantly annihilates him. But he fails to understand that power, he is unable to give it content, to ascribe to it a meaning. That would be the meaning of his destiny and in which he would genuinely recognize himself. This transition of his living being into dead necessity manifests itself to him as an inversion void of mediation. It is the transition from life to death, from voluptuousness to annihilation. It is only enjoyment, the movement of disappearing, it is not thought, in which destiny would be cognizant of itself in the action of consciousness and in which the action of consciousness would recognize itself in its destiny. This necessity, of which men always complain and against which they always collide, nonetheless is for them, we can even say that it is the category, emerging from the confined milieu of self-consciousness and exposing itself in the element of exteriority. For itself, this category was indeed the I as difference. And this is precisely what necessity without content is, the solid connection among these abstractions which qua abstractions do not exist independent of one another in such a way that all are posed as soon as one is posed. Thus, man sees himself as the plaything of a necessity that is as barren as his specific desire to enjoy was abstract and limited. Man is annihilated by an inexorable mechanism which continuously recurs through various contents which he has not yet thought through. This contradiction which is similar to that of the ineffable sensuous this, which immediately becomes the least determinate universal is for the consciousness that must assume responsibility for it. But in taking responsibility for it, consciousness transcends that poorest of all figures, active reason, it reflects it within itself and a new furor of consciousness appears in which the universal is immediately bound to desire. Hegel calls this figure the law of the heart. B. The law of the heart and the ravings of presumption. We have observed the first form of active reason, the pursuit of an unreflecting enjoyment of the world, an experience of pure hedonism which culminated in the feeling of an absurd necessity that annihilates individuality. The figure that succeeds this is richer and more concrete. In it, necessity no longer appears as an inexorable destiny outside self-consciousness. Thanks to reflection, the necessity which was for individuality has moved within individuality, which now knows its desire for happiness as a necessary desire, a desire that has a universal value. Individual self-consciousness is universal for its own self while it is simultaneously a desire to enjoy the world and to discover itself therein. If we assimilate the notion of universality to that of law, an order that in principle is valid for all, we can say that in this new embodiment, self-consciousness has risen above its initial specificity and has included within its desire the very idea of a law. But this relation is immediate, which is why the law which does not yet exist and is only a goal of action is called the law of the heart. 9. We might be surprised at this phrase at first. But we should recall that Hegel was thinking of the sentimentalism of his time, of Rousseau, whom he had read throughout his youth, of Goethe's Werther, and of Karl Moor in Schiller's The Robbers, the Kraftgenie of Sturm und Drang. To say that law is the law of the heart is to say that individuality's desire, its immediateness, and its naturalness have not yet been overcome, that we must unhesitatingly follow our natural inclinations, that what drives us to pleasure is never bad so long as we have not been perverted by society. The first impulse is always good, which is to say that nature is no longer considered exclusively specific, it is immediately in accord with a universal law which governs all individualities. If each person follows the promptings of his heart, everyone will partake of the immediate joy of living. What individuality actualizes is itself law, its pleasure is also, therefore, the universal pleasure of every heart. How can we not think of Rousseau here? Nonetheless, the law of the heart is not actualized. It is for itself in consciousness, as the immediate union of law and desire. We might say that it is an intention which must test itself through contact with a reality other than itself. That reality is the contrary of what is to be realized, that is, it is the separation between law and heart, their living contradiction. The world that self-consciousness now contemplates is, as we have seen, one in which a meaningless necessity crushes individualities that avidly desire to enjoy their specificity. This world confronts self-consciousness, and self-consciousness does not know that it is a product of this world. It therefore discovers that in this world law is arbitrarily separated from the individual heart. Hence, the order that rules this world is only an apparent order, an order of constraint and violence which contradicts the law of the heart, and which is borne by a suffering humanity groaning beneath its yoke. The individualism of Rousseau and, later, romantic individualism are the heart's protest against this violence direct at human individuality. Man must be freed, which does not entail setting men in opposition to each other but, on the contrary, reconciling them. For my good is the good of humanity and, considered in its immediate relation to my intention, it presents only the excellence of my own essence, the purity of my heart. Man must also be reconciled with himself. In this visible world where the heart's desire is separated from order, I am incessantly in conflict with myself. Either I resign myself to obeying an alien order and live deprived of self-enjoyment, absent from my acts, or I violate that order and find myself deprived of the consciousness of my own excellence. Thus, this human and divine order is an illusory order, and the individual must replace it with the order of his heart. The law of the heart must be realized in the world. But the experience that individuality has entered into at this stage of its development is, once again, deceptive. How can the law of the heart, valid only insofar as it is bound up with a specific heart, be realized? No sooner is it actualized than it escapes the particular heart that gave it life. Precisely through being actualized, the law of the heart ceases to be a law of the heart, it takes on the form of being and it becomes a universal power to which the particular heart is indifferent. Once the individual establishes his own order, he can no longer recognize it as his own. This divergence between the original aim of the heart and actual action in the universal element of being expresses the tragedy of human ascension. Thus, the individual has taken leave of himself, he grows for himself as universality and he purifies himself of specificity. His action is both his own and external to him. He fails to recognize the purity of his intention in it, and yet he cannot completely disown it. For in wishing to act he agrees to make reality his goal and he demands that the realization be tested out. The individual has in fact recognized actual universal reality, for to act means to pose one's essence as a free actual reality, that is, to recognize actual reality as one's essence. Hegel makes this point many times in the Phenomenology, with reference to the moral worldview and the beautiful soul. We do not have the right to refuse to recognize ourselves in reality, for we have wished to act, we have made the actuality of the goal the very goal of our action. Thus, when it realizes itself, the law of the heart experiences the same failure as that experienced by specific desire when it sought only its own enjoyment of the world. But the later experience is fuller and more concrete. In realizing the law of my heart, I become aware of my opposition to the laws of other hearts, or rather, since I cannot deny the universality of law, I find the hearts of other men abominable and detestable. Schiller's Karl Moor, for example, becomes indignant and calls man a hypocritical race of crocodiles. In realizing myself as an individuality that wishes to be universal, I take note of myself as a dollar stranger to myself, engaged in a sequence of actions that are both mine and not mine. I am alienated from myself. But I then discover that the human and divine order, about which I complained that it was a meaningless necessity, is the expression of universal individuality, or of the interplay of individualities exposing each in turn and each to the others the content of their own hearts, each claiming universality. What I am faced with is myself. The social order is my deed, though it is no longer consonant with my heart. What this actualization means is that qua universal, individuality becomes an object to itself, but an object in which it fails to recognize itself. Lo, the truth of this dialectic is the contradiction that harrows self-consciousness and tears it apart. Self-consciousness affirmed the law of its heart as alone genuinely real and essential, and it believed the ruling order to be merely an appearance. It now discovers that since it itself acts, that order is also its own essence and its own deed. In this consciousness, essence is immediately nonsense and nonsense is immediately essence. This contradiction is, properly speaking, the madness in which consciousness is submerged insofar as it experiences itself as a contradiction. Madness is not due to the fact that what is essential or real for consciousness in general is inessential or unreal for a particular consciousness. Consciousness in general always subsists in human madness, and hence the madman is simultaneously cognizant of both the reality and the unreality of his object. The consciousness of reality and the consciousness of unreality are not split apart from each other, it is in its innermost self that consciousness is upset. But consciousness still escapes this contradiction, or at least tries to, by casting out 6f itself the perversion that lies within it. Here we have the ravings of presumption. In order to save itself from destruction, it denounces its perversion as an other than itself. It views that perversion as the deed of individualities, but of contingent individualities which, according to it, have introduced this ill into a humanity that was naturally good. Fanatical priests and corrupt despots aided by their ministers, who seek to avenge their own humiliation by humiliating and oppressing others, are considered to have invented the perversion of the law of the heart that is exercised to the unspeakable misfortune of a deceived humanity. Hegel is specifically thinking of Schiller's Karl Moor here, the apostle who becomes a bandit chief and discovers at the moment of his fall that it is mad to wish to make the world more beautiful through crime, or to maintain law through anarchy. Arid, before the astonished bandits, surrenders to the forces of law. At the same time, these priests and despots are considered the authors of the human misfortune that all revolutionaries of the time denounced. But how can a contingent individuality invent an order and be able externally to impose it on humanity? What a puerile fancy, what a barren explanation! To be sure, the social order is the work of individuality, but not of a particular individuality, it is the immediate result of the interplay of individualities. Let us consider this order, which is the truth of the whole dialectic we have just followed. As mad consciousness declared, it is the law of all hearts, and it is also a perverse order. But, in a different light, it is a stable and universal order, since it is the law of all hearts. It demonstrates that it is a valid law, that it has been exposed to the light of day and has undergone the test of reality in the resistance that a particular heart encounters when it attempts to actualize itself. Subsisting laws are protected against the law of a single individual because they are not an unconscious, empty, dead necessity, they are a spiritual universality, a substance in which those in whom that substance has its actual reality live as individuals and are cognizant of themselves. Thus, even if they lament and complain that the universal order conflicts with their inner law, even if they assert their heart's desire over and against that order, in their heart they are in fact attached to that order as their essence. If that order were taken from them, or if they excluded themselves from it, they would lose everything. Nevertheless, despite the reality in itself of the order, it is a perverse order. For it is actualized only through individuality, which is its form. It results from a conflict of each against all, an interplay of individualities, each of which seeks to assert its wishes and collides with the wishes of others. What appears as public order and valid law is in fact the way of the world. It is the appearance of a regular and consistent functioning, but only an appearance. For its content is rather the non-essential interplay of the consolidation of singularities and of their mutual dissolution. Thus, in itself the order is universal, but in its development or its manifestation it is the interplay of uneasy, ever-changing individualities. Just as for understanding the unstable phenomenon stood over and against the in itself before it became the express-zion of the in itself, so now for the new figure of consciousness which emerged from that experience, the universal order, insofar as it is in itself, is contract opposed to the inconsistent interplay of individualities. To realize the truth of this in itself is simply to set aside the individuality that perverts it. The new figure, then, is virtue, the consciousness that wishes to annihilate individual egoisms in order to allow the order to appear as it is in its truth. Virtue takes up arms against the way of the world. We have seen how self-consciousness encounters, standing over and against it as its truth and its universal, ever higher and ever more concrete forms. At first, self-consciousness confronted necessity, now it confronts the way of the world, the interplay of egos which through the reciprocity of their interchanges and the elaboration of their actions produce this manifestation of the universal. That in which consciousness failed to recognize itself was no longer dead necessity but a necessity imbued with life by universal individuality. The knight of virtue whom Hegel presents in satirical form reminds us of Don Quixote and of all romantic reformers who in their heads overturn the world but prove incapable of anything except speeches ideologues, denounced by Napoleon, and so prevalent in Hegel's time. Perhaps Hegel recalled the time he himself enthusiastically wrote to Schelling about Kant's Solon, describing it as alone capable of awakening slumbering spirits and leading them out of bourgeois conformism. The virtue in question is not Greek or Roman virtue, the solid content of which was in the substance of the people and which did not pursue a non-existent good or revolt against the way of the world on principle. It is a virtue void of essence, externalizing itself only in pompous and hollow speeches. Such ideal essences, such ideal goals crumble like empty phrases which excite the heart and leave reason empty. These declamations express, in their determinateness, only this content: the individual who claims to act for such noble goals and who speaks such fine phrases is valid in his own eyes as an excellent being. He puffs himself up, swelling his own head and other people's but attaining only an empty bloatedness. We can see from these quotations the burden of Hegel's critique of such virtue which has departed from ethical substance and asserts itself against the way of the world. Hegel's realism, which later reappears in his critique of a moral worldview, stands opposed to the unrestrained idealism of these utopians. This kind of virtue vainly struggles against the way of the world and finally discovers that it is not as bad as it had claimed. It errs in always contractopposing the ideal and the real in such a way that the ideal can never be actualized and, consequently, it never goes beyond speeches. Virtuous consciousness distinguishes between the in itself of the world's course and the actual reality of that course. This realization is the result of individuality, whose perversity we have seen in the last two chapters. What was then for us is now for virtuous consciousness, which fails to recognize in individuality its own origin. Virtuous consciousness sees specific individuality pursue its own enjoyment in the world and shatter against brutal necessity. It also sees individuality expose the law of its heart to the world and encounter a general resistance from other individualities, such that although the universal is, to be sure, realized in the process, it is realized in a distorted way. It appears in the phenomenon of the way of the world as the law of nature, but in a perverted way. Only the negativity of this universal, not its positivity, shows through in the way of the world. In its actual reality, the way of the world pertains to individualities, their specific enjoyment and their mutual conflicts. Virtue proposes to pervert once again the already perverted way of the world. For it has discovered the source of the ill. The way of the world is corrupted by its being for itself, individuality. Thus, virtue denounces human egoism and brings forward the language of the preceding form of consciousness on this point. But it adds the idea of a complete sacrifice of individuality. Virtuous consciousness contraposes law and individuality. Rather than immediately uniting them, as the law of the heart did, it distinguishes them by essence. For this reason, virtuous consciousness thinks that by destroying individuality within itself it transforms the real order. Inversely, in the way of the world, law is inessential and individuality becomes dominant. It subjugates the good and the true, which are in itself, and transforms them from interiority to exteriority. Thus, law and individuality are moments common to both virtue and the way of the world. Although their respective positions are reversed, their common presence in both prevents virtue and the way of the world from being completely separable. Virtue itself inheres in the way of the world, from which it is unable to disengage itself completely, and the way of the world inheres in virtue, as the vicissitudes of their struggle will demonstrate. For virtue, the good, the universal, is in itself. It is virtue's goal, and it has not yet been actualized. Virtue can only believe in its ideal, this faith is a consciousness of a non-presence. Yet virtue knows, and this is the meaning of its faith, that to say that the universal is in itself is to assert that it constitutes the interior of the way of the world, and that it cannot fail to triumph. Virtue postulates a primal unity of its goal and the essence of the world's course, while admitting that in phenomenal presence they are separate. Thus, its struggle against the way of the world is in fact a sham. And virtue itself is unable to take the struggle seriously. For its major argument, the snare in which it tries to catch its opponent, is precisely the belief that although for itself the way of the world is not good, it is good in itself, and that it must necessarily become for itself what it is in itself. Virtue distinguishes the in itself from being, the basis of things from their manifestation. But in the last analysis this distinction is merely verbal, for if the in itself is not for an other, it is a pure and simple abstraction. What does not manifest itself does not exist. The essence of essence is to manifest itself, and the essence of manifestation is to manifest essence. This distinction between the in itself and being for an other vanishes in the course of the struggle between virtue and the way of the world. Virtue appears to the way of the world as a potentiality that has not yet come into play. It consists of talents, abilities, strengths which are put to good use by virtue but misused by the way of the world. These non-actualized dispositions make up a passive instrument which, governed by the hand of free individuality, is completely indifferent to the use to which it is put. It is lifeless matter with no independence of its own, and it can be misused in the production of an actual reality that entails its destruction. It can be formed and bent in any way, even to its own degeneration. In the course of the struggle these dispositions, which otherwise remain somewhere in the rear, as a slumbering consciousness, become actual in fact. Owing to acting individuality, they are transformed from in itself to actual realities for consciousness. In its struggle, virtue discovers them everywhere, already actualized in various figures. Virtuous consciousness takes up arms against the way of the world as against something that stands opposed to the good. But what the way of the world presents to consciousness in the struggle is the universal, not merely as abstract universal but as the universal brought to life by individuality and existing for an other, i.e., the good actually real. Thus, wherever virtue encounters the I. Here we can clearly see the meaning of this whole dialectical development. The two terms that were opposed in acting reason are identified in action, which is actual reality. There is not a goal and an other, the movement of individuality is the union of the two. Way of the world, it is in contact with positions that are the essence of the good itself, the good which as the in itself of the way of the world is inextricably enmeshed in all the manifestations of the way of the world, and whose Dasein is the actual reality of that way. Thus, either virtue is in, and inextricably linked with, the way of the world, in which case the good that it proposes is an already existing good, a good that inheres in ethical substance, or it separates itself from the way of the world and asserts a distinction which can only be verbal. Virtue is a faith which can lead to no genuine presence. Thus, the struggle between virtue and the way of the world manifests the concrete identity of the adversaries. This is so because Hegel poses virtue in the form of talents, abilities, strengths which can be actual only by dint of individuality. Similarly, in the chapter on the moral worldview, we shall see that the great man, the man who, like Caesar or Napoleon, makes history, is an actualization of the universal. To be sure, the consciousness of the valet of morality can explain the great man's actions by petty and low motives. These motives play a part in the action inasmuch as the action is the action of a particular man. But this is only a partial explanation. The great man is what he has done, and we must say that he has willed what he has done and has done what he has willed. The so-called virtuous consciousness errs in showing such action in an unfavorable light, and in so doing it reveals its own pettiness. Moreover, although it fails, in judging, to act, it wishes to pass off its inactive judgment as an act. At the end point of its experience, virtue discovers that the opposition it had set up between individuality for itself and the in itself of the good and the true is invalid. The in itself is realized for consciousness through the action of individuality and, therefore, is inseparable from its manifestation. Hegel made things easy for himself by posing the in itself as a disposition, a potentiality distinct from its actualization. There are no dispositions apart from the acts that give them concrete signification unless we are merely speaking of an abstraction and the consciousness of virtue based on an abstraction which is void of reality. The way of the world is not as bad as it seemed, since it is the realization of a virtue which without it would slumber forever in some nether region. The way of the world and virtue are no longer contract opposed as they were at the beginning of this dialectic due to the arbitrary disjunction of the in itself and the for and other by a consciousness of virtue, which talks instead of acting and believes rather than actualizes. But if virtue vanishes into the way of the world, conversely, can no longer be thought as a being for itself that is distinct from being in itself. Virtue and the individuality of the way of the world share a false view of human ascension. Individuality may fancy that it acts egoistically, and may explain all individual actions with reference to conscious egoisms. But it only proves thereby that it is ignorant of the true nature of action. When I act, even if I subtly explain my action by egoistic considerations, I transcend myself, and I actualize potentialities of which I was unaware. Thanks to my act, what was in itself becomes actual. I imagine myself to be limited to my own individuality, but in fact I more or less embody a universal that transcends me. I am not only for itself, I am also in itself. Virtue was mistaken in distinguishing the in itself from the for itself. And the individuality of the way of the world was equally wrong in distinguishing them and claiming to subdue the good and the true. The meaning of this whole dialectic is expressed in a proposition which already sets forth the concrete universal. The movement of individuality is the reality of the universal. Human action in the world transcends individual man, who thinks that he acts for himself. But transcendence is possible only through individual men. We must then through the unity of individuality, which in its action is simultaneously in itself and for itself. This action is the development of the universal, which is inseparable from its manifestation. Because its principle was individuality, the way of the world necessarily perverted the good, but individuality is the principle of actual reality. Indeed, it is thanks to this consciousness that what is in itself is also for another. The way of the world perverts and upends the immutable. But in actual fact it reverses and upends it from the nothingness of abstraction to the being of reality. At this point we reach a new concrete synthesis, the actual action of individuality, an action that is simultaneously in itself and for itself. Observing reason was a universal consciousness that instinctively sought itself in reality. Its truth is that reality has meaning only for man, who is for itself. Henceforth, meaning is separated from that of which it is the meaning, and human individuality is posed as active reason. It projects its meaning as a goal outside the reality that it negates. This individual consciousness is specific, and it stands opposed to the universe. But this opposition in turn does not hold up. Human individuality is not cut off from reality, it is itself the reality that creates itself, the synthesis fulfilled in action. We shall now consider this action of individuality in and for itself, action in which goal and reality stand contract opposed only at one moment and then come together in a development. We approach the substance of spirit, or the thought of that substance, which in turn is revealed as subject. The dialectical development we have just studied is interesting in that it allows us the better to understand Hegelian realism. Any idealism of the solon, any separation of idea from actual reality, must be set aside, from which it does not follow that a reality without meaning replaces an ideal without reality. Rather, what must be thought through is that the idea seeks reality, and reality seeks the idea, and only the development of man in his actual action is concrete. Point 12. I2. The three experiences that we have considered can be summarized as follows. Individuality began by contractopposing the for itself, as a goal, to the in itself, the given reality. This for itself grew progressively richer, and in the last experience the in itself became the goal. But at that point the goal rejoins given reality and the distinction between them becomes a mere abstraction. We return to actual reality, but to actual reality as action. 5/Human works and the dialectic of action. After considering the individuality that is in revolt against the way of the world because the world opposes its ideal, whether that ideal is the immediate enjoyment of the world, or the law of the heart, or virtue, Hegel considers individuality that is real in and for itself. For this individuality, reality is not a resistance to be overcome, for it is directly in the midst of the world and it wishes only to express itself. Its goal is not the negation of the real world, it is itself a part of the world, and, conversely, the world is the world of individuality. Thus, what is essential is to act for the sake of acting, to manifest on the outside, in the pure element of exteriority, what the individuality already is within itself, its basic and determinate nature. Insofar as individuality is this basic nature, it is in itself, insofar as it expresses it, or carries it from within to without, from the not seen to the seen, it is for itself. Its existence is an act is only the actualization of its essence. The objective world and conscious individuality are now conjoined in one reality. This reality is the deed. Ascension is in its own right its own truth and actual reality. For it, the presentation and expression of individuality is in and for itself the goal. The concept of action has become essential, and it is now our object. With the concrete action of individuality we shall see the unity of subjectivity and objectivity, of observing reason and active reason, come into being. Hence, Hegel's title for this chapter, One Individuality that is Real in and for Itself. By studying this transitional chapter between reason and spirit and noting the new signification that the world takes on for self-consciousness, we can discover one meaning of Hegel's work. But before we elucidate the dialectic that the Phenomenology presents at this point, let us indicate several of the concrete significations of this chapter. Emile Brière correctly notes that after considering the heroes of Romanticism, Hegel turns his attention to specialists, teachers, and artists, who ascribe absolute value to their work, one a spiritual animal kingdom, in Hegel's graphic phrase. Each individuality begins by limiting itself to a self-enclosed task, wishing only to express its nature. Then, when it rises above its transitory and limited work, it justifies itself in its own eyes and to others by claiming that in a modest way it has contributed to a more general cause, to a universal task. But that task is still conceived in abstract form, and the more limited and partial the actual work is, the more abstract that form is. This general justification the artist labors for the beauty of art, intellectuals advance science by their patient and scholarly research is properly speaking the honesty of consciousness, an honesty which, as we shall see, is in fact quite deceptive. The thing itself, which is actuality for the self-consciousness of individuality, is only a very general predicate applicable in turn to each particular moment of action. But this thing itself, conceived as the action of everyone and of each one, becomes the new subject of experience, first as spiritual essence and then as concrete spirit. In order to justify Hegel's name for one of this chapter's major developments, the spiritual animal kingdom, we began by noting the first concrete interpretation it presents. But we must not neglect the very general dialectical interpretation of this moment of phenomenological experience. For more than any other, it casts light on the orientation of Hegel's thought. In reason in general we saw a mode of self-consciousness which tried to adopt a positive stance toward being instead of standing opposed to it. Being is then no longer a thing in itself, a pure being other, but has become the world, where individuality seeks itself unknowingly. It discovers itself, to be sure, but in the form of a determinate, static being which is the opposite of its ontological disquiet. Hence, self-conscious individ usually again stands contract opposed to the being in itself of the world. The for itself of reason succeeds its in itself, projects succeed being. But we saw in the last development of acting reason the knight-errant who sought to enthrone virtue in the way of the world that this opposition no longer holds. The goal that self-consciousness pursues is verbally opposed to the given real ity. The in itself of the way of the world, which is the same thing as virtue's ideal, does not differ from being for an other, or the discovered actual reality. This in itself changes from potentiality to action in its manifestation, the way of the world is merely the in itself realized. Thus, goal and being in itself are shown to be the same as being for an other and discovered actual reality. In concrete terms we may say that the opposition between active reason's ideal and the objective world no longer holds. The objective world, which appears as being for an other, is the very world of acting individuality. Being in itself, that is, the universal, and being for itself, that is, individuality, interpenetrate each other closely. The talents, abilities, and strengths that were potential in the way of the world are realized through the efficacy of acting individuality. The concept of conscious individuality that we had at the beginning of the section on reason, the complete fusion of being and self, then appears. The acting self is simultaneously being and self, it is the category that has become conscious of itself. We have seen the category develop in the element of being and then in the element of the self. Now, these two moments of the category unite dialectically. Human individuality is the self-conscious category. There is no objective being here that can be contract opposed to the self, no self that stands opposed to being and is for itself without being in itself. The self is being and being is the self. The object of self-consciousness is the pure category, self-consciousness is the category become conscious of itself. What the observation of human individuality was not able to bring to light completely is realized at this stage of the dialectic. Individuality is what its world, inasmuch as it is its world, is. It is itself the bounds of its own action, the bounds in which it has presented itself as an actual reality. It is only the unity of being as already given and being that is constructed, a unity whose aspects are not external to each other, as was the case in the representation of psychological law, one aspect being the world in itself as present, and the other individuality for itself. There is not a world in itself and an individuality for itself. The world is the world of individuality, and individuality is the meaning and the expression of the world. Being other and self cannot be separated so as to be compared. In its truth, self-consciousness is what remains self in its being other, what discovers and produces itself through the mediation of that otherness. At the level of consciousness in the strict sense, there really was a being in itself. At the level of self-consciousness, that in itself was elaborated in the master-slave dialectic by a human consciousness that was able to rediscover itself in it. At the stage of reason, the in itself finally becomes the world, a far more concrete term which is meaningful only in reference to self-consciousness rediscovering itself therein. But this world does not yet genuinely appear as the work of self-consciousness. This is why we had to consider first the presence of the self in the world as an inauthentic presence, as a presence in itself, so to speak, and then the opposition between the self and the world that, insofar as it is a superficial stratum of real ity, has become being for an other. Finally, as active individual ity, individuality became the unity of for itself and in itself. In this moment, action is the essence both of individuality and of reality. Action is the concrete whole. We must act for the sake of acting. Since individuality itself is actual reality, the matter of action and the goal of action lie within action itself. Thus action appears as a circle which moves on its own, freely and in a vacuum, without encountering any obstacle. It grows at times and shrinks at times, and, perfectly satisfied, frolics by, and with, itself. At the end of this chapter, reality will appear as the work of self-consciousness, but of a universal self-consciousness which transcends individuality. This work of all and of each, this world engendered by self-consciousness, in which the notion of an opaque and impenetrable thing will vanish and be replaced by a new notion of objectivity corresponding to the Greek one rpyp.a, will open for us the world of realized Sun, spirit. What remains to be transcended if spirit is to be reached is the individuality that is right but is not reason. But as we observed in the dialectic of desire and in that of the master and slave, this individuality is meaningful only because it reflects itself and rediscovers itself in other individualities. When the world of individuality becomes a we, when mediation among consciousnesses becomes actual, then the work will be the work of all and of each. Objective reality as a thing would be dissolved in a new reality, in spiritual essence. In this manner, an idealism is justified by phenomenological procedures. What Hegel presents through such formulas is a concrete idealism. Truth is engendered by action and is guaranteed by the mediation of consciousnesses. Life itself is self-consciousness, and the essence of self-consciousness is always to rediscover itself in being other, to be self through the mediation of an always reborn otherness. At the end point of the dialectic we are studying, the opaque thing of consciousness which at the level of reason became the world, but the world of acting individual ity becomes first spiritual essence and then reason, which itself is its own world, spirit. Let us observe this dialectic in greater detail. The first moment is the work, the second the thing itself, i.e., spiritual objectivity at the level of action. The third moment is the thing itself as the work of all and of each. Yet the self of individuality becomes universal self, and its object, which henceforth is all of truth, is spiritual essence, the thought of the ethical world. The work as truth of individuality. We must now consider self-consciousness as the consciousness of a human individuality. But this individuality is simultaneously an acting self-consciousness, and the various moments of being for itself that we have transcended in the prior dialectic appear in it anew. But they appear simply as moments that follow each other, and they are meaningful only in the context of the whole of action. Since that individuality is real in itself, it is an originarily determinate individuality. It is an originary nature because it exists in itself. It is originarily determinate because the negative dwells at the heart of the in itself, and the latter, insofar as it is determinate, is a quality. Thus, considered merely as a being in itself, prior to the process of action, individuality is a particular nature, it is defined by a content specific to it. We have encountered this nature at the stage at which reason observed human individuality and ascribed to each individuality a delimited sphere of being, a body, an environment, an irreducible given, what it itself has not created. This originarily determinate nature is the starting point of the dialectic of individuality. In considering individualities in this way, in the particularity of their nature, within the limits of their specific determinateness, we can speak of a spiritual animal kingdom. Each individuality is what it is, and it cannot think of stepping outside its own sphere. At first glance, this spiritual kingdom appears to be a natural kingdom. But the individual is viewed as a determinate content, a nature, only when his being, and not his action, is envisaged. For action is negativity, thus, in acting individuality, determination is resolved in negation in general, in the summum of every determination. This distinction is essential to the dialectic that follows. Negativity is manifested in two complementary aspects. In being, encrusted in the in itself, it is a determination; in action, it is the very movement of negativity. It is impossible to act without determining oneself, but action is what determines. Thus, what in the in itself is quality, delimitation of being, is in action a movement. And the movement of negativity will appear as the truth of this whole process. There is a primacy of existence over essence here, which will soon appear. Nonetheless, we must follow active individuality in its own concept of itself and ascertain whether the reality of its experience corresponds to its concept. We begin with this originary and determinate nature which individuality neither wishes nor is able to transcend, and which, besides, does not seem to limit action. Consciousness is the act of relating to oneself, it is for itself, and it must maintain that equality with itself in the element of originary nature, it must remain itself in its own determinateness. The originary determinateness of nature is then only a simple principle, a transparent universal element within which individuality remains so free and equal to itself that it unfolds its difference without hindrance, and in its actualization is a pure, reciprocal relation with itself. Similarly, indeterminate animal life takes its life breath from the elements of water, air, and earth and immerses all its moments in these principles. Yet despite this limitation by the elements, it maintains control of its moments and maintains itself as an entity remaining, inasmuch as it is a particular organization, the same universal animal life. Thus, while expressing a particular nature which is the specific sphere of its being, self-consciousness remains equal to itself, unrelated to any other. In this description we see the concept of individuality real in and for itself, an individuality that is simultaneously a nature and a self-consciousness within that nature, an individuality that does nothing but be for itself what it already is in itself. There is only a transition from potentiality to action, a transition that is the whole mystery of action. By right, this individuality can only experience joy. The individual can only be cognizant of the pure expression of himself from the darkness of possibility to the light of presence, from an abstract in itself to the signification of an actually real being. He can be certain that what rises up before him in this light is the same as what slept in the darkness. Action, existence in the modern sense, merely actualizes originary nature. The individual becomes what he is in itself, and nothing more. What he is in itself is his nature, what he is for itself is the development of what he is for his consciousness. Thus, in this view, each individuality as it develops for itself becomes the actualization of an originary essence, of a primordial nature which constitutes it. As a given nature, it could never transcend itself and would only express itself. If we are to know whether the experience entered into by this individuality coincides with its concept, we must study it in the movement of action. In action, the originarily determinate nature presents itself in line with the differences that characterize action. At first, the whole of its action is present to acting consciousness as a goal, a goal which is its own and which is contract opposed to present reality. Then, the movement from goal to reality, the means, must be considered internal as well as external means. The third moment is the object, when it is no longer the goal which the person acting is immediately cognizant of as his own, when it is an object outside of the person who acts, and is an other for him. This third moment is the work, the expression in the element of being of what the individuality was by itself, before acting. But according to the concept of this individuality, no difference can arise among these various moments. The goal is the originary nature of individuality. How could one wish to do anything but actualize one's nature? What project would go beyond us? We can only will what we already are. If we were to represent consciousness as passing beyond this content and wishing to advance another content to actual reality, we should be representing it as a nothingness laboring in the void. Actual reality, then, the reality present to consciousness before it acts, cannot be different in itself from the originary nature of the individual. We have moved beyond the moment at which the reality of a world existed in opposition to individuality. Only the appearance of an opposition remains. When we are about to act, the world that offers itself to us as the matter of our action is not in itself distinct from us. It is already the external revelation of what we are within. It is an objective world only for the individuality that recognizes itself therein. The being in itself of this actual reality contract opposed to consciousness is diminished to the point of being no more than an empty appearance. It is our world, and only our world, that we see in it. By our interest in this or that aspect of it we discover ourselves in it. One could, of course, object against this notion of the complete actualization of individuality that the problem of action seems to lead to a vicious circle. How can an individuality recognize its originary nature before it acts? I know what I am only after I have acted. Yet in order to act I must portray as my goal precisely what I am. But this is circular only in theory, not in actual action. If action is the development of spirit as consciousness, all the moments interpenetrate and, properly speaking, action has no beginning. I always confront a certain situation, my situation of being in the world, which reveals by my interest in it my originary nature and shows me what is to be done. As for the means, they immediately connect my interest and the situation, and they express my nature as talent, inclination, and so on. The external means, the real means, are the transition from the interior to the exterior which leads to the deed, in which individuality discovers itself as it is, in the element of exteriority. But with the deed the possibility of discrepancy is introduced. For the deed is something determinate, it is an actual reality in the element of being. And negativity has become inherent in the deed itself as quality. When I act, I become an other to myself. Consciousness, on the other hand, is negativity in general, the universal process of action. Hence, consciousness which withdraws from the deed and contemplates it has again become, in relation to that deed, universal consciousness. Although Hegel does not introduce the reciprocal relation of other individualities yet, it is clear that the other that I become is my being for others. Thus, the originary nature of an individual is related to his consciousness only in the deed that is abandoned by the action that brought it into being. This nature is expressed as a determinate quality, the deed which condenses within it the whole dialectic of action. The question we must now ask is how individuality, real in and for itself, can preserve its concept in the deed. In fact, it is precisely through wishing to preserve its concept that it transforms it and makes it meaningful. To begin with, consciousness can compare its works to those of other individualities and thus discover quantitative differences among individualities. A qualitative difference between good and bad cannot occur here. In fact, it is not at all clear what a bad work might be according to the concept with which we began. As the expression of an individuality, every work is a positive thing. The only possible comparison among works is the comparison that has meaning within individuality itself. The originary nature of an individuality is the in itself and the criterion by which to judge the work. But the work is no more and no less than the expression of an individuality. There is no reason to boast, or to lament, or to regret. The individual always obtains his goal, his work is himself. To the thing itself. What is the experience of consciousness when it compares its works, deposited in the universal milieu of objective being, to its earlier concept of itself? The work is the genuine expression of real in and for itself individuality. In it individuality exposes to the light of day the originality of its nature. What we are, inasmuch as we exist in a determinate manner, can be seen in our works. The artist expresses his original worldview in his work, a worldview that is specifically and exclusively his. The intellectual puts his labor and the result of his research into the work. He is entirely in the work. According to its concept of itself, individuality, as we saw, admits no difference between its goal and the reality it takes on, no difference between the means used and the goal pursued. By being expressed, originary nature is immediately bound up with the self in such a way that there is no reason now to distinguish that nature from its actualization. For the I, there can be an in itself only through the mediation of action. It is only through what we do that we learn what we are, for only through action that originary nature is transformed from potentiality to reality. But consciousness, as the movement of accession, as the negativity in the act, is distinct from the works in which this negativity is exclusively inscribed as a particular determination. Acting consciousness transcends its work and becomes the universal milieu in which that work is something particular. Thus, a difference between the work and acting consciousness is introduced, a difference which contradicts the concept consciousness had of itself. The passage in which Hegel describes the difference between consciousness and its work contains, in a condensed form, the major articulations of the dialectic we are discussing. The work is the reality that consciousness accords itself. It is in the work that the individual is for consciousness what he is in itself in such a manner that in the work he comes to be for universal consciousness, not a particular consciousness. In the work, consciousness has presented itself in general in the element of universality, in a determinateless region of being. The consciousness that withdraws from its work is in fact universal consciousness, because in that opposition it becomes absolute negativity or action vis-a-vis its work, which is determinate consciousness. In this way, consciousness goes beyond itself as a work, and is itself the space that lacks determination and that is not filled by its work. 5. In order to understand this argument, we must emphasize again the double role played by the negative. In the in itself, negativity is congealed in being and therefore appears as a static determination, but in action, the becoming for itself of consciousness, negativity is an act, it is the process of pure mediation. The I, Hegel writes in the preface, is pure mediation, simple becoming. Mediation is the moment of the I which is for itself, it is pure negativity or, reduced to its pure abstraction, simple becoming. Insofar as it acts, consciousness is the absolute negation of all otherness. It is equal to itself within this negating movement, and that equality constitutes its universality, its form, to which no determinate content can be adequate. But this opposition was only latent in the concept of individuality, for in that concept the work was not yet posed as external to individuality but was only at the stage of active possibility. But action is the necessary transition from the possible to being, and in being, the possible becomes a determination. Thus, the act, which is this transition, always leads to a determination but is not itself a determination. The consciousness of individuality now becomes the universal form, a determinate-less region of being in which any determination is possible but only as limitation and negation. What I see in my work is a particular and contingent content, not the universality of the form, the self-equality of self-consciousness. I go beyond my work, which is to say that I transcend my originarily determinate nature and find it inadequate to my action qua action. 8. Elf consciousness equality with itself within being other now, as self-equality, stands contract opposed to being other. Thus, we appear to revert to the previous stage, that of romantic idealism, in which the individual always opposed the world instead of identifying with it. The opposition that individual consciousness here reaches at the end of its experience was its starting point in preceding dialectics, in which it rebelled against a reality which it experienced as alien and dead. It began by carrying its project within itself, but it ended by discovering that only reality could be its actualization and its truth. Here, on the contrary, individuality began with the conviction of an equality between reality and the self, but comes to discover that they are opposed. Indeed, the determinateness of the work is not only the content of actual reality but also the form of that reality vis-a-vis consciousness, which means that the actual reality present in the work is what manifests itself as the opposite of self-consciousness. It is the determinateness of all reality, contract opposed to the movement that determines. In this aspect, it appears as an alien actual reality which as soon as it is found vanishes from the concept. The work exists, that is, it is for other individualities, and it is for them an alien actual reality in whose stead they must pose their own actual reality in order, by means of their action, to gain a consciousness of their unity with actual reality. We can see from this passage that there is a reality only because there is a being for others. Vis-a-vis consciousness, the being of the work is an objective being, a being for others. Hence, in that work the individuality opposes not only itself but also other individualities. 6. It becomes for them. We are about to return to the dialectic of intersubjectivity that we seem to have abandoned after discussing the master and the slave. But now the dialectic of intersubjectivity will lead to a work that genuinely expresses universal self-consciousness by being the common work, the work of everyone and of each one. Opposition, which served as the starting point of the Prechting dialectic, now reappears in a new form and as a result. But in fact, that opposition was presupposed. When consciousness undertakes an action, it presupposes the originary nature as in itself, and that nature is the content of pure accomplishing for the sake of accomplishing. But pure action is form equal to itself, to which, consequently, the determinateness of originary nature is unequal. The in itself can be taken as concept here, and action as reality. As in the case throughout the phenomenology, concept and reality are contract opposed. There is a discrepancy between originary nature and action. Action is the originary concept, as absolute transition or as becoming. In its work, consciousness now experiences the discrepancy between the concept and the reality lodged in its own essence. Thus, in its work, consciousness becomes to itself what it is in truth, and its empty concept of itself vanishes. 7. Deposited in the alien milieu of reality, the work is shown to be contingent, and it unfolds the possible contradictions among the moments that previously appeared to us to be harmoniously united. In the element of subsistence all the moments become indifferent to each other. That my goal corresponds exactly to my nature is a contingency. That the means chosen were those appropriate to the goal is equally contingent. And reality itself opposes the individual's action. Chance can smile as well as frown on a poorly chosen goal and on poorly chosen means. This latest opposition once again between reality and the concept, summarizes all the earlier ones. Self-consciousness is not only for itself, it also is for others. It is not only subjective, it also is a thing, an objective manifestation. But what the phenomenology as a whole traces is the transcendence of this fundamental opposition which we have seen in all its aspects. Are we about irretrievably to fall back into it, or are we to reach a genuinely new form? At this point, Hegel rises to a new notion of actual reality, a new notion of objectivity, which we may call spiritual objectivity and which Hegel calls Die Sache selbst. Hegel uses this phrase, which usually denotes the purest objectivity and which in English would be the thing itself, to go beyond the contingency of the work while maintaining the necessity of the action. S. In the limited and ephemeral character of its work, consciousness has discovered the contingency of its own action. but the unity and the necessity that characterized the action are present nonetheless. Goals are related to actual reality, this unity is the concept of action. The content of the experience which consciousness has just gone through is the work that disappears and maintains itself, the work that subsists through the vicissitudes of particular deeds, the necessity of action, the necessity of the unity of being and action. Works appear in reality as actions. They are negated by other works, they vanish. But what subsists and becomes a ceitwal reality is precisely this negation of negation, this infinite movement which transcends each particular deed by integrating it into a universal essence. Thus the negation of the work disappears together with the work, in a disappearance of disappearance. For reality, in the naturalistic sense of the word, is transcended here. What is posed is the unity of that reality and self-consciousness. Thus the true work is not this or that ephemeral work, this or that objective reality, but the higher unity that we have been seeking since our discussion of the concept of thing, a unity of being and self-consciousness. This unity is the thing itself. Hegel puts great emphasis on the difference between the thing of perception and the spiritual thing, the human thing that we reach here. Later, Hegel writes in the Logic, that the logos is the thing itself inasmuch as it is the identity of thought and being. Here, the meaning of this identity is more readily apparent. It is the identity of acting self-consciousness and being. The genuine work is the thing itself. Which asserts itself and is experienced as permanent independently from the particular thing, which is the contingency of individual action, the contingency of circumstances, means, and actual reality. The thing itself is actual reality envisaged as the work of self-consciousness, the real at the level of creating consciousness, which we have been seeking as the category. But in the form in which it first appears, the thing itself is not yet the concrete subject, spirit as the joint work of individualities which transcend their particularity and through their community realize a world that is the existence of reason, the I that is a we and the we that is an I. This genuine work, the spiritual subject as history, has not yet been posed. In order for that to happen, the thing itself must be transformed from a universal predicate to a subject. And this requires a consideration of the interplay of individualities, which, as we have noted, repeats in another form the mediating movement of self-consciousness. For the moment, the thing itself, the abstract cause, we might say is the predicate that consciousness attributes to each of the moments of its action in order to grant them validity. It advances consciousness, which is still submerged in an originary nature, to the dignity of an honest consciousness. For consciousness is honest to the degree that it reaches the idealism that spiritual objectivity expresses when it proclaims the true as the thing itself. What matters is to reach the form of universality which, though it is not yet that of Kant's moral subject, does seem to correspond to the honesty of the French moralists, from Montaigne to La Bruyère. Honesty thanks to which man, qua individual, rises above animal nature and reaches an already ideal notion of what is valid in and for itself as reality. The thing itself, Hegel writes, is the co-penetration of individuality and objectivity. Self-consciousness then sees its true self-concept, in which it becomes cognizant of its own substance, come into being. The substance of self-consciousness is the self-equality that subsists through all otherness, the humanization of the in itself, which reveals its meaning and through which, in Montaigne's phrase, the world becomes the mirror of consciousness. But in the consciousness we are considering, which is still an individual consciousness, the thing itself is merely the abstract work that is equally appropriate to each of the moments of action, taken as particular subjects. For this consciousness, the various moments are on the one hand specific moments which it can set aside and abandon in favor of the thing itself. But on the other hand, the thing itself is the essence of these moments and, consequently, it is in each of them as its abstract universal and it can be the predicate of each. 3. The interplay of individualities. Transition to the universal self. If we cast a retrospective glance at the forms of the behavior of consciousness since the beginning of the Phenomenology, we notice a progressive de-objectification desubjectivation of being in itself and a universalization of self-consciousness. At first, consciousness related to things, subsequently, as we have seen, it related to works. It now becomes a behavior with regard to the thing itself, and here Hegel speaks of idealism. But the de-objectification has a complementary aspect which we must not overlook. The more spiritual the object of consciousness becomes, the more it reveals itself to self-consciousness which discovers itself therein, the more real it becomes. The dissolution of its being in itself entails no loss on its part of anything essential, to the contrary, it unveils its genuine essence. Punning on the term, in itself, as Hegel does himself, we may say that being in itself becomes what it really is in itself. The thing itself is present only in the revelatory knowledge and the action of subjectivity. It is as much a real thing as an action of self-consciousness, as much objectivity as suppressed objectivity. A better way to put it is that the thing itself is the thing seen through the action of self-consciousness. A work has no value by itself. It acquires value when it is authenticated by the development of self-consciousness, when, through the test of time, it has found its meaning for spirit. But this experience is beyond the stage at which we find ourselves here. It is the world of spirit, the world that is spirit and that will soon be the thing itself. And this world requires that not only individuality but the interplay of individualities, their interaction, be considered. We have already encountered the categories being for itself and being for another in the emergence of self-consciousness. We meet them again now. Self-consciousness is necessarily for itself and also for others, it is self-sameness, but it also appears as objectivity. We observed this duality in the immediate encounter of living self-consciousnesses. The advent of self-consciousness, which is the self-consciousness of life, is both an objectification and a suppression of objectification. 9 The work, too, is for others. But it is also for me. The thing itself by means of which the disappearance of the work is negated, and through which self-consciousness qua necessary action overcomes natural objectivity, is simultaneously the thing of an individual and the thing of other individuals, a difference in form which calls to mind the difference that was already present at the stage of force. Force was for itself but also for another. Hegel himself points out the similarity, at this point, a movement which corresponds to that of sensuous certainty and to that of perception and, we should add, to that of understanding develops. In our opinion, a higher stage of the dialectic always sheds light on a lower stage, and when Hegel spoke of the being for itself and the being for another of force he was already thinking of relations among self-consciousnesses. Thus, honest consciousness will seek to justify its action by relating it to the universal criterion that the thing itself is for it. But since this criterion is abstract at first, it will be able to apply it to each particular moment and its honesty will be revealed as illusory. When consciousness fails to reach the THLNG itself in one of its moments or in one signification, then by that very fact it appropriates it in another moment, consequently, it always obtains the satisfaction which according to its concept it must enjoy. However THLNGs turn out, it will always have reached the thing itself, for the latter is the universal genus of these moments and the predicate of each of them. Let us suppose that consciousness does not realize its goal, it has at least willed it, and that is what is essential, that is the thing itself. Or let us suppose that because circumstances were unfavorable it did nothing. It can still quote the fox, the grapes are sour, I think I'll leave them for some knave. The thing itself, in this case, was precisely the unity of reality and the desire of consciousness. Or let us suppose that great events are occurring around it, one of Napoleon's campaigns, for example. G. Cf. Our discussion of the struggle for recognition, Part 3, Chapter I, above. Each self-consciousness is for itself, but it is simultaneously an object for another self-consciousness. It is through the negation of this objective character that it forces the other to recognize it, without its taking part in them. Honest consciousness then takes as the thing itself its ineffective interest in these events. It becomes interested in that, and that plays the role of the side it could have chosen. In gathering up these various moments to which the predicate thing itself is always applicable, honest consciousness must finally discover its dishonesty, the contradiction lodged within it. Pure action is essentially the action of a particular individual and, simultaneously, an actual reality, a thing. Similarly, what we call actual reality is the action of an individual as well as action in general. This is why at times the individual fancies that he is dealing with the thing itself as an abstract thought, and at other times that he is dealing with it as his thing. But in either case, he is prey to a dialectic. When he believes that he wills only the thing in general, it is his thing that he is thing of. When he believes that he wills only his thing, it is to the thing in general that he gives himself up. When we consider the interplay of individualities, this difference in content becomes a difference in form, between being for itself and being for others. In other words, when an individual consciousness exposes one of th moments on the outside, it keeps the other for itself. A reciprocal deception arises. But individuals deceive not only each other but also themselves. Consciousness is never where one thinks it is. Oh, when I labor and I display my work, I claim, for example, to be laboring for the love of science. My only interest in the war is the general advancement of knowledge. At least, that is how I present myself to others. And at first the others see it this way, which is why they show me that they have already accomplished my work and that what I have done is useless, or, alternatively, why they offer to help me. But they are soon disappointed, for they discover that I am interested not in the work in itself but in the work insofar as it is mine. Being for others was not the same as being for itself. Of course, what is true of me is equally true of everyone else, and they are wrong to complain. They discover that they have been deceived, but they themselves wish to deceive in the same way. Conversely, when we claim to be interested in the work only insofar as it is our work, we are soon 10. When the individual believes that he is working for a universal cause, he is following his own interest. When he believes that he is following his interest, he is working for a cause that transcends it. Led to discover that we are interested in the thing itself. To create, to work in general, is it not to wish to emerge into the light of day? But when they act and thus present themselves in the light of day, they immediately contradict thereby their allegation that they wish to exclude the light of day, universal consciousness, and the participation of everyone else. The actualization is rather an exposition of what is one's own in the universal element by which this thing that is one's own becomes, and must become, everyone's. As soon as a work is begun, others flock to it, in Hegel's phrase, like flies to fresh milk, and wish to know how they are involved in it. The double contradiction of content and form must be resolved in a higher synthesis, in which the thing itself rises from being an abstract predicate to being a concrete subject. It then becomes the thing which, by being my thing, is everyone's as well, the thing which is for me by being for others, and which in its being for others is being for me. This thing belongs to everyone and to each one a common work, qua common, in which individualities and the interplay of their mutual deceits are transcended, but in which each rediscovers itself as universal self. This thing is spiritual essence. It is an essence whose being is the action of the specific individual and of all individuals, and whose action is immediately for others and is a thing only qua the action of all and of each. It is the essence that is the essence of all essences, spiritual essence. This is indeed the category, the I which is being and being which is one. But whereas earlier the category was determined as the unity of thought and being, and in this way was for thought, now it is for real self-consciousness, which thereby becomes all of content. For now all content enters into this spiritual essence and is part of the world that is the work of self-consciousness. That world is spirit, the work of all and of each. We have transcended individual consciousness, which, for its part, having moved from nature to honesty and from honesty to morality and the thought of the ethical world, has risen to universal self. To be sure, inasmuch as it belongs to an individual consciousness, the thought of the ethical world is not yet real spirit, but only thought, a thought that is discussed in the subchapters on legislative reason, and the reason that examines laws. But these two chapters merely serve as a transition to the new world that has been foreshadowed since the dialectic of self-consciousnesses, the world of spirit, in which the self is posed in substance and substance is posed in the self. For legislative reason and the reason that assays laws, we have reached the stage of spiritual essence as the work of all and of each. The abstract thing itself that could be the general predicate of all the moments of an individual's action and thus confer a certain universality on them is now the absolute thing, a thing beyond which it is impossible to advance since it is simultaneously universal being and the self of that being. Individuality has transcended the particular nature in which it seemed to be enclosed, it has risen to self as universal self. Conversely, the formal thing itself acquires its content and its differences in acting individuality. The universal is no longer contract opposed to specific consciousnesses, rather, it finds in them its own concrete content. This is the universal of pure consciousness, a universal which is also this self. Hegel adds to these determinations of spiritual essence that of being true. At this stage, truth is equivalent to certainty for consciousness. It is the ethical world in which being is simultaneously self. And this world is the will of this self. Thus, Hegel comes to define truth as the unity of being and action, the human work, a work that is both in itself and for itself, a work that is the category. LL. The consciousness we are discussing is the consciousness of ethical substance, ethical consciousness. Yet it remains an individual consciousness, and when it poses ethical substance within itself it appends it and ascribes to the object of consciousness now is the absolute thing whose Dasein is actual reality and the action of self-consciousness. Let us note that this truth, which is also a deed, is a life and is in itself only in the for itself of consciousness. To it either the form of contingency or that of a formal knowledge. The experiences we shall now comment on have a double implication. On the one hand, they lead to the self being posed in the very midst of substance. On the other hand, from the point of view of substance and of spiritual essence in general, they lead to granting actual ity to substance, they raise it to spiritual actuality. Hegel summarizes this double process at the beginning of the next chapter. In fact, qua specific entity, this consciousness is still separate from substance. Either it prescribes arbitrary laws to substance, or it presumes that it possesses in its knowledge, as such, the laws as they are in and for itself and it regards itself as the power that appraises them. Or, from the point of view of substance, we may say that this substance is spiritual essence that exists in and for itself but is not yet consciousness of itself. The essence that exists in and for itself and simultaneously knows itself to be actual as consciousness and represents itself to itself is spirit. We reach this new level of experience when ethical substance becomes conscious of itself and when consciousness actually becomes consciousness of substance. For the moment, we are still on the path of that realization. The individual self is still distinct from the substance of which it is the self, and substance is still separate from this self. 1 am within ethical substance when law is in and for itself for me, thus, ethical substance is the essence of self-consciousness, but self-consciousness, in turn, is the actual reality, the Dasein, of that substance, it is itself and its will. We're called that at the beginning of the dialectic of acting reason Hegel proposed to lead individuality to the thought of substance, and that he defined that thought of substance as morality. But since it is only an individual's thought it remains distinct from ethical substance and is equally the possibility of immorality. It is in this form that we shall now consider it. In the first place, individual self-consciousness believes that it immediately knows what is just and good. It proclaims edicts that must be immediately valid, everyone must tell the truth, or love your neighbor as yourself. But these edicts prove inadequate to the necessity that they claim to express. They manifest a contingency which derives from the individuality of the consciousness that formulates them. We must tell the truth, but to do so depends on our knowing the truth, and that knowledge depends on circumstances and on individual conviction. This is all the more true for the second command, which we must understand to mean love your neighbor intelligently, for a stupid love might harm him even more than hatred would. Thus, when examined, these laws lose their immediateness and are shown to be arbitrary, just as arbitrary as the specific consciousness that formulates them. The contingency of these particular contents is transcended by substance qua universality and necessity. But when the individual claims to legislate, his edicts appear to emanate from a particular self-consciousness and to be arbitrary orders, the commands of a master. In substance, these orders are not only orders, they exist and are valid in itself. They are in itself, but their proclamation by a particular consciousness gives them an arbitrary character which does not correspond to their absolute nature. The self which has thought through universality and necessity still has a last resort. Instead of legislating immediately, it can examine the laws. Their content is already given, consciousness is merely the unit of measure which tests content in order to ascertain its validity. Thus we come to Kant's rule, which proclaims nothing but the general condition in which a maxim can be established as a universal law. But this manner of testing an already given content can proclaim nothing but tautologies. Let us take the case of property, for example. Property is a concrete determination, a particular content. If we wish to ascertain whether property exists in and for itself, that is, without reference to anything else, we can equally say property is property and non-property is non-property. If, on the other hand, we consider its relation to need and to the human person, then property is as self-contradictory as non-property. It would be quite remarkable, Hegel notes, if tautology, the principle of contradictation, which is recognized only as a formal criterion of the knowledge of theoretical truth, should be something more for the knowledge of practical truth. Indeed, the examination of laws may already be the beginning of the immorality of an individual consciousness. Similarly, the second moment, insofar as it is isolated, signifies the process of examining laws, of moving the immovable, and it signifies the audacity of knowledge which by dint of reasoning frees itself from absolute laws and takes them as something arbitrary and alien. In each case, individual consciousness has appeared in its negative behavior toward ethical substance. Substance has appeared only in the form of the particular individual's will and knowledge. It exists only as the must-be of an edict that lacks actual reality, or as the knowledge of a formal universality. But since these modes have been suppressed, consciousness has returned into the universal and these oppositions have vanished. When these modes are no longer valid in their separateness but only qua suppressed Aufgehoben, spiritual essence is actual substance. And the unity in which they are only moments is the self of consciousness, which henceforth is posed within spiritual essence and raises that essence to actual reality, to plenitude, and to self-consciousness. Laws are not the arbitrary edict of an individual consciousness. They are not based on the will of an individual, but rather are valid in itself. Law is the pure absolute will of everybody, and it has the form of immediate being. This pure will, Hegel adds, is not thereby a command which simply ought to be, it exists and it is valid. It is the universal I of the category that immediately is actual reality. And the world is nothing else but this actual reality. Thus, consciousness has suppressed itself qua specific consciousness, it has effected the mediation by which laws lose their arbitrary character. It is only because that mediation has been accomplished that consciousness again becomes the self-consciousness of ethical substance. Essence is self-consciousness, and self-consciousness is the consciousness of essence. We have reached spirit, insofar as spirit is the concrete substance, reason posed as being the individual who is a world. 12. PARTV. Spirit. From spiritual substance to the self knowledge of spirit. Introduction. The Phenomenology sets itself a double task, to lead naive consciousness to philosophical knowledge and to lead individual consciousness to emerge from its would-be isolation, its exclusive being for itself, so as to raise it to spirit. Individual consciousness must be shown its ontological relation to other beings for itself in the very heart of its being for itself. Thus, individual self-consciousness raised itself to universal self-consciousness through the struggle for recognition, the opposition between master and slave, and, finally, unhappy consciousness, which, by alienating its subjectivity, led us to reason. Hegel had already noted the endpoint of the dialectical development of self-consciousness at the beginning of his section on self-consciousness. When a self-consciousness is an object, the object is I as well as object. In this way, the concept of spirit is already present for us. Later, consciousness will experience spirit, that absolute substance which, in the perfect freedom and independence of its oppositions, that is, of various self-consciousnesses each of which is for itself, constitutes their unity an I that is a we and a we that is an I. Spirit here appears as the experience of a cogitamus and no longer merely that of a cogito. It presupposes both the transcendence of individual consciousnesses and the maintenance of their diversity within substance. It is at the heart of individual consciousness itself that we discover its necessary relation to other individual consciousnesses, each is for itself and at the same time for others, each requires recognition from the other in order to be, and, reciprocally, each must recognize the other. 322/Spirit. This conflict, which allows them to exist, is both preserved and transcended at the level of spirit. Thus spirit is the truth of reason, universal self-consciousness has itself become a being in and for itself. This being, in turn, develops for us in the dimension of history and unfolds its vital content. Spirit, thus, is at first immediate, like a nature, it then opposes itself and makes itself other so as to regain itself. But in this reflective regaining it internalizes itself and becomes the self-knowledge of spirit. J. Hegel, in the Phenomenology, calls spirit is the experience of objective spirit becoming absolute spirit. We can now understand what Hegel wrote in the preface to the Phenomenology: spirit is at first immediate, it is in and for itself inasmuch as it engenders its own spiritual content, that is, in so far as it makes its own history and is its own development, but it is not yet in and for itself, it is not yet the knowledge of spirit by spirit. This self-knowledge of spirit is philosophy itself, it is truth which has also become certainty, a vital truth that knows itself. The titles of the chapters of the Phenomenology dealing with spirit proper reveal the movement and meaning of this dialectic. True spirit, spirit/Vihis has become alien to itself, self-certain spirit. The direction of this movement is always from substance to subject, from spirit that merely exists to the self-knowledge of spirit. The fundamental thesis of the Phenomenology, that the Absolute is subject, is reasserted here. But in order that this thesis acquire its full meaning, Hegel had to move beyond individual self-consciousness, which is able to found history only on the historicity of its own being, and reach the reality of universal self-consciousness. Reason, of course, was universal self-consciousness, but only potentially, not in any action. In action, that reason becomes a world, the world of spirit, or of human history. In this history, spirit must know its own self, it must progress from truth to certainty. Spirit is a we must begin not with the cogito but with the cogitamus. Spirit is history, it becomes what it is only through a historical development because each of its moments, in making itself essence, must realize itself as an original world, and because its being is not distinct from the action through which it poses itself. 1. Spirit is knowledge of itself in its history. It is a return to itself through, and by means of, that history, a return such that nothing alien subsists in or for spirit and such that spirit knows itself as what it is and is what it knows itself to be. These are the three fundamental theses of Hegelian idealism. We shall discuss the third later, it is the one that raises the greatest difficulties, for it leads the phenomenology to an ontology and results in the transcendence of all transcendence and in the most perfect equanimity within the perpetual disquiet and instability of history. Let us consider at present only the first two theses. The problem of the multiplicity of self-consciousnesses has always been the stumbling block of philosophies. According to the realist, I know the other at first only through his body or his being for an other, which alone is given in my sensuous experience. In Kant's critique of pure reason, on the other hand, the problem of the other's consciousness does not seem to arise. An idealist like Kant is concerned with the universal conditions of all experience and tries to establish the general laws of subjectivity which are simultaneously the laws of everything that can present itself to me as an object. But how can an object of my experience be, in other respects, a subject? To be sure, the I think is the apex of the Kantian edifice. But that cogito is a cogito in general, the common sense of individual consciousness, the question of transcendental intersubjectivity is not really posed. Yet the other, too, appears in my experience, and it does so as a particular object. It is an object-subject, the conditions of whose possibility Kant did not study. We know, by contrast, the importance which in our own time Husserl, for example, attached to the problem of the multiplicity of self-consciousnesses. He wished to show that the world qua objective world for me referred back to alien subjectivities. According to Husserl, only the complementarism of points of view on the world makes possible the notion of the objectivity of the world. Point 2. This intersubjectivity has also been considered as an original phenomenon of our experience, which Heidegger has called Mitsein. According to Heidegger, this being with is consti. An indication of a method specific to Hegel, each particular moment of spirit wealth, state power, family, etc. must present itself as the essence. And it is in the course of these presentations that each is transcended. Tutive of human reality and is as much a part of it as is being in the world. Point 3. We call these contemporary works to mind only the better to indicate the importance of the relation among beings for itself in the phenomenology. Hegel wishes to rediscover Kant's one in general by starting with individual self-consciousness. The I exist of one self-consciousness is possible only through another one exist, and it is a condition of my very being that an other be for me and that I be for an other. Point 4. The encounter of self-consciousnesses which are objects for each other and must reveal themselves to each other in experience as X is interl to transcendental philosophy. The cogito, reason, is possible only on the basis of that relation. The possibility of a universal thought arises in the element of mutual recognition. The truth that appears at the level of reason presupposes the existence of self-consciousnesses, and would not exist were it not for the phenomenology of self-consciousness as our study has revealed it. This presupposition, which seems forgotten in the phenomenology of reason, regains its full meaning in the transition from reason to spirit. Truth must appear as spiritual substance, the work of all and of each. For this reason, the phenomenology of reason must, on its own, result in a phenomenology of spirit proper. The universal self-consciousness which Hegel claims to reach, then, is not Kant's one think in general but human reality as an intersub one activits, a we which alone is concrete. Spirit is this we precisely insofar as it simultaneously brings about the unity and the separation of I's. Point 5. The universal I is right but not yet itself reason. In other words, it must become what, in itself, it already is. In order to pose itself as being, it must pass beyond the immediate unity of the for itself and the in itself, of the I and being. Spirit is precisely this reason which exists, this category which develops as history. Reason becomes spirit when its certainty of being all of reality rises to truth, and when it knows itself to be conscious of itself qua its world and of the world qua itself. This world is the self of spirit, which means that it gives rise to itself and develops itself but at the same time discovers itself. For the self exists only insofar as it knows itself as self. We can now understand the second thesis of Hegel's idealism: spirit is history. We might say, in contemporary philosophical terms, that if self-consciousness was historicity, spirit is now a history. In his introduction to his presentation of spirit, Hegel rapidly summarizes the argument up to that point. Reason was merely the first reconciliation of the individual and the universal. Self-consciousness which, having passed through the test posed by unhappy consciousness, has become free self-consciousness, becomes capable of univerality. For it, then, the object is no longer a pure and simple in itself but a world, a universe in which it instinctively seeks itself. The category becomes the concept of reason not merely by right, through an unrealized requirement, but in actual fact, for that world is revealed to science as reason itself. To be sure, this result is inadequate. Qua nature, the world does not genuinely express reason itself. Reason merely discovers itself in this being other, which implies that it was los, alienated in being. As Hegel wrote, spirit is what discovers itself and presupposes itself as lost. Nature is the spirit outside itself, external to itself. Reason thus discovers itself as in itself in nature, in itself in both senses of the term. It discovers that it is the in itself, that it is being as compactness, which, so to speak, does not have any perspective on itself. So we come to say that spirit exists in the way that a skull exists. But reason also discovers that this nature is potentially spirit, spirit in itself, spirit for the spirit that knows it, and in that knowledge grasps the essence of its object and reveals it as it is capable of being known. However, this immediate discovery of the self is only one moment of the category, which is mediation as well as immediateness. Therefore, in developing only the aspect of mediation, reason poses itself by opposing what is and negates the immediate truth of itself as constituted by nature. The category given to intuition, the thing discovered, henceforth enters consciousness as the being for itself of the I, an I which now knows itself in objective essence as the self, that is, as what reflects itself, what always refers back to itself in the other. But this continual negation of objective essence, in turn, ends in defeat, and the category is finally grasped in the action and the works of the individual entity, grasped as the unity of the in itself and the for itself. The category has then become the thing itself, human work. It is indeed in and for itself in the earlier sense, but it is for others, too, as well as for me. It is spiritual essence, the human fact, and no longer the thing of nature. Spirit is thus the genuine development of that universality which self-consciousness reached as reason. As spirit, reason has become the we. It is no longer the subjective certainty of discovering itself immediately in being or opposing itself through negating that being, it knows itself as this world, as the world of human history, and, conversely, it knows this world to be the self. The dialectical development of this world in three ages which correspond to three periods of universal history presents serious difficulties of interpretation. Why does Hegel begin this development of spirit with the polis? Are we to see it as a truly historical development or as an exposition of the different moments of spirit? Or are we to agree with Rosenzweig that at the time Hegel was writing the Phenomenology he had abandoned his earlier conception of the state, a conception to which he was to return in the Berlin philosophy of right? 6. It is difficult to answer these questions precisely because Hegel's thought remains ambiguous and the relevant passages of the Phenomenology are open to various interpretations. But although we cannot reach a perfectly clear solution to these fundamental problems, we can nevertheless, the basis of an examination of the development of Hegel's earlier works, reject certain interpretations and define what remains obscure. First of all, Rosenzweig's thesis seems to us to be unacceptable. In the Phenomenology, he writes, the state is no longer what is most exalted, it yields that position to morality and morality, in turn, will soon yield it to religion. 7. In that case, we would have to agree that there was a break between Hegel's earlier work and the Phenomenology, as well as between the Phenomenology and the later work. According to this view, the ideal of the human city, expounded in the System der Sittlichkeit and in the Naturrecht, is abandoned in favor of a city of God. Later, the argument continues, Hegel returned to his divinization of the state, although we cannot clearly indicate the relation between, on the one hand, objective spirit and the universal history of nations and, on the other, absolute spirit as art, religion, and philosophy. Rosenzweig's argument is supported only by the order of the chapters of the Phenomenology. Hegel begins with the ethical idea, which, indeed, is the substance of spirit in which the self, qua being for itself, tends to be absorbed. He then shows how the self emerges from this harmonious totality and becomes its destiny. But this immediately universal self can no longer find itself, it is the unhappy consciousness of history. This world is the world of alienation and culture, the modem world, which culminates, after the great movement of liberation of the 18th century, in the French Revolution. But the French Revolution foundered on the terror. The sublime effort of a people to reconcile heaven and earth, to realize the state concretely as general will, was, in fact, a historical fiasco. Spirit then flees to another earth and becomes moral spirit. S. Rousseau's general will is apparently succeeded by Kant's moralism and by the internal revolution accomplished by German idealism. This revolution culminates in the self-knowledge of the spirit, and this self-knowledge expresses itself in the new element of religion, an element destined, in turn, to find its truth in absolute knowledge, in philosophy. If we were to interpret the sequence literally, we should have to conclude that Hegel gave up the ethical ideal, that he noted the failure of the French Revolution to overcome all alienation in the objective spirit, and that he raised above the state, which is unable to manifest the absolute idea, first the moral vision of the world and then religion. According to this view, the failure of the general will's aspiration to realize itself in a people is followed by the appearance of the religious community, which alone is able to embody the self-knowledge of spirit. The citizen is succeeded by the moral subject and then by religious spirit. But this interpretation seems to us to run counter to the very text of the Phenomenology. Religion does not succeed objective spirit in the way that one historical event follows another. When objective spirit grasps itself as subject and becomes aware of being creative spirit, which throughout history, and at the heart of its own history, reconciles the infinite and the finite, the universal I and the specific I, then the philosopher who in the Phenomenology says we discovers in this reconciliation a new element of knowledge, the self-knowledge of spirit. At that moment, a new history, the history of religion, appears in his story. It is the development of this self-knowledge that Hegel studies in the Phenomenology of religion, but he does not claim thereby to negate the spirit that creates its own history. This can be clearly seen in the discussion of absolute knowledge, a discussion that is obscure because of its concentration. There Hegel asserts the need to reconcile the spirit that represents itself to itself in religion with the spirit that develops fate in history. The intuition of the divine must be reconciled with the self-intuition of the divine. 9. In Christianity, God is represented as subject, but that is still only a representation. It is necessary to advance from that representation to the concept, that is, to the subject spirit which simultaneously alienates itself in history and, in that alienation, knows itself as itself, the concept in its truth, that is, in its unity with its alienation. 10. It is up to philosophy, up to absolute knowledge, to be this very concept. What does this thesis mean concretely? Does it imply that religion disappears into a humanism? What does it mean with regard to the problem of God? We shall investigate these questions later in interpreting various passages. For the moment, it seems to us proven that the Phenomenology is not the transition from the idea of the state to the religious idea that Rosenzweig apparently thought it to be. The development of the various moments of spirit clearly has a direction, which corresponds to a historical development. At first, spirit is considered as substance, at the end point of its development, it is viewed as subject, indeed as the subject that creates its own history. Now the polis, of which Plato's Republic was, as it were, the idea, was ignorant of this subjectivity. The self-reflection of spirit is discovered by the modern world, both in its bourgeois culture and in its religion. Spirit had to reflect on itself in order truly to become what it had been only in itself, in order to assume its being and discover itself as its own author. This reflection was fulfilled in a history, it is the transition from the ancient world to the modern and contemporary worlds. Today the state can no longer be merely substantive like the Greek city, it has become a self-certain spirit, expressed through the historical action of a Napoleon, even though a bourgeois world, in which each thinks that he works for himself but in fact works for all, still subsists. This transition from substance to subject, from true spirit to self-certain spirit, is what the Phenomenology presents. L1 If in the last chapter of the section on spirit Hegel does not actually speak of the state, it is not because the state has disappeared as the supreme form of world spirit and yielded its position to a moral subject or a contemplative soul, but because in that chapter Hegel considers only the novel aspect that spirit takes on when it grasps itself as subject. Thus, we prefer Martin Bucer's recent interpretation to Rosenzweig's. Rather than opposing the theses of the Phenomenology to those of the Philosophy of Right, Bucer has tried to demonstrate that the differences between the two books are due to a difference in point of view. What the encyclopedia presents as the development, in and for itself, of the concept, the Phenomenology presents as a prise de conscience of that concept. Both the Phenomenology and the system are presentations of absolute spirit, but they are different presentations. 12 In the Philosophy of Right, which is a moment of the system, each articulation appears in the absolute element. The opposition between essence and knowledge plays no part here, and the prise de conscience characteristic of the Phenomenology is no longer the moving force of the dialectic. Abstract right, morality, the state are both content and form, objective essence and self-knowledge. In the Phenomenology, of course, all the moments of the concept are presented according to the internal opposition between in itself and for itself, between essence and knowledge. The moments of spirit are all presented in the Phenomenology, but they are presented in the order of their emergence with respect to the knowledge spirit gains of itself, with respect to the prise de conscience. For this reason, the end of the development, self-certain spirit, is not the negation of the substantive state and its submersion in a new form of the world spirit, but the emergence of the self-consciousness of spirit from its substantiveness, the emergence of the for itself aspect of the in itself, which, as general will, is always the state. Hegel himself points out that the development is in accordance with the development of the prise de conscience. Spirit is the ethical life of a people inasmuch as spirit is immediate truth, the individual who is a world. Spirit must progress to the consciousness of what it immediately is, it must suppress that beautiful ethical life and, through a sequence of figures, reach self-knowledge. This passage is consonant with the circular movement of Hegel's argument. Spirit becomes what it immediately is. The beautiful ethical life, the ancient city, with which Hegel begins because it is for him the first genuine form of a harmonious organization of the human city, is also the goal that history pursues. But in order to become what it already is in itself, spirit must renounce immediateness, it must regain itself and deepen itself as the subject of its history. The Phenomenology of spirit proper develops this transition from immediate spirit to subject spirit. But, as we have seen, the figures of this development have historical signification, as Hegel explicitly tells us. These figures differ from the preceding ones in that they themselves are real spirits, genuine actually existing entities, rather than being merely figures of consciousness, they are figures of a world. The correspondence between the ancient, modern, and contemporary worlds and the moments of the dialectic of the spirit's prise de conscience ethical world, world split into a here below and a beyond, moral worldview is not arbitrary. The meaning of the dialectic here is the very meaning of history. The prise de conscience is a history. And Hegel's early works make this clear to us. At the start of his stay in Jena, Hegel had tried to present the absolute idea as the most beautiful organization of the human city, the greatest work of art is the organic city. In the System der Sittlichkeit and in his article Naturrecht, as in Schelling's intuition, creative spirit must forget itself in order to pose itself absolutely. These works of Hegel's present the ideal of a city which floats above history, independent of its vicissitudes. All the moments of human life need, enjoyment, labor, tools, language, etc. become truly significant only in the context of that totality, which philosophy must present. Despite the beauty and validity of certain passages, These works of Hegel seem oddly archaic. The polis and the Platonic ideal mingle with 18th century states in a completely unhistorical exposition. What we have here is the idea of the Volksgeist, and not yet the idea that becomes itself in the course of a history. Philosophy, Hegel wrote at the time, demands the most beautiful form for the absolute moral idea, and, since the absolute idea is intuition, spirit recognizes itself therein with no reflection on itself independent of intuition. For this reason it is absolute spirit and perfect morality. 13. It can be said that Hegel had not yet found himself in this first exposition. He does not even seem here to have been up to the level of his first theological works. But gradually, as he discovered his originality with respect to Schelling, he became aware of the necessity of the prise de conscience, and he contraposed the concept to intuition. From that moment on, the ideal of the ancient city was relegated to the past. The substantive spirit of antiquity became the modern spirit, and history no longer appeared alien to the absolute idea. This conception of spirit as history and as prise de conscience dawned in the real philosophy of 1803-4 and 1805-6. Spirit is higher than nature, it is the concept, that is, the subject which rises above intuition, in which it was completely absorbed in its works. The world spirit transcends. The spirit of a people. The difference between the ancient world and the modern world is not only recognized but also judged. Freedom of the self was not truly known by the Greeks, by Plato or Aristotle, and the infinite subjectivity of Christianity makes a return to a city like the ancient polis impossible. 15. This evolution is irreversible. Henceforth spirit is inseparable from a history. For it itself is history, it exists only in producing its own being. If we compare our study of the evolution that is manifest in the Jena works with our analysis of the passages of the Phenomenology, we will understand why Hegel began his dialectic of spirit by presenting the ancient city, and also why for him the direction of that dialectic from substance to subject, from true spirit to self-certain spirit corresponds to a real historical evolution. It was indeed in the course of this historical evolution that spirit asserted itself as the subject of its own history and secured itself through the most profound opposition that between its essence and its Dasein, between its beyond and its here below. 16. At the end point of the reflection back on itself, merely true merely objective spirit becomes subject spirit. The phenomenology means to establish precisely this reality of the concept, this possibility for all the content of experience to appear as the work of the self. For that reason, at the end of the section on spirit, spirit will appear to itself as remaining itself in its alienation, as the subject of history. It is this history that will be constituted as the equality of spirit in the inequality of becoming, the vital reconciliation of universal self and specific self. But the interest of the phenomenology, as well as its difficulty, lies less in its general theses than in the detailed interpretations it presents. Though the general movement is easily discernible, Hegel in fact continually restates it, showing it in an ever new light. The detailed analyses keep getting tangled. It sometimes seems as though, forgetting the whole, Hegel lingers over long at specific moments. He interprets various historical events, tries to elaborate their signification, and presents a moment as though it were absolute essence. We must, therefore, analyze each of the moments of the development of spirit for its own sake, yet without forgetting that the true is the whole and that each of these moments has meaning only through its position in the general dialectic. Immediate spirit, the emergence of the self. At first, spirit exists immediately, it is there as a historical given, i.e., the existence of a people, a community of individuals aware of themselves as living in the concrete totality of a people. 1. We have moved beyond the abstract moment at which the individual, as self-consciousness, stood contraposed to his world, trying to realize concretely an ideal found only in himself. The world now is reason made real, and self-consciousness is not contract opposed to it. On the contrary, self-consciousness now recognizes itself in the world immediately. As at the beginning of the phenomenology, certainty and truth seem identical. Spirit exists, it is substance. And specific certainty, the consciousness of that substance, merely presents a contrast to this universal, which is its goal and its in itself. There is, to be sure, a distinction, that implied by consciousness itself. But the distinction between specific and universal, between individual and genus, is not an opposition. As universal essence and as goal, substance presents a contrast to itself as individualized entity. But spirit is not merely the substance of I. This historical given is analogous to the primordial nature which human individuality finds within itself at first, that which it has not made. Further, the problem of individuality is posed anew with respect to a people. But now the individual himself is a world, a totality, without, however, being the cosmopolitan absence of figure which Hegel consistently denounces as incompatible with the vitality of the concept. This individuality will appear as universal in the negation of negation, which for a people is the moment of war. Individuals, it is also their work, which is why individual consciousness actualizes substance in making it its own deed, and, conversely, why substance, which at first is only an in itself, becomes actual and alive in ethical action. The unity of self and substance is thus realized. Hegel tries to explain and justify the distinctions in content which appear here. We shall limit ourselves to conveying an outline of his argument. The first moment, immediateness, is characterized by the fact that the self does not yet appear as the power of the negative, contract opposed to its being. Ethical self-consciousness, Antigones, for example, or Creans, adheres immediately to its action, to the content that it intends to actualize. The self, here, is an ethical nature, a character. Action, and only action, will cause the self to emerge in its abstract independence and will pose it as person, free of any concrete content. The endpoint of this dialectic is the resolution of the beautiful ethical life in a world of abstract persons valid in and of themselves. From then on, substance is dissolved in the realm of persons, and spirit is posed in its externality to itself. In the modern world of alienation, spirit can no longer be what it is, it must always oppose itself. The first moment, the beautiful ethical life, does not lack differences, but these differences are not yet oppositions. As we have already noted, substance splits into goal and consciousness, genus and individual. But the law according to which consciousness splits extends to substance too, and the content of substance then manifests itself as human law and divine law, element of specificity and element of universality. Point 2 Hegel is describing the Greek city here, and he represents the decline of that city through a study of ancient tragedy. Human law corresponds to the explicit laws of the city, the social and political life of a people. Divine law corresponds to the Penates, to the family. Which is the kernel and, as it were, the potentiality of this world. Hegel tries to explain this division of substance according to the law of consciousness by showing that the very activity of self-consciousness is already present in the city and its government. Spirit of this kind can be called human law because it has the form of actuality conscious of itself. The law of the city is public, everyone knows it, and it manifests itself externally as the expression of the common will of the citizens. As we read in the Antigone, man has given laws to cities. The spirit of the people, then, appears in full light. It already appears as self-positing and, consequently, it stands contract opposed to its other, to that from which it detaches itself, just as a plant rises and manifests itself on the outside while its roots remain sunk in the earth. The division of substance into human law and divine law, manifest law and hidden law, is brought about by the movement of consciousness which grasps being only in contrast to an other and sets off the figure of consciousness against a background of unconsciousness. Human law and divine law, the city of men and the family, complement each other, though each is other for the other. Human law expresses the actual action of self-consciousness. Divine law, therefore, has the form of immediate substance, or of substance posed only in the element of being. The former is already an action, the latter the background against which that action stands out and from which it emerges. Another power, divine law, opposes this public manifestation. Thus, the family is the substance of ethical life as pure and simple immediateness, that is, as nature. Spirit emerges from the depths of nature, and ethical spirit, the spirit of the city, emerges from the depths of the Penates and family life. Thus, two oppositions appear, oppositions which for the moment are only distinctions, that between specific and universal and that between family and people. Hegel first shows us the complementary relation between these moments of immediate spirit, moments whose unity will constitute the beautiful totality, true spirit as totality, or infinity. Later, we see how action, which alone disturbs the quietude of substance, causes the self to emerge in its negative power. Greek tragedy, that of Aeschylus and Sophocles, represents the opposition between ethical self-consciousness and a destiny that entails the disappearance of the beautiful ethical totality, one and fact. Through this movement, ethical substance becomes actual self-consciousness, this self becomes what is in and for itself, but the ethical order is destroyed. Because the ethical order is immediate, it must be undone, but because that immediateness is a beautiful moment in the development of spirit, spirit seeks always to rediscover it and reflectively to reconstitute it. To say that spirit exists immediately is to say that it is still nature, that morality is custom, that the self immediately knows the laws of its action. The substantive content of the act is given, subjectivity does not oppose it from the infinity of its being for itself. In his early works and in the philosophy of his Jena period, Hegel insisted, against Kant, that immediateness was a necessary condition of moral action. For no decision is possible without a certain presence of what must be done in existential this. The legislative activity of a formal consciousness does not culminate in action, and an examination of laws is already a slide toward immorality. But in the ethical world which we have just distinguished from modern morality, spirit knows itself as a nature and that nature is known as spirit. Content does not oppose form but has spiritual meaning. We know the various ways in which Rousseau's contraposition of nature and culture influenced Hegel's generation. For Hegel and for H61 Derlin, of course, there was no question of a state of nature, a barbaric period prior to civilization, rather, they postulated a realized harmony between spirit and its world, the harmony of a spiritual life that was also natural without the painful opposition between self and the content of its life, between the infinite demand of the self and the finite given of its action. Hegel's contemporaries, and Hegel himself, saw Greece as a paradise lost, a moment of spirit's youth. They sought the land of the Greeks, as Goethe wrote in his Iphigenia, with the eyes of the soul, das Land der Griechen mit der Seele. The organic ideal of the life of a people, an ideal which Hegel conceived at Jena, was modeled on the Greek city. And much later, in the philosophy of his Ori, as in the Phenomenology, Hegel presented the essence of Greek character as the beautiful individuality produced by spirit which transforms nature into its own expression. The genius characteristic of the Greeks is the plastic artist who makes a work of art out of stone. In this emkleiding, the stone does not simply remain a stone, but neither is its form a merely external garment. Contrary to its nature, it becomes an expression of the spiritual, and it is thereby transformed. Conversely, in order to express his idea, the artist needs stone, colors, sensuous forms. Without that element, the idea cannot become an object of his thought, he can neither be aware of it nor objectify it for others. This full realization of spirit existing as meaning in the objectivity of a nature makes that spirit true spirit, spirit which has not yet descended to the depths of subjectivity or posed itself as absolute negativity. Of ethical spirit, therefore, Greek spirit is the political work of art. The us exists there as the very being and will of the soul and of particular subjectivity. The individual does not yet exist as absolute specificity, he exists only as the citizen of a free people, a people that poses itself within the limit confines of a concrete city as a beautiful individuality, a political work of art. That people is indeed an individuality. The formless Oriental despotism no longer holds sway, and the Roman opposition between the dominance of the state and the freedom of the individual qua abstract person is not yet arisen. For this reason, the Greek state is essentially democratic. The state is the work of its citizens, it has not yet, in its abstract necessity, become their destiny. Since the Greeks will and perform justice in the form of custom and habit, that form is the solid element and does not yet include reflection or the subjectivity of the will, the enemies of immediateness. The public interest can, therefore, be entrusted to the will and the decisions of the citizens. The Greek constitution must be democratic, for no principle yet exists which might oppose the ethical will or prevent its realization. The citizens are not yet aware of the particular or, therefore, of evil, among them, objective will has not yet been shattered. The goddess Athena is Athens itself, that is, the real and concrete spirit of the citizens. But divinity ceases to reside among the citizens when the will withdraws into itself, into its inaccessible refuge of knowledge and consciousness, and establishes the infinite separation between the subjective and the objective. Point 4. In the pages following this passage, Hegel explains why the modern world cannot reconstitute that democracy, that immediate link between general will and individual will. Subjective freedom, which in our society constitutes the particular form and the principle of freedom and is the absolute basis of our state and our religious life, could appear in Greece only as destruction. Interiority was not far from the Greek spirit, and it was soon attained, but it dashed Greek society to its ruin. For the constitution was unaware of that determination, had foreseen nothing with regard to it, and had not made provision for it. We can assert that in the first, and true, form of their freedom, the Greeks had no moral consciousness, the habit of living for the native land ruled among them without any reflection. 5. There is a passage in the philosophy of history which reproduces the discovery Hegel had made immediately preceding the writing of the Phenomenology, a passage which casts light on the opposition between the immediateness of true spirit and the split between faith and knowledge, between state and individual, that characterizes modern culture. The Greeks did not know the abstraction of a state, which our understanding considers essential. Their goal was the vital native land, this Athens, this Sparta, these temples, these altars, this manner of living together, this milieu of citizens, these mores, these habits. For the Greek, his native land was a necessity outside of which he could not live. The presentation of this ethical spirit in the Phenomenology entails the presentation of two spiritual totalities, family and city, which, as we have seen, are contract opposed to each other as shadow is to light. Hegel's reconstruction here is based on the great opposition between human law and divine law which appears in the plays of Aeschylus and especially in Sophocles' Antigone. That opposition is in fact an opposition between the masculine and the feminine. Primal nature, which the eye has not made and which at first appears as the brute given of sexual distinction, acquires a spiritual signification precisely by virtue of that givenness. In accordance with the immediateness of ethical spirit, the great natural distinctions have meaning, and, for the consciousness that discovers it, that meaning is immanent in the distinction. Yet in this way nature is transcended, for value is attached not to it but to the meaning in it. The natural element merely stimulates man, he can consider only the spiritual element which he has formed from it. The Greek solves riddles posed to him by nature. The attitude which senses, which hearkens, which avidly grasps significations, is represented for us by the image of pen. 6. Nature is grasped by spirit, and in that nature spirit discovers itself, though without knowing explicitly that it does so. Thus the two sexes overcome their natural essences and, in their ethical signification, appear as diverse natures which share between them the differences that ethical substance accords itself. Thus, the two universal essences of the ethical world, divine law and human law, take on their specific individuality in self. Consciousnesses which are differentiated in nature because ethical spirit is the immediate unity of substance and self-consciousness, an immediateness that is manifested simultaneously in reality and in difference qua the dossier of a difference in nature. Natural difference becomes spiritual difference, Antigone is womankind as Creon is mankind. Man rises from the substantive milieu of the family to human law, which is a positive law. He builds the city and finds in it his self-conscious essence. But the sister becomes, or the wife remains, the manager of the house and the keeper of divine law. Her law, in accordance with her own nature, is not a positive, written law. It does not refer to human works but expresses the immediateness of the substantive element which simply exists. Hence, this law is unwritten and its origin unknown, not now or yesterday but always this law has lived, no one knows when it appeared. These two laws complement each other and in their relation constitute the movement and life of ethical substance as infinite totality. Human law proceeds, in its living movement, from divine law, the law that obtains on earth from subterranean law, the conscious from the unconscious, mediation from immediateness, and, similarly, human law returns to its starting point. Their union is like the union of man and woman and, like that union, ethical substance in its totality is simultaneously a nature and a spirit. Hegel studied the family, the city, and the transition from the one to the other so as to cast light on their spiritual meaning. Let us first consider the human city that is an individuality. It expresses itself in government as the self of all. Whereas custom and publicly known law constitute the element of universality, simple and indivisible individuality is spirit qua government. The life of this whole asserts itself in a double movement of expansion and contraction. Specific individuals can become aware of their being for itself because the force of the whole flows in them and separates, so to speak, into distinct families. But this expansion, which might culminate in negating the simple individuality of social spirit, the government, is negated in turn by war, which, in its negative action, contracts the particular systems which are in the process of splitting off from the whole. In the absence of war, individuals would return, through enjoyment and the acquisition of wealth, to a state of pure and simple nature. As the negation of a negation, war makes them aware once again of their dependency. Lest they take root and solidify in their isolation, that is, lest the whole be allowed to disintegrate and spirit to evaporate, government must unsettle their intimacy from time to time by war. Through war, it must disturb their order, which is becoming habitual, and violate their right to independence, just as government must make those individuals who, submerged in that order, detach themselves from the whole and aspire to inviolate being for itself and to the security of the person feel. Through forced labor, their master, death. 9. In this way spirit exists as the individuality of a people and not in an abstract form. Negation is present here in a double form, as the individuality of a people, spirit is a determinate national spirit, and every determination is a negation, but the determination of individuality which, grasped in its Dasein, is a negation manifests itself in its action as negativity. War is the negativity that overcomes nature and prevents submergence in natural Dasein. Far from ethical Dasein, it preserves the self of consciousness, brings it up in freedom, and cultivates its strength. In spiritual individuality, the self of spirit rises above its determination, but that is already a destiny, and, as we shall soon see, the determinate individuality of a people perishes through the negativity that preserves it. This idea of the tragedy of spiritual existence, which is merely foreshadowed by the description of the ethical order in repose, will soon manifest itself in action in the world. In fact, tragedy is characteristic of spirit itself. Tragedy is the representation of the absolute position. 10. The citizen thus brings his work to fruition in the service of the community that he builds. The labor of his life is his death, his universal becoming, yet that death appears as a contingency, as a fact of nature the spiritual signification of which is not evident. The role of the family, of divine law, is to rescue death from nature and make of it essentially an action of spirit. As Hegel envisages it here, the ethical function of the family is to assume responsibility for death. The fundamental problem of the phenomenology is to know what spirit has to take upon itself. Nothing, it appeared at first, but, as we shall see at the end, everything. 11. The family is a natural community. Man finds the _l.esh of his _l.esh in woman, but the spirit of his spirit in the city. 12. In the union of man and woman, in the immediate recognition of love, nature prefigures the spirit of the city. But the family is not only a fact of nature, as ethical substance, it has a spiritual meaning which transcends the natural moment. It is not, therefore, grounded in the immediate determination of sentiment. The ethical relation among family members is not that of sentiment or of love. The ethical essence of the family is not constituted by the many determinations which may appear in it. Some of these remain too close to nature, others foreshadow the transition from the family to the order of the city and have, therefore, only negative signification with respect to the family. For example, the production, preservation, and enjoyment of goods concern needs, and pertain only to vital desire. Of course, the family would be inconceivable in the absence of the familial property which determines it as a substantive totality. But that property serves to satisfy the vital needs of contingent individuals. On the other hand, through its higher destination, economic life is also connected with the universal, although in a mediated way, without the individual being directly aware of it. The individual believes that he labors for himself or for his family. In fact, he takes part in an action which makes sense only in the context of the whole. If the essence of the family is not defined by economic life, neither is it defined by the education of children. Indeed, education, which takes the individual being as a totality arid through a series of efforts, produces him as a work, culminates in the dissolution of the family. It transforms the family member into a citizen. We must look elsewhere to see the family's ethical action on the specific. The specific, the individual, must indeed be the goal of the family, if the family is viewed outside the whole of ethical substance, as an autonomous spirit and not as a moment. In order that the individual be viewed according to ethical spirit and not according to nature, in order that he not be viewed according to his existence, he must be a universal individual. The goal of the family is the individual as such, but since the ethical is in itself universal, it cannot bear on contingent individuality but only on the idea of individuality, on what individuality becomes as a shadow, when it is freed from all the accidents of life. Ethical action concerns not the living but the dead, the one who gathers himself up out of the long sequence of his fragmentation into a single, final configuration, and who has risen out of the disquiet of contingent life to the quietude of simple universality. It concerns the individual, indeed, but the individual tel chu en lui meme enfant fraternite, i.e. change malarmage, not the active self of the citizen, but the familial self. The family, thus, is a religious rather than a natural association. None of its other functions can truly characterize it as an ethical totality. The family is the worship of the dead, it reveals the spiritual meaning of death. Death is the movement of the individual into the universal. In merely living nature, the species transcends the individual in a way such that this negation appears external. The individual does not carry his own death within himself. Death, thus, is natural negation, 1t is natural negativity and the movement of the specific as existent, a movement in the course of which consciousness does not return into itself and become self-consciousness. Death, then, would be a fact of pure nature in the spiritual world. The dead person becomes a pure thing, prey to elemental individuality, to the earth, or to other living beings. One eve him unburied, Crean says, a cunner for the birds and for the dogs. But death inaugurates the life of spirit. This movement into the universal occurs within a community. Death is the achievement and the highest labor that the individual as such undertakes for the community, which is why the preeminent function of the family is to restore to death its true meaning, to remove it from nature and to make of it a spiritual action. Death seems only the immediate natural outcome, not the action of a consciousness. Consequently, the duty of the family member is to embrace this aspect, too, so that his ultimate being, universal being, not belong to nature alone and not remain something irrational, but be the result of an action in which the rights of consciousness are asserted. The family replaces the action of nature with its own, it unites its member with the bosom of the earth, transforming him into a OA.LJ.LWV. The family community, as it appears in the ethical world, gives meaning to death. The specific self is raised to universality, it is the late this one but a late this one who, qua spirit, continues to be. We see how Hegel rediscovers the essence of the ancient, EVDS and interprets it in his own system. As he wrote in the preface, the life that carries death with it and maintains itself in death is the life of spirit. And, writing about the struggle for recognition which opposes men to each other, he notes that death is merely natural negation which does not preserve as it negates, which is not spiritual Aufhebung. The family here substitutes itself for nature and raises the dead to the universality of spirit. Indeed, nothing is more terrible for ancient man than not to receive the highest honors to which he is entitled. Hector begs his enemy not to leave him without burial, return my body so that the Trojans may give me my due in funeral pyre. Such is the ethical nature of the family. But as a concrete totality, it includes, as does the city, particular moments which result from the split in consciousness. Here we find those determinations which we set aside while seeking the spiritual meaning of the family. Love between man and woman is the highest moment of natural life. It expresses the natural and immediate recognition of one's self-consciousness by another. The family is not only this immediate self-knowledge in the other, which Hegel considered love to be in his early fragment and which stands contract opposed to the difficult recognition of man by man described in the Phenomenology, it is also the cognizance of that mutual being recognized, which is thus the substantive element of family life. But this recognition is only a foreshadowing and, as it were, an image of actual spirit. The actuality of an image one is in an other than itself. Love between parents is realized externally, in the child. The growth of children, Hegel wrote in the Generelle Philosophy of I 805-6, is the death of parents. 13 Their love has become another whose development is that very love and into which that love vanishes. The flow of passing generations achieves its permanence in a people. 14 Later, in the Philosophy of Right, Hegel expressed the same idea. The unity of marriage which, as substantive, is interiority and feeling but, as existence, is separated into two objects becomes in children an existence for itself and, qua unity, an object. Parents love children as their love, as their substantive being. From the natural point of view, the immediate existence of the person of the parents becomes a result here, a continuing sequence in the infinite chain of generations which reproduce and presuppose each other. In this manner, the spiritual simplicity of the Penates manifests its existence in finite nature as a species. 15. Nevertheless, these various relations between husband and wife, between parents and children are not purely spiritual. Since a discrepancy is still present in them, recognition is affected by an element of naturalness. The love of man and woman does not return into itself, it escapes out of itself and onto that other that is the child. The devotion of parents for their children remains affected by the touching contingency of being aware of one's own actuality in the other and of seeing being for itself develop in that other without being able to recover it, for the other remains an alien actuality all its own. Genuine spiritual relation contains its return into itself, its becoming for itself is simultaneously its own preservation. But in parental love, nature appears as an irreducible otherness, and that otherness is a passion, a particularity within spiritual universality. If for parents the child is the being for itself of their love, which stands outside them, then, conversely, children see their non-organic nature, their in itself, in the figure of their parents. They attain being for itself and their own self-consciousness only through a separation from the source, a separation in the course of which the source dries up. Drawing on Sophocles' Antigone, Hegel sees the relation of brother and sister, by contrast, as pure and unmixed. Brother and sister are free individualities for each other, they are of the same blood, which however attains peace and equilibrium in them. For this reason, a sister has the most profound presentiment of ethical essence, of the free relation of oneself consciousness to another. But she can have no more than a presentiment, for family law, of which femininity is the guardian, does not appear in the light of day, it is not an explicit knowledge but remains a divine element withheld from actuality. From the ethical point of view, a woman finds in her husband and children only her universality, the relation of specificity remains bound up for her with pleasure and contingency and is thus not itself ethical. At the hearth of ethical rule, the question is not of this husband or these children but of a husband and children in general. Woman's relations are founded not on sensuousness but on the universal. Man, on the other hand, earns the right to desire through his sacrifice for the totality, by finding his universality in the city. In the family, he finds his self as specific and no longer as universal. But if specificity enters into woman's relations, it is not purely ethical. Insofar as woman's specificity is purely ethical, it is irrelevant, and woman is barred from self-recognition as this self in an other. Her pure recognition, unadulterated by naturalness, arises in her relation with her brother. For a sister, a lost brother is irreplaceable, and her highest duty is to him. Hegel quotes Antigone here, £1 a husband dies, another can replace him, if a son dies, I can have another, but I cannot hope for the rebirth of a brother. It is in her brother that the sister becomes aware of individual self, but then the spirit of family shifts into the consciousness of universality. The brother abandons the elemental and anegative realm of the family so as to conquer and bring about concrete ethical rule, the self-conscious spirit of the city. With this, we have spent enough time on Hegel's close and often ingenious interpretations of Sophocles' tragedy. Family and city, which are presented here in an immediate form, cannot disappear from the life of spirit. That these moments do not reappear in the subsequent developments means only that spirit's becoming aware of itself, true spirit becoming self-certain spirit, no longer needs to pay particular attention to them. We shall dwell only on those moments in the history of spirit which translate the aspect of for itself by developing the oppositions noted in this starting point. These moments are abstract person, culture, and self-certain spirit. Thus Hegel's dialectic of the family and much of his dialectic of the city. Expansion and contraction, economic life, and war retain for him a validity independent of the historical moment at which they appeared in their most adequate form. The Greek city, in which the citizen rises immediately to universality, and the Greek family, in which the specific self is saved from death itself and preserved in his universal specificity, form a beautiful totality in which universal and specific do not yet stand opposed. In this totality, substance, as a people, is an individual substance and is not yet present as destiny, abstract universality contraposed to individuals. And the self is present only as a shadow, as the blood of a family, and not yet as negative specificity, the exclusion of everything that is other. These two moments develop until they oppose each other. Destiny comes to swallow up the individualities of the ethical realm, and the individualities lose their immediate character and become the abstract self of persons. At that point, ethical substance has perished. This double signification of destiny and of the specific self of the ethical world is set forth in a later passage of the Phenomenology. In the ethical world, we saw a religion of the lower world, a belief in the rightful and unknown night of destiny, pure negativity in the form of universality, and in the fury of the departed spirit the same negativity in the form of specificity. In the latter form, absolute spirit is indeed self, and it has a presence, the presence of the self which can exist only as present. But the specific self is that specific shadow which has cut off from itself the universality of destiny. It is indeed a shadow, a suppressed this one, and thus universal self, but its negative signification has not yet been converted into this positive signification. Point 16. Hegel will further examine the essence of tragedy as such, his study of the ethical world no longer as immediate beautiful totality but insofar as tragic opposition arises within it as the result of action, will show how concrete substance becomes a destiny which is all-powerful and just, albeit negative with respect to the self, and how the self emerges from the subterranean world in which it exists merely as suppressed this one. Before we leave this static representation of the ethical world to consider what it becomes in the tragedy of genuine action, let us note that it includes all the prior moments of the realization of individual self-consciousness. 11. Insofar as it was abstract, this self-consciousness could not discover itself in nature. Now, ethical life is the truth of that individual reason, for here these mores are what reason discovers. But simultaneously, they are a being that is the action and product of the consciousness that discovers them. The anxious quest for self-enjoyment, the law of every heart, virtue, these take on their true meaning. In the family the specific individual finds himself as another self-consciousness, the destiny that expels him from the family is the law of the city. This law of every heart is the universal order in which each participates as citizen. Virtue, then, is no longer an empty abstraction, it realizes that toward which it tends. Through the sacrifice it requires from the individual, it makes essence into a present reality. It can, therefore, enjoy its sacrifice in the universal life that it contemplates. Formal reason finds in the eos the living content which eluded it when it claimed to legislate or to test laws. As for the totality of substance, it splits, indeed, into human law and divine law, but each of these laws seems to confirm the other. Human law leads the individual toward the universal through the trial of death, the absolute master, it moves from light to shadow. Divine law bears death and raises it from non-actuality to actuality, it leads from shadow to light. Human law devolves upon man, divine law upon woman. This totality remains self-contained, it is measure and tranquility, that is, justice, a justice which is neither a transcendental law beyond the self-present totality nor a pure arbitrariness whose equilibrium is assured by the mechanism of mindless chance. The vengeance which recoups the injury an individual has suffered emanates from himself, from his errores. His individuality and his blood survive in the family. For the rest, the only injury an individual can truly suffer in this world is one that comes only from a natural fact that lacks spiritual signification. But nature is transformed in this world and is penetrated by spirit. Death itself becomes an action of consciousness. In his section on religion, Hegel will name this beautiful moment in the life of spirit, its self-representation is the religion of art. Indeed, beauty is this immediate unity of nature and spirit. In his early works and in his Jena writings, Hegel thinks of spirit the absolute as tragic. In the Jena article on natural right, after characterizing the ethical world, the life of a people, as the highest manifestation of the absolute, Hegel writes that tragedy is the representation of the absolute position. In comedy, on the contrary, the divine comedy of Aristophanes or modern bourgeois comedy, spirit appears raised above all oppositions. Either oppositions appear in it for a moment as shadows which are then dispelled in its pure self-certainty, or it is itself caught in oppositions, trapped in the finite in such a way that the absolute is revealed to it as nothingness and illusion. 18 For this reason, comedy, which is the absence of destiny, always expresses the victory of specificity, of subjectivity withdrawn into itself. It is, therefore, merely the laughter of impotence, and it finds its tragic destiny within itself, in its own inadequacy. Thus we see again that tragedy expresses the very life of spirit. The ethical world, the calm subsistence of which we saw above, is spirit only because tragedy is revealed in it. Tragedy will make substance appear as destiny, and the truth of this destiny is the emergence of the self, the subjectivity of being for itself. The truth of this emergence of subjectivity will, in turn, appear in the alienation of spirit, in modern comedy, in which the finite is asserted as such and claims an illusory independence. Modern bourgeois society, the world of culture, is the truth of the disappearance of ancient destiny into the self, as Hegel explained in his tract on natural right. Comedy, then, separates two ethical zones so as to leave each with its own validity. In one zone, the oppositions and the finite are shadows, without essence; in the other, the absolute is an illusion. The genuine and absolute relation is that each appears seriously in the other, each enters into a living relation with the other and is the other's serious destiny. Thus, absolute relation is indeed represented in tragedy. In the section on religion, Hegel again considers the significance of tragedy and comedy for the representation of spirit. We have referred to this passage on the transition from ancient tragedy to ancient comedy and from ancient comedy to the modern comedy, which is its destiny, because it sheds light on the entire development of objective spirit which Hegel is to follow. In the beautiful ethical nature we have just discussed, in which the two moments, family and city, complete each other in such a way that, in Plato's phrase, which Hegel repeats, that totality is an eternal living. 19 The self has not yet emerged in its rights as specific individuality. Indeed, no action has been accomplished, but action is the actual self. With action, tragic contradiction enters the world and leads it toward its necessary decline. Substance will then appear to self-consciousness as destiny. This opposition between self-consciousness, caught up in a particular form, and substance, raised from its immediateness and become the abstract universal, is the tragic opposition whose development we shall study. For us, of course, the truth of this necessity, of this destiny, is the self of self-consciousness, but in that case the ethical world has perished and another world which, in the Jena article, is defined by modern comedy has come to light. Spirit is alienated from itself. This entire development is summarized in the following passage: what appears in this world as the order and the accord of these two essences, each of which confirms and completes the other, becomes, through action, a movement of opposites into each other, a movement in the course of which each appears as the nothingness, rather than the confirmation, of itself and of the other. Each becomes the negative movement, the eternal necessity of a terrible destiny, a necessity that swallows up in the abyss of its simplicity both human and divine law, and, with these, the two self-consciousnesses in which the Dasein of each lies. It is a necessity which for us passes over into the absolute being for itself of a self-consciousness that is purely specific. 20 The Phenomenology, like a symphony, continually presents the same themes but in different forms. The fundamental theme is that of the opposition between the universal and the specific, substance and subjectivity, being and self. We have seen the consciousness of the universal vanish in the specificity of self-consciousness. But, qua subjectivity, self-consciousness is unhappy consciousness which has lost substance. We shall rediscover that unhappy consciousness at the end point of the tragedy of the ethical world. It will appear in its objective form, in the history of spirit, in the Roman world, in the harsh politics of empire and the turning inward of persons, and it will develop in the modern world of culture. At that point, spirit will be self-alienated. This is the equivalent, in the objective, social, and political order, of unhappy consciousness. 21 The meaning of this pain of subjectivity becomes clear later in the vision of the absolute granted to us by religion. The religion of art will culminate in absolute self-certainty, and man will be the truth of tragic destiny. But, as in the case of unhappy consciousness, that infinite self-certainty will be unable to pose itself without negating itself. The Christian God-man himself will have to die, subjectivity will have to deepen itself to the point of restoring substance, just as substance had submerged itself into subjectivity. The self will then be the absolute subject which rediscovers itself in the tragedy of its alienation. The concept which preserves itself in objectivity, remains close to itself, and, in its subjective ity, becomes objective to itself. Substance indeed becomes subject, the universal and the specific are reconciled while remaining opposed. But this opposition cannot disappear from the life of the absolute. Hegel had already said this in the Jena article quoted above. Explaining why tragedy is the representation of the absolute position, he wrote, The absolute eternally performs this tragedy to itself. It eternally engenders itself in objectivity. In that concrete figure of itself it yields to passion and to death, and rises majestically from its ashes. 22. This is the die and become of the divine, which is thus identical to the human. God becomes man, and man becomes God. The God-man becomes a man-God, but the torment of subjectivity is the torment of the self which, having posed itself in its absolute self-certainty, discovers only its own finitude and is lost in the finite. Yet this alienation is necessary in order that the self become what it already is immediately. We shall now consider the notion of destiny and the related notions of tragic opposition, action, and guilt, and knowledge and ignorance, notions which play a large part in the elaboration of Hegel's philosophy. In his early theological writings, Hegel studied the relation of a particular people to its destiny. It was in Frankfurt in I 787-1800 that, according to his sister, Hegel personally experienced the anguish of his epoch, as he studied the destiny of the Jewish people and the destiny of Christianity. 23. In his earlier stay in Bern, Hegel had tried to make sense of the positivity of a historical religion which opposed the Enlightenment's pure religion of reason and refused to sacrifice the richness of concrete life and the breadth of historical changes to a dry and narrow concept of human nature. In Jena, he came to see the irrationality of human life and the impossibility of thinking the transition from finite life to infinite life according to the rules of scentless cursive understanding. Yet since infinite life, the KALILNV, is immanent in finite life, neither can exist without the other. But understanding freezes them in objectivity, and, therefore, can never reunite them. Now the concept of destiny is pregnant with meaning and seems to go beyond the analyses of reason, but by that very fact, it is a means for thinking the opposition that action introduces into human life. The separation of man from his destiny and his reconciliation with it through love constituted a new way of grasping the relation between finite and infinite life. Thus Hegel, without naming it or clearly being aware of it, elaborated a dialectical philosophy which moved from the pantragedism of his youthful period to the panlogism of his maturity. This notion of destiny, which reappears in the Phenomenology, seems to be at the heart of Hegel's view of spirit. Kant had noted that the idea of destiny can have no legitimacy for those who wish to judge things from the point of view of experience and of reason. But Jaspers, who quotes Kant's remark, adds, the idea of destiny regains its significance for the person who stands in a borderline situation. The validity of destiny as a concept cannot be demonstrated, but destiny can be experienced. Hegel rises from that life experience of his Frankfurt years to an identification of destiny with the concept. In the Phenomenology, he writes, it is the spirit of tragic destiny that gathers up all the individual gods and the attributes of substance into one pantheon, into spirit conscious of itself as spirit. What is this destiny that Hegel borrows from the tragic view of human existence, a view which, with H. 61 Derlin and before Nietzsche, he perceives to be the somber background of Hellenic serenity? We must distinguish destiny in general actual reality, that world history which becomes for Hegel the tribunal of the world, from particular destinies which transpose the original pathos of individuals and peoples into the real. Nothing great occurs without passion, which is to say that every human action bears a characteristic finitude and is inadequate to infinite life. It is the deed that introduces separation into pure life and raises man's destiny before him as alien. But this destiny of an individual or a people, Hegel had studied the destiny of the Jewish people and that of Christianity through characteristic individuals, Abraham and Christ, as nothing but the manifestation in actual reality of what these individuals or peoples are qua pathos. Thus a particular destiny is the revelation of a determinate pathos in a history. Destiny is what man is, it is his own life, his own pathos, but it appears to him as having become alien. Destiny, wrote Hegel in Frankfurt, is consciousness of oneself, but consciousness of oneself as an enemy. 24. And in a passage of the Phenomenology which we have yet to study, he repeats Sophocles' words, because we suffer, we recognize that we have failed. But, in the same work, Hegel had already noted that destiny is merely the explicit manifestation of what determinate individuality is in itself as original internal determinateness. 25 Only actual action, then, reveals the pathos of individuality in objectivity. It is our own life that appears to us as an externality. And, in order to feel guilty, we do not need a law which condemns us and to which we can never be reconciled because it is by nature always alien to us. Through our actions, we ourselves call forth our own verdict. To be sure, by separating itself from us, our destiny shows us that we are not pure in life, purely at one with being. It is we non-organic nature, that in us which is not in life. But by contract opposing it to us, we can confront it and reconcile ourselves with it through love, through an amor fati which is both a die and become, and in which man finds his highest reconciliation with destiny in general, with world history which for Hegel is the highest consciousness of freedom. That reconciliation, in which my destiny is integrated into destiny in general, simultaneously negated and preserved in it, is the final harmony of tragic representation. It makes actual reality appear, substance in its necessity, just destiny in its omnipotence. Of course, the pathos of individuals and people subsists. Antigone and Creon are eternal figures. But they are stripped of their exclusiveness, they are aufgehoben. In the ancient world, the calm of this reconciliation appears only as forgetfulness, as the vanished being of actual reality. The quiet of the whole within itself, the still unity of destiny. Simple Zeus. But in the Christian world, that destiny becomes the subject, spirit conscious of itself as spirit. As has been noted, Hegel's notion of destiny is quite different from his contemporaries' conceptions of it. The transition from individualist thought to historical thought was similar to a parallel change in the concept of destiny. Just as for the Kantians and the pre-Romantics, history and law were but a series of wrenches inflicted on pure reason, a series of compromises with sensuousness, so in Schleiermacher's monologues destiny appeared merely as the eternally hostile course of nature. As the entirely external brutality of fate which flouts and defies the eye that is sure of its freedom. 21. But in Hegel's earlier writings, and in the Phenomenology, destiny is no longer this brutal force, it is interiority in exteriority, the manifestation of the eye on the outside. And when the individual succumbs to his destiny, spirit regains its freedom by transcending him. The moment of the fall is also the moment of salvation. We have already seen in the Phenomenology how the individual who sought his own specificity in being, who sought immediate self-enjoyment, recognized himself in brutal necessity. The law of the heart understands only itself in what is opposed to it and in what in actual fact expresses the law of all hearts. Similarly, virtue cannot overcome the way of the world because that way is not blind, brutal force, but, on the contrary, is that which alone can give virtue meaning. After these remarks on Hegel's novel conception of destiny, we are better able to understand the meaning of the tragic action which opposes divine law to human law, Antigone to Creon. Out of the clash of their pathos, with which self-consciousness identified itself, the all-powerful rights of the ethically real, of substance become necessity, are born. They are no longer the illusory knowledge of a right that overwhelms the individual as character. That knowledge discovers through its action that it is also ignorance, and the self thereby opposes necessity, the negativity of destiny. But for us, the truth of that destiny will be the universal self, simple self-certainty. Ethical substance as imdiate individuality, the presence of spirit in the midst of a particular nature, will have perished, and infinite subjectivity will have come to light. The self appears only insofar as it is attribute to characters, not as the medium of movement. Nevertheless, self-consciousness, simple self-certainty is in fact negative power, the unity of Zeus, the unity of substantive essence and abstract necessity, it is the abstract unity to the bosom of which all returns. The ethical world becomes the world of subjectivity and of abstract persons, of Christianity and of the Roman Empire. Hegel conceives of this transition from the life of the city to the Roman Empire, from the ethical world to the world of abstract persons, through a general interpretation of Greek tragedy, or more specifically since in Euripides' plays the conception of tragedy and destiny is no longer present in its pure form through an interpretation of Aeschylus and Sophocles. In his article on natural law, which we have already cited, Hegel interprets the Eumenides as posing and solving the problem of the unity of divine law and human law in the city. At the end of the play, peace is concluded between the Erinyes and the Athenian people, between the avenging goddesses, who represent the ancient law of blood, and Apollo. The old and the new orders are reconciled through the instrument of justice created by the Athenian state. The conflict between the Furies and the Olympian gods is a conflict between the lower world and the upper world, between the ancient pact and the new order of the city, an order in which there exists a bond stronger than blood. 28 These two worlds are united and inseparable. Manifest spirit draws its force from the lower world. The self-certainty experienced by a people, a self-confident and self-affirming certainty, possesses the truth of its oath, joining all into one only in the unconscious and silent substance of all, in the waters of forgetfulness. Knowledge is lost in its origin, ignorance. In this chapter of the Phenomenology, the main texts in question are Antigone and Oedipus, but the great tragedy Eumenides is present in the background. In Antigone, the two laws which, according to Hegel, constitute the two essences of the ancient spirit are opposed in content. This opposition in content between powers in the ethical world, symbolized by Antigone and Creon, must be surmounted by an opposition in form, that between knowledge and ignorance, an opposition inherent in every self-consciousness. It is this latter opposition that appears in Oedipus, for example, and that allows the universal notion of destiny to be conceived. Through these oppositions, Hegel is able to envisage the decline and dissolution of ethical essence in general, the end of municipal life and of the beautiful totality, which spirit seeks ever to restore in its history, but which, since it was merely true, immediate spirit, had to vanish. This determination of immediateness implies that nature generally intervenes in the action of the ethical world. The actuality of the action merely manifests the contradiction and the seed of corruption which the beautiful harmony and the tranquil equilibrium of ethical spirit contain in the very midst of that tranquility and that beauty. For the unconscious repose of nature is ambiguous, it masks the self-conscious disquiet of spirit. We first discover this determination of immediateness in the individuality of the ethical world, an individuality which is not abstract self but a nature and, in the most profound sense of the word, a character. This decay of ethical substance and its movement into another figure are thus determined by the fact that ethical consciousness is directed toward law in an essentially immediate way. In ancient tragedy, unlike modern drama, there is no unique individuality who is raised above the determinations of action and to whom a problem of contingent choices is posed. There is no free will, that is, no problem that has the form either/or. What we have is a pathos which genuinely expresses one of the moments of ethical substance. In later tragedy that pathos is lowered to the level of passion, to contingent, non-essential moments which the chorus praises, to be sure, but which cannot constitute the character of the heroes and which these heroes cannot set forth and respect as their essence. The ethical character, on the other hand, Antigone, for example, is an individuality which bears the meaning of its action within itself and knows immediately what it must do. It belongs by its very nature either to divine or to human law and, for it, that particular law is ethical law as such, it is cognizant of that law as its essence and as essence as such. It is resolute, but its resolve is fused with its very being and does not follow from conscious deliberation. This immediateness of its resolve is a being in itself and, therefore, simultaneously has, as we saw, the signification of a natural being. It is nature, not the contingency of circumstances or choice, that assigns each sex to one of the laws. In this determination of character, in this indissoluble unity of a spirit and a nature, there is an ethical beauty that indeed will have to be found in a different form in the further development of spirit. For without such determination genuine action is impossible. We shall see later how self-certain spirit discovers within itself no longer in an alien nature but as its own determination the immediateness necessary for action. At that point, the problem of knowledge and ignorance is again posed. This time definitively. Point 29. But for the moment, prior to action, that problem is not yet posed. Creon condemns Polynices without hesitation, he suffers no inner conflict. And Antigone hesitates no more than he, she is fully identified with what she will do, she belongs to divine law. When hesitation appears in ancient tragedy, it is evidence not of a moral conflict but, only of weakness in the face of action. Like Antigone, Orestes does not discuss the deed he must do, he mows it from the very god of light. It is important to see the essence of tragic conflict clearly. On the one hand, the ethical order consists essentially in that immediate decision for consciousness, therefore, only one of the laws is the essence, and as, on the other hand, ethical powers are actual in the self of consciousness, they come to exclude each other and to be opposed. The opposition is necessary, because, qua character, self-consciousness adheres to one of the laws as the law. The opposition in ethical consciousness is not between a duty and a posion, or between two duties, but between duty and a lawless reality. Opposition appears as an unfortunate clash between duty and an actuality devoid of right. Ethical consciousness then sees right on one side and wrong on the other and seeks, by force or by cleverness, to impose its own law on the actuality it faces. Antigone sees only a contingent human violence in Creon's orders, and Creon sees only criminal disobedience and woman's stubbornness in Antigone's deed. The tragedy is not that of a good will opposed to a bad will but of the coexistence of two wills, of two self-consciousnesses, which, each fully adhering to law, reject and fail to recognize each other. That recognition follows the action and shows up the earlier ignorance. Then, self-consciousness abandons its partiality, comes to mow itself in its destiny, and discovers destiny as the actual reality of the unity of substance. In order that the recognition of the other be possible after the action and that this be the work of consciousness and not a merely externally imposed result, self-consciousness itself must, as it acts, provoke the contradiction must be the deed of self-consciousness. With this we come to the nature of acting. First of all, self-consciousness must act. By acting it implicitly recognizes the rights of the real, the goal of action is the actuality of the goal. But for self-consciousness that real is no longer an alien world, it has drunk from the cup of absolute substance the forgetfulness of any partiality of being for itself. Self-consciousness, therefore, does not see actuality as something that can pervert its action, reverse its meaning, and bring about through the world's malice a non-ethical realization of an ethical goal. At this stage, self-consciousness sees action only as the necessary transition from what is thought to what is. Its absolute right is to find its own self in reality. The absolute right of ethical consciousness is that once an action is finished the figure of its actuality should duplicate what that consciousness knows. Action is necessary, for it one needs the goal, the substance merely thought, to fulfillment. But it is merely a transition, through it, the in itself becomes a deed. And yet it is through action that the opposition between knowledge and ignorance is introduced. In action, the opposition between the known and the unknown is born in consciousness, and the opposition between what is conscious and what is unconscious is born in substance. The absolute right of ethical self-consciousness comes to clash with the divine right of essence. Point 30. The absolute right of self-consciousness is to find only what it knows in the result of its action. But having attached itself to one law to the exclusion of the other, and having taken that law for law as such, it necessarily calls up the other law, which is closely bound up with the first law. Consciousness believes that the ethical world reveals itself to it as it is, but that world is reality, and it is therefore double, it is in itself as well as for consciousness. The right of essence to split into two laws, then, must also appear when self-consciousness acts. Here again we find a dialectic that is inherent in accession and which appeared in its elementary form with regard to real individuality in and for itself. We saw then that although every acting consciousness believed that it was only translating its project into the element of being, in fact, it experienced in its work a transformation of the project itself and through that work discovered itself to be other than it had thought. Although the moral and ethical character of self-consciousness changes 30. It will be noticed that the opposition that is essential to action, and which was presented and transcended in earlier stages, reappears here in a new form as the opposition between the divine right of essence and the right of self-consciousness. The content of this dialectic, it does not change its structure. To act is precisely to move the immovable, to produce externally what at first is merely enclosed in possibility, and thus to join the unconscious to the conscious, what is not to what is. But this right of essence, which appears at the time of ethical action, is not to be looked for anywhere but in self-consciousness itself. It is self-consciousness which, by acting, rises from its immediateness and poses the split. In becoming the acting element, the self simultaneously negates and recognizes the right of the actuality contract opposed to it, for it wishes to inscribe its project in that actuality. The goal of action is the actuality of the goal. The existence of an unconscious element in substance, corresponding to ignorance in consciousness, is illustrated by the story of Oedipus. Actuality does not appear to consciousness as it is in and for itself. The son does not see the stranger who attacks him as his father nor the queen whom he marries as his mother. In a beautiful passage in his early work, Hegel thinks the tragedy of human existence through in the following way: one must assert one's right and in so doing oppose reality. But then one must either recognize the value of reality including the possibility of other rights, against which I collide, a tragic contradiction, or refrain from asserting one's right in reality, which is to recognize the inactuality of, no longer to believe in the reality of, that right, a no less tragic contradiction. 31 In acting, ethical self-consciousness leaves immediateness and produces the split, becoming aware after the fact of the finite and partial character of its decision. It necessarily experiences itself as guilty. Because we suffer, we recognize that we have failed. This guilt must be distinguished from what the moderns call moral responsibility, just as ancient character must be distinguished from free will. What has passed from an intention to an alien milieu, which has changed its purity, cannot be distinguished here from what that milieu has added to the intention. The accession itself is this split, the act of posing itself for itself, and in the face of this posing an alien actual exteriority. That such an actuality exists, precisely as an alien term, depends on the very fact of acting and is a result of it. For that reason, every human action is guilty, only the absence of action is innocent, the state not even of a child but of a stone. 32 This guilt, which is bound up with action, is also a crime, since the action counters another equally essential law. It violates it by adhering exclusively to one of the laws of substance, which is to negate the other. But since the two laws are united in essence, the fulfillment of one calls forth the other as an injured essence which, because of the action, is henceforth hostile and demands vengeance. Whether it adheres to divine law or to human law, self-consciousness recognizes itself in its action. But that recognition has an unexpected result. For what it sees asserted are the rights of substance as actual reality, rights which negate the partiality and exclusiveness of the moment that had been made into an absolute. 33 But then ethical goal and actuality are no longer separate, and the recognition is only a return to an active ethical sentiment which knows that only uprightness has any worth. Insofar as it was character, ethical individuality disappears, unable to survive the decline that ethical power, of which it was the self, undergoes at the hands of the opposing power. These two laws, each of which is expressed by a different self, must each suffer the same destiny. 1T is only in the equal submission of both sides that absolute right is fulfilled and ethical substance appears as the negative power which swallows up both sides, as omnipotent and just destiny. We have dwelt on this dialectic because it includes some of Hegel's most remarkable analyses of tragedy, character, and the conditions of human action. The self as pure negative unity and destiny, both only potentially present in the ethical world, appear at the endpoint of this movement, a movement in which the partiality of character is dissolved. This opposition between self and destiny expresses the decline of ethical essence and a transition into another world. Let us briefly indicate the meaning of this transformation, a transformation closely related to the preceding dialectic. The story of Eteocles and Polynices is a good illustration of the seeds of contradiction in the ethical world. Wishing to give metaphysical meaning to every concrete given, Hegel interprets the struggle for power between the two brothers as an example of the opposition between nature and self-consciousness and as a starting point for the opposition between divine law and human law. The adolescent emerges from the unconscious being of the family and becomes the individuality to be found in a community. But that this individuality appears in the guise of two brothers is a contingency of nature. This contingency has rights over self-consciousness, for spirit, here, is present only in an immediate unity with nature, it is not yet true spirit. Nevertheless, from the human point of view, the brother who is, in fact, in power and who defends the city is in the right, the one who attacks it in the wrong. Creon, who represents human law and the dictates of human government, is right, then, in according burial honors to one brother and denying them to the other. But although the spirit of community thus triumphs over the rebellious principle of specificity, that principle is not defenseless, its being is in the family and in divine law. Self-conscious spirit engages in battle with unconscious spirit. To be sure, Antigone must succumb to the actual law of the city, for she represents only a subterranean law, a law which at first is defended only by a bloodless shadow weak and unreal specificity. But for all that, this underground law is the root of acetal spirit, and therefore the supreme right of the community becomes the community's greatest wrong. The dead person whose rights have been injured by the community can find equally effective instruments to avenge him, other cities. These, becoming hostile, devastate in war the community that has dishonored and shattered the familial piety that is its own strength. These wars among cities we have already seen how they suppress the centrifugal forces that arise in the midst of the human city appear contingent. In fact, they express a necessary dialectic which leads individual ethical substance to its foundation. 34. This general development can be summarized as follows: the unconscious spirit of the Penates is defeated by the self-conscious spirit of the city, that individual spirit of cities, in turn, disappears in a spiritless empire. As at first only the Penates were swallowed up in the spirit of a people, so, as a result of their individuality, the vital spirits of peoples are swallowed up as they pass into a universal community, a community whose simple universality lacks spirit and is dead and whose vitality is the specific individual qua specific. For Hegel, who had seen 18th-century universalism and Napoleon's empire, spirit could only live embodied in diverse peoples, in concrete historical realities. Else, the substance of spirit loses its individuality and becomes a lifeless universality. Yet this multiplicity of peoples in history cannot be posed as a goal, they come to play their various roles in the course of history. In this case, we see how through the dissolution of the ethical city war realizes the abstract universality of spirit and the actuality of the specific self. War has a double function. On the one hand, it is needed by governments to combat the centrifugal action of the Penates' individualization into families under the direction of the feminine, the principle of specificity. On the other hand, it makes manifest the contingent particularity of each city. Although the city appeared to have defeated the feminine principle of specificity, the latter avenges itself, through intrigue. Femininity. The eternal irony of community transforms the universal goal of government into a private goal. 35. The specific individual is then no longer merely a bloodless shadow or a representative of the common will, he appears as actual self. War requires the strength of youth and the ambition of conquerors. Although the community can maintain itself only by repressing the spirit of specificity, it simultaneously calls on it as the mainstay of the whole. Indeed, the community is a people, it is itself individuality and is essentially so for itself only because other individualities are for it, because it excludes these and knows itself to be independent of them. The fate of the city depends on the very principle that it represses, which is why the ethical order dissolves. Human and divine law lose their individuality in the unity of substance. Substance itself, detached from naturalness, becomes negative and simple destiny, but, simultaneously, the self becomes actually real. Imperialism succeeds municipal life, exclusive self becomes actual reality. What will this new world of spirit comparable to the moment of self-consciousness in the first part of the Phenomenology be? In the ethical world, spirit existed immediately. But immediate existence is unsuitable to spirit, and, therefore, we have witnessed the decline of beautiful spiritual individuality. The ethical world is succeeded by a world of torment and alienation. Spirit stands contract opposed to itself. On the one hand, it perceives its essence to be beyond its reality, on the other, it appears to itself in this world as external to itself. Nonetheless, the truth of the ethical world is the emergence of the self, which, as such, did not yet exist in it. This self is immediately universal, it knows itself as the abstract person who is valid in and for itself. This actuality of the self, its recognition and its validity, are the elements of the new world of spirit into which we are entering. How is this world precisely the reverse of what it appears to be? How does realized self-certainty give birth to a world in which the self can no longer find itself? We shall find the answers to these questions in the dialectic of the state of law. There we find reproduced in the universe of spirit the dialectic we have already encountered in the history of the formation of self-consciousness. But this movement is a general movement of the history of spirit, and not the particular movement of a self-consciousness. And if the ethical world COR responded to municipal life and the Greek city, this universal realization of the self corresponds in the world spirit to the disappearance of municipal life and the development of the Roman Empire. Before analyzing this dialectic as it appears in the Phenomenology, we shall study its sources in Hegel's early works. Hegel first discussed the unhappy consciousness of history, which COR responds to the transition from the Greek city to Roman despotism and from paganism to Christianity, in The Difference Between Greek Imagination and Positive Christian Religion, a text he wrote while in Bern. 1. The principal traits of unhappy consciousness appear in this text, although the term itself does not. Let us also note that before abstractly presenting the split of the I within itself, Hegel discovered that unhappy consciousness in a historical phenomenon. In the Phenomenology, the analyses of unhappy consciousness proper and of the alienation of spirit are separate. But they were elaborated together, and the one that in the Phenomenology appears later was indubitably earlier. Hegel first discovered what later was to be unhappy consciousness in general in a certain transformation of the world spirit, a transformation from which issued the modern world. The text in question deals with the transition from paganism to Christianity. Hegel drew on the historical works of Gibbon and Montesquieu, but he dealt with the historical problem as a philosopher. The suppression of pagan religion by Christianity was one of the most astonishing historical revolutions. The study of its causes must occupy, most particularly, the philosopher of history. This revolution was preceded by a hidden and continuous transformation of the world spirit, a transformation more important than the events, which alone impressed contemporaries. The transition from the Greek city and municipal life to the modern world and its religion cannot be accounted for in so simple a manner as certain supporters of the Enlightenment believed. The demise of paganism was due not to the sudden activity of critical spirit but to a social and spiritual transformation of the human world. How could a religion which had for centuries been rooted in states and had a close connection with the constitution of the state, disappear? Today, we do not consider the pagan deities worthy of belief, yet the wisest men of antiquity fully believed things that today strike us as absurd. We must understand first of all that the religions of the Greeks and the Romans were bound up with the whole of ancient life. Each was the religion of a people and, as Hegel notes, of a free people. When freedom was lost, religion lost its power. The change from freedom to despotism entailed the decline of ancient religion. The latter lost its hold over souls when freedom became an empty word. What use are the fisherman's nets when the stream is dry? For the ancient citizen was unaware of the liberty of conscience. In the ancient city, the modern notion of free will would have made no sense. For the young Hegel, freedom in the Greek city expressed simply the harmonious relation between individual and city. The ancient citizen was free to the extent that he merged with his city, that the will of the state was indistinguishable from his own will. He was as unaware of a limitation on his individuality as of an external constraint imposed by a dominating state. The idea of his native land, of his state, was the invisible reality, the highest thing for which he labored. It was the final goal of his world. 5. Hegel quotes Montesquieu, for whom the principle of a republic was virtue, virtue in the sense of a civic, not an individualistic, morality. The ancient citizen was free precisely because he did not contrapose his private life to his public life. The state, therefore, was not for him an alien despot. As a free man, he obeyed the laws he had imposed on himself. He sacrificed his property, his passions, and his life for a reality which was his own. This was a living totality, and pagan religion was but the expression of that beautiful individuality. The ancient citizen placed the eternal part of himself in his city. The problem of the immortality of the soul could not, therefore, be raised for him in the way that it is for us. Cato turned to Plato's Phaedo only when the highest order of things, his world, his republic, was shattered. Then he fled to a still higher order of things. 6. But this city immediate spirit was dissolved in wars and was succeeded by an imperialism that leveled all. The citizen as such disappeared, and in his place the private person appeared. The individual turned in on himself. The picture of the state as a product of his activity disappeared from the citizen's soul. The burden of the state was carried by only a few persons, and sometimes by only one. The others were but cogs in a wheel. This mechanical image allows us to understand what Hegel calls in the Phenomenology a spiritless relation. The abstract domination of the state and the individual's interest, limited to his own preservation, replaced the beautiful living relation between the individual and the whole. All activity and all goals relate merely to the individual. There is no further activity for a whole, for an idea. 7. Private property is the goal of the individual, and each individual can consider the state only as an alien power which he tries to bend to his own interest. Everyone works for himself or, by constraint, for another individual. The citizen's rights become merely the right to the security of property, which now fills the entire world of the individual. 8. What Hegel later describes in the Phenomenology is the social atomism and its correlates, domination by a world master and the universal, but only formal, relation of law. From then on, ancient religion could no longer make sense. In this misfortune of the world, new faiths appeared, and Christianity, which in Tübingen Hegel called a private religion as opposed to the religion of a people, became dominant. In that situation, man had to flee the world in order to find something absolute. He had to become aware of the corruption of the world and wander from the here below to the beyond. This separation between self and its essence characterizes the world of spirit, become alien to itself. The living unity and the self-presence which held sway in the ancient world are succeeded by the dualism of here below and beyond. This social and spiritual transformation from ancient to modern world, from citizen to private person, was so important for Hegel that he returned to it in his Jena article on natural law. What he wrote there was not much different from the Earlier text, but it foreshadowed more closely the dialectic presented in the Phenomenology. Private life succeeded life lived for the state, and with private life the formalism of abstract law appeared, a law which freezes the specific being and poses him absolutely. 9. This formalism of law, the reign of the person valid in and for itself, characterizes the chapter of the Phenomenology which we shall now discuss. The general movement of the dialectic Hegel presents here is easy to grasp. The compact substance of spirit has dissolved into the world of persons, and the abstract I which is no longer bound up with determinate content becomes our object. The beautiful ethical individuality is replaced by the juridical person, the living relations of ethical individualities are replaced by spiritless, legal equality, juridical recognition. But that formalism is never adequately matched by the content that this I gives itself. Possession, when recognized, becomes property. Thus in the first part of the Berlin philosophy of right, Hegel immediately connects the abstract law of persons with private property. Yet the content that the I gives itself in the form of private property is a finite content which in its development escapes juridical formalism. The I can no longer find itself in this content, for the latter belongs to an alien power, content belongs to an independent alien power other than the formally universal, chance and whim. When the I discovers the externality of this content, the latter reflects back on itself and is gathered up into the person of a world sovereign, an alien domination. Thus the world of persons, in which universal self-certainty is actually realized, is a world in which the I eludes itself. When it poses itself immediately, it tests its own finitude, it sees itself outside itself either in the form of a real content from which it is distinct but which is its work, or in the form of an absolute essence which, like unhappy consciousness, it must pose beyond this finite world. The universal validity of self-consciousness is the reality that has become alien to it. That validity is the universal actuality of self, but such a validity is immediately its surrender, it is the loss of the self's essence. This stage of the dialectic, then, is a bridge between the ethical world and the world of culture. It presents a critique of individual relation and communication insofar as these are merely juridical. The abstract recognition and the formal equality of persons, which has replaced the living unity of spirit, is a poor substitute for the development of a concrete content which, having left the unity of spirit, now develops on its own. This content is the world of private men, the transformation of properties. Thus when the ancient citizen becomes the private man, abstract self is realized. But in becoming realized, it discovers its own externality to itself. This self does indeed make the world, but the world appears other to it, just as its own essence appears to it to be alien to the finite world. Hegel's description has a historical reference, but it also has a more general bearing. This passage of the Phenomenology allows us to understand the first part of the Berlin philosophy of right and the influence which that analysis of abstract law and the juridical relation among persons had on Marx. The actual content, or the determination of what is mine, be it a matter of external possessions or of internal wealth or poverty of spirit or character, is not contained within that empty form and in no way concerns it. Content thus belongs to an independent power. Certain passages of the philosophy of history cast light on the historical context of this dialectic and specify concretely each of its moments: validity of the person, contingency of the person, world ruler. The development in question is that from the Greek to the Roman world. The Greek principle showed us spirituality in joy, serenity, and enjoyment. Spirit had not yet withdrawn into abstraction. Abstract universal personality did not yet exist, for spirit had first to adapt itself to the abstract form of universality, which subjected humanity to a harsh discipline. In Rome, thenceforth, we find the free universality, the abstract freedom, which on the one hand set the abstract state, politics, and force above concrete individuality, completely subordinating the latter, and on the other hand created in the face of this universality the freedom of the I within itself, a freedom which we must be careful not to confuse with individuality. 10. The Roman world, especially the period of empire, serves here as a transition from spirit that is still immediate to the modern world. In the first moment of spirit, the self did not yet exist by itself, it was present only in its living bond with its substance. As citizen of a particular city or as blood of the family. But now it emerges from its inactuality. This reflection of substance into the self is necessary, and at the end point of the development of spirit, substance will indeed become subject. But here we find only the first type of self, the self immediately universal and therefore contradictory. Its Dasein is recognized being. Just as the person is self void of substance, so the Dasein of the person is also abstract actuality. The person is valid and, precisely, is valid immediately. The self is the point that is immediately at rest in the element of its bilig. This point exists without separation from its universality, and hence self and universality have neither movement nor mutual connection. The universal exists with no distinctions within it, and it is not the content of self. Nor is the self filled by itself. 1L. In the world of culture, by contrast, the self, by willfully alienating itself, poses the universal outside it and is thus able to give itself content of its own. Reciprocally, the universal receives the self within it and becomes actual. In this way a second form of the reflection of spirit is prepared, a second type of spiritual self. But in the moment we are studying, the self is merely an abstract form juxtaposed to a contingent content. The living spirits of peoples have vanished into a spiritless universal community, the pantheon of Rome. Only the specific individual, qua specific, has vitality, and he serves as the content of the abstract person. The universal has split into atoms which constitute the absolute multiplicity of individuals. This dead spirit is an equality in which, insofar as they are persons, all are of equal value. In the philosophy of history, Hegel summarizes this evolution as follows: the living body of the state and the Roman mentality which inhabited it as its soul are now reduced to the specification of inanimate private right. The political organization has dissolved into the atoms of private persons, just as when a physical body rots each of its parts acquires a life of its own, which, however, is nothing but the wretched life of worms. 12. Abstract order, which corresponds to the validity of the person, is an order of law which the great Roman jurists gradually elaborated. Their work, which led Leibniz to say that demonstrations in law were hardly less rigorous than those in geometry, culminated in a mechanical form of understanding. The person is recognized being in and for itself, but the recognition has no content and can establish only external links among individuals. The period between the reign of Augustus and that of Alexander Severus is considered to be the great era of legal science. But it is also the period of the most ruthless domination, a period in the course of which all the ancient civic and religious institutions died out as despotism grew. There is indeed no mediation between the person I am in law and the contingent content that constitutes me in other respects. The old substance of the people was reflected back into destiny, and empty destiny is nothing but the ego of self-consciousness. We can now see what comes of that abstract self-certainty. The mediation of Stoicism leads to skepticism, and the skeptic unveils the contingency of actually existing content. The individual who knows himself to be a person appears alone face to face with an alien domination which crushes him. The emperors will ruled over all, beneath him was an absolute equality. Private law developed, and it perfected that equality. Indeed, individual rights consist in a person's having validity as a person in the reality he accords himself in property. 18. Law is no longer a sacred and mysterious chant handed down obscurely within the family, it emerges from rituals and becomes public. In fact, according to Hegel, it is the world of law that Stoicism expressed in thought. Primitive law was grounded only on authority and tradition, it was an imposed rule. Under the influence of Stoic philosophy, it becomes the manifestation of natural equity. According to a contemporary definition, human law is quod naturalis ratio inter omnes homines constituit. But the independence of Stoic consciousness was the independence of a thought withdrawn into itself, a thought which neglected content and determinate situations. In its flight from actuality, such a consciousness reaches only the thought of independence. It is absolutely for itself insofar as it does not attach its essence to any given Dasein, claiming instead to abandon Dasein, and poses its essence only in the unity of pure thought. In the same way, the law of persons is attached neither to a richer or more powerful Dasein of the individual as such nor to a universal living spirit, but rather to the pure entity of its abstract actuality, or to that entity qua general self-consciousness. This is why Stoicism found its truth in skepticism, and skepticism was the actual consciousness of the contingency of content. But in thinking the contingency which it always seeks to overcome, skepticism itself, as consciousness of contingency and finitude, is a contingent and finite consciousness, a consciousness which ever becomes alien to itself and, consequently, is unhappy. The case is the same with the abstract juridical person. In the reality that it accords itself, the juridical person can find only the contingency and finitude of its content. Consequently, consciousness of law experiences in its own acetal validity the loss of its reality and its complete inessentiality. To call an individual person is to express contempt. Thus, paradoxical as the contrast may appear, the Roman world which Hegel calls the world of abstract interiority is the world of finitude, the prose of the world. Possession, a factual state, becomes property, a legal state. But that recognition, which raises the I for itself to an I in and for itself, in no wise changes the contrast. As Hegel later wrote in the Philosophy of Right, equality could only be the equality of abstract persons as such, and therefore the whole field of Possession, this terrain of inequality, falls outside it. 14 Content thus reflects back on itself, as form, too, had done, and the abstract person withdrawn into itself is opposed by a no less abstract domination, an arbitrary external power. The validity of the person has led us to the contingency of the person. That contingency culminates in the thought of the world ruler in whom the entire movement and development of content is gathered up. For the small property owner in the provinces, the world ruler, or, to use the term from the philosophy of history, the monas monadum, symbolizes the content that is alien to his personality. The individual's destiny lies in the emperor's favor, or in violence, in ruse, or the inveigling of an inheritance. Instead of a small republic in which each citizen directly feels himself a living member of the community, Pax Romana appears, extended over the world. Thus the state has become the individual's destiny. On the one hand, there are abstract persons who exclude each other and assume reality only through their property. On the other hand, there is the continuity and unity of these exclusive persons, but a continuity and unity external to them. This is the despotism of the emperors, of the world ruler, of the real God. 15 Hegel takes pleasure in showing how this solitary person is constituted, facing everyone and representing the master of this world. In its isolation, the person of the emperor is powerless, it asserts itself and has value only through the masses of subjects who stand facing it. This world ruler, worshipped like a god, is the weakest of creatures. His formal self is unable to contain the leashed powers that arise within him. Knowing himself to be the sum of all actual powers, this world ruler is the gigantic self-consciousness which knows itself as actual God. But since he is only a formal self unable to restrain his powers, his movement and his self-enjoyment are a gigantic orgy. 16 Indeed, the prince of this world, denounced by the Christians and worshipped by the pagans, is aware of himself only through the destructive violence he exercises on his subjects. So he too is external to himself, like the master, whose truth lay in the slave who labored for him. Such then is the new world that is born from the dissolution of the ethical world. It is a world in which the self has become actually real, but it is also a world in which the self is always external to itself. In this world misery man could only withdraw into philosophy and reflect on his inessentiality. The consciousness of this actuality driven back into itself thinks its own inessentiality. In the Philosophy of History, Hegel wrote, more concretely, that in this period man sought repose in philosophy, which alone remained able to provide a solid prop existing in and for itself. For the systems of the time, Stoicism, Epicureanism, and de-skepticism, though contract opposed, all culminated in the same result, viz., to make spirit in itself indifferent to everything that reality represented. But that internal reconciliation through philosophy was itself abstract in the pure principle of personality. For the thought which, as pure, took itself as object and reconciled itself to itself was completely without object, and the unshakable firmness of skepticism made the absence of a goal precisely the goal of the will. This philosophy knew only the negativity of all content. It was only the advice that despair offered to a world in which nothing solid remained. 1.7 Through the voluntary alienation of its subjectivity, unhappy consciousness prepared for reason. So too, the immediately universal self which gives rise to a world and which is no less immediately its own contrary must voluntarily alienate itself. That alienation allows the constitution of a new reign of spirit, a reign at the end of which the self will have made itself universal. This reign is that of spirit alien to itself, which opposes immediate spirit. In the reign of the latter, the self existed immediately, either as the expression of one of the masses of substance, or in its pure abstract validity. In the former, it exists in the movement of mediation, it acquires content through the renunciation of its immediate self-certainty, and that content, in turn, is imbued with the self. This double movement is the movement of culture. 3. The world of culture. An alienation. General introduction. We have seen immediate, natural spirit dissolve into a world of private persons. The spiritual substance with which we began has become the formal relation of specific individuals in whom the self has taken refuge as pure self-certainty. We have gone from substance to self, from the objective and natural social order to private persons who exclude each other. Now we must reverse our direction and approach a second type of self, a self whose will is genuinely universal and which includes within itself the entire substantive content of spirit. The first self was valid immediately, it was the specific person. The second, which returns to itself from its alienation, will be universal self-consciousness grasping the concept. 1 This self, which will be historically embodied in the absolute freedom of the French Revolution, is the result of culture and of the preceding civilization, of which it is simultaneously the culmination and the negation. The world will be no more than the expression of the will of that self, better, it will be that will itself. 2 The end point of the dialectical development, however, will not yet be reached. For this second type of self, having overcome all alienation, will not make an existing world, a reality detached from itself, out of its universal will. The universal is the object and the content of the self, and its universal actuality. But it does not have the form of Dasein free from self. Therefore, it attains no plenitude in the self, no content, no world. In that absolute freedom spirit will not manage absolutely to discover itself in the other while simultaneously preserving the form of otherness. Yet Hegel takes the historical events he is discussing, which he witnessed the revolutionary thought of the 18th century, the Enlightenment's struggle against faith, the French Revolution, and the domination of Napoleon as a metaphysical code, and he seeks to draw from these events a philosophy of spirit. The period preceding these events, from the Middle Ages to the 18th century, is first studied as the period of culture, or civilization. The word has a very general meaning for Hegel. It covers intellectual culture as well as political and economic culture. But we will be able to see its fullest meaning only after we have specified the meaning of the related term alienation. For culture is the alienation of immediate self, which we have seen emerge from ethical substance and starting with which we must see the reconstitution of that substance in which spiritual powers arrange themselves into a world and thereby maintain themselves. Like the first world of spirit, the second is not a harmonious totality quietly resting in itself, it is a torn, divided world, a world of spirit become alien to itself. At first reading, the passage in which Hegel expounds the meaning of the term Entäußerung and prepares us for subsequent developments is quite obscure. We shall try to explain it before following the stages of culture, which will lead us to the philosophy of the 18th century and to the French Revolution. In the first dialectical moment in the development of spirit, opposition, Hegel writes, is as yet implicit in consciousness. That consciousness is at one with its essence, immediately at one. We may also say that the spirit exists immediately, consciousness lives it as one lives mores or customs whose origins are unknown and which are not thought of as being distinct from the self that lives them. The second dialectical moment, opposition, is entirely different. Opposition derives from the actuality of the self, which was not present as such in the ethical moment. In that first moment, consciousness does not take itself to be this particular exclusive self, and substance does not have the meaning of a Dasein excluded from the self, a Dasein with which the self could become at one only through its estrangement while at the same time having to produce substance. This sentence contains the burden of what Hegel wants to show: on the one hand, the fundamental opposition between self and substance, an opposition which was not present at the preceding stage but which we are now to encounter; on the other hand, how that opposition is to be overcome in the double movement of culture. Indeed, we shall see that by alienating its immediate self-certainty, its natural being, the self binds itself to the universal and makes itself substantive, or universal, while in that same action producing and giving life to that very substance. The self becomes substantive when substance becomes actual. There is no need to belabor the first point, the opposition between self and substance, for we have already shown how that opposition is necessarily produced under the conditions of private law. Substance is the content of ethical life which eludes the self and appears to it as a progressively more alien, progressively more objective, reality. What spiritual consciousness lived at first as its immediate world mores, familial and social life, the power of the city, has now become for the insular and exclusive self an other which is not however absolutely other. For this reason, the need to discover oneself in the other is at least present. And since that content is the substance of spirit, spirit can think of itself only as separated from itself, as having become alien to itself. This opposition between self and substance contains in summary all future oppositions, which merely develop it. Just as when self-consciousness emerges from universal life, that life is for it simultaneously same and other, and it can exist only by opposing that life and discovering it within itself, so the previous ethical substance becomes for the self that other which is the same and which it must take into itself again. Point 3. The distinctive characteristic of this stage of spirit is that that substance has become for the self an alien world in which it no longer recognizes itself. The world then is determined as being an externality, the negative of self-consciousness. But we must not forget that we exist in spirit, and that the content which stands contract opposed to us as a world cannot be a thing in itself or even a nature. It is merely spirit that exists, as opposed to spirit that knows itself. It is the world of immediate self, which, when it is thus posed in its exclusiveness, no longer discovers itself. But such an actuality is also immediately its reversal: it is the loss of the self's essence. That is why the Dasein of this world is also a work of self-consciousness, albeit a work in which self-consciousness fails to recognize itself. In the world of law, content gathered up in the domination of the world master appears to the self as a contingent and wholly external content. It is the product of dislocated elements, of specific individualities, and it continually negates itself and transforms itself. But that development is precisely the movement of the self which, thanks to its alienation, finally gives that content consistency and order. It produces spiritual substance as its work, but the external actuality which the ruler of the world of law includes in himself is not only that elementary essence, which appears to the self in a contingent manner, it is also its labor, negative rather than positive. It acquires its Dasein through the alienation peculiar to self-consciousness, its renunciation of its essence. Here we reach the second point, the development of culture by means of alienation. The immediate, isolated self, the private person of law, which thins that it is in and for itself, discovers its own poverty, it becomes aware of a world misery. Although this prise de conscience appears to result from the violence of a domination exercised over it, in fact, it is itself that discovered world, and it destroys itself. Immediate self sheds its immediateness, it cultivates itself, alienating its natural rights in order to gain substantiveness. In this manner, it constitutes substance whose Dasein is the very alienation of the self. That substance indeed acquires a consistency and a permanence thanks to the movement of the self, which renounces its immediate state and poses substance as the self. Nevertheless, the action and the development by means of which substance becomes actual are the very estrangement of personality, for the self which is valid in and for itself immediately, that is, without estrangement, lacks substance and is the plaything of tumultuous elements. Its substance is therefore its very alienation, and alienation is the substance in which spiritual powers arrange themselves into a world and there maintain themselves. In that double movement of self toward essence and of essence toward self, substance becomes spirit, that is, a unity conscious of itself, of the self, and of essence. By virtue of the process of alienation, however, self and essence remain alien to each other, or, at least, their genuine unity is posed beyond actual presence, in faith. Spirit is consciousness of an actuality that is objective and free for itself. The unity of self and essence stands in contrast to that consciousness. Pure consciousness stands over against actual consciousness. Thus spirit now has a double consciousness of itself. On the one hand, spirit discovers itself in an objective world, on the other hand, the need for unity of self and essence is still posed. That unity is not realized in this world in which spirit remains alien to itself in the movement of culture, it is beyond this world. Consciousness of that unity is pure, not real consciousness. Presence stands immediately contract opposed to its beyond, which is its thought and its being thought sane. Conversely, this thought stands contract opposed to the here below, which is its actuality that has become alien to it. This dualism is characteristic of spirit that has become alien to itself. It is the sign of the unhappy consciousness of spirit. We have referred to a passage from Hegel's early work, in which he studied the birth and development of Christianity during a transformation of the ancient world. The individual no longer adhered to himself in the world. In that condition, man had to flee the world so as to find something absolute outside it. Man is outside himself, but that separation entails a corresponding unity, a unity, however, which can have no presence, since for the self all presence is now external. Despotism expelled man's spirit from the earth. The loss of freedom led him to safeguard his eternity, his absolute, by locating it in a divinity. The misery of the times led him to seek and find his happiness in heaven. The divine became progressively more objectified as slavery and corruption extended their sway. For thus faith appears as the requirement for a unity beyond the separation experienced by consciousness. That unity stands opposed to actual reality and transcends it. For consciousness, however, this unity has an objective character, a character of exteriority, precisely because it is the reverse of the world of culture and is a new form of alienation. Hegel's use in his early works of the term objectivity in the sense of positivity foreshadows a difference between unhappy consciousness and faith. Unhappy consciousness, which was a subjective aspiration, a nostalgia for a nominalized unity, differs from the consciousness of faith, which is consciousness of an objectivity, which, however, is beyond presence. Hegel distinguishes subjective unhappy consciousness from the objective faith of the world of culture more precisely. In unhappy consciousness, content is merely desired by consciousness. In believing consciousness, on the other hand, it is the essentially objective content of representation, a content which generally flees actuality and therefore lacks the certainty of self-consciousness. That content is still the substance of spirit, but it is now projected beyond presence. Faith is a flight from the present world, but it becomes another world, which, for all that it is the world of the beyond, appears no less external and objective. Faith and culture stand contract opposed, but both are forms of the alienation of the self. The self, the sentiency of self-consciousness, has become alien to itself in the one world as well as in the other. Starting with his early theological works, Hegel repeatedly reflected on the split between God and Caesar which Christianity introduced into the modern world. Christ teaches that his kingdom is not of this world and requires that men render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's. From then on, man lives in a double world, the world of action, which is the world of the earthly city, of the state, and the world of faith, which is the world of the city of God. But these two cities oppose each other radically. The earthly city has an actual presence for consciousness, but its essence lies beyond itself. Whereas that city is an actuality that lacks thought, the city of God contains the thought-out essence of man. But that essence is cut off from real presence and lacks actuality. In the courses on philosophy of spirit, which preceded the Phenomenology, Hegel showed the importance that this dualism and the need to overcome it have had in human history. The distinction that man makes between his actual self and his absolute self is perhaps a 1ast resort pies aller v religion lends confidence to the individual, allows him to believe that the events of the world are reconciled with spirit, that the course of things is not a blind necessity. Religion is the representation of spirit, the self that has unified its pure consciousness and its actual consciousness. 6. In the Phenomenology, Hegel repeatedly discusses the dualism he wishes to surmount, a dualism which expresses the torment of spirit obliged to live in one world and to think in the other. He presents it in various aspects and distinguishes, more or less felicitously, unhappy consciousness, faith, and religion. The faith under consideration here is no longer the depth of subjectivity whose pain we saw in unhappy consciousness. Unhappy consciousness is the subjective self-consciousness we find in certain Christians of the Middle Ages for whom the beyond has not yet become objective essence, i.e., a content which, though it is merely thought, is as solid and rigid with respect to the self as is the present world. The faith of the modern world, on the contrary, presents the content of representation in objective form. In the modern world, in which objective faith struggles with pure intellection in the Reformation and in the Enlightenment, the content of faith is objective, it is in itself, and it lacks the certainty of self-consciousness. Although it is a flight from the actually real, faith shares the characteristics of that actuality. What we are discussing here is not the self-consciousness of absolute essence insofar as it is in and for itself, not religion, but faith, insofar as it is a flight from the actual world and, therefore, not in and for itself. Thus the flight from the realm of presence immediately implies a double direction. One in rising from actual consciousness, consciousness of the present world, to pure consciousness, consciousness of thought and of essence, spirit finds a new duality, a new form of alienation. It finds pure intellection, which reduces everything to the self, as well as pure essence, which is thought that lacks the movement of intellection. Faith is merely one element, the other is concept. And the faith of the world of culture stands contract opposed to concept. This opposition will appear in the Enlightenment's struggle against faith. Hegel's subtle distinctions between unhappy consciousness and faith and between faith and religion have historical signification. Religion as a dialectical moment, as Hegel studies it in the course of the Phenomenology, will be the spirit's awareness of itself. But before that stage, religion appears only in certain, necessarily partial, aspects. Faith, as man's awareness of an essence beyond presence, is the term contract opposed to self-consciousness as pure intellection. The conflict between this faith and the Enlightenment, a conflict which began perhaps at the time of the Reformation and the Renaissance, expresses a moment in the development of spirit. But in its originality and its wholeness, religion in and for itself has a different meaning, a meaning which must be set forth as such. Despite these complexities, which make the Phenomenology's interpretation somewhat puzzling, the general meaning of the opposition between pure consciousness and actual consciousness is clear. In the ethical world, the first world of spirit was its own presence to itself. There was nothing that implied a negation of self-consciousness. The spirit who died retained a presence in the blood of kinship. The power of government was the self of all. But what has presence here is valid as an actuality that is only objective and whose own consciousness is beyond itself. Nothing has an immanent spirit grounded in itself, everything is outside itself in an alien spirit. Thus the totality of this world is not a unique spirit which remains within itself, it is alienated from itself, alien to itself qua totality. From this results the double world, two realms: the actual world and the world of faith reflect and oppose each other as though in a mirror. Each exists only by virtue of the other, each is alienated in the other. Their common truth is precisely the self-discovery of self in each of them, in the one, in the form of the final spirit of culture, the vanity of all content, in the other, in the form of the enlightenment. The enlightenment disturbed spirit's place in the kingdom of faith by introducing into that world utensils of the world here below, which it cannot deny as its property because its consciousness belongs to this world as well. At the height of its culture, the self has gained universality and reduces everything to itself. It has denounced the alienation whereby man transposes the world here below to the beyond, that is, it reduces these two worlds into one, in which, overcoming all self-alienation, spirit becomes absolute freedom. 1. The actual world, culture. The spiritual world is the world of culture and of alienation, two terms that we have already encountered. The slave becomes the master of the master and rises to genuine self-consciousness, which he is in himself, only through the process of culture, the formation of being in itself. It is in labor that slave consciousness manages to externalize itself. In forming things, it forms itself. It renounces its natural self, a slave to desire and the Dasein of life, and by so doing gains its genuine self. Human self emerges from the being of life when it comes to dominate universal powers and objective essence in their totality. 9. At the stage of the Phenomenology we have reached, objective essence is no longer the being in itself of life, it is the being of spiritual substance. It is that substance, as still abstract in itself, that self-consciousness gains and dominates through its culture. In the development of self-consciousness, the human self rose above the universal being of life, and appeared as the proof of that being, by giving it the form of self-consciousness and tying on from it being in itself. In the present development, the self must master social substance. The dialectical movement is the same. The individual here has objective validity and actuality by virtue of culture. Just as the being in itself of things acquired meaning through human labor, abstract in itself, substance that is merely thought, becomes an actual reality through culture. Reciprocally, determinate individuality rises to essentiality, just as the empirical consciousness of the slave became through labor and service a universal consciousness. The term alienation, too, is familiar to us. Unhappy consciousness rose to the universality of reason through the alienation of its pure subjectivity. Culture and alienation are akin in meaning. The determinate individual cultivates himself, and forms himself to essentiality, through the alienation of his natural being. More precisely, for Hegel, the cultivation of the self is conceivable only by the mediation of alienation, or estrangement. 10. To cultivate oneself is not to develop harmoniously, as in organic growth, but to oppose oneself and rediscover oneself through a rending and a separation. The moment of rending and of mediation is characteristic of Hegel's concept of culture, and it allows us to make clear the originality of Hegel's pedagogy with respect to rationalist and humanist pedagogy. L1 Hegel had already conceived this notion of culture at the time of his earliest writings. We develops only through self-opposition, it starts with naive unity and rediscovers itself only after a moment of separation and opposition. This circular movement, this self-pursuit which is the life of the self, is the foundation of Hegel's dialectical schema. The first moment of any development is that of immediateness, of nature, it is a moment which must be negated. In that immediateness the self is in fact outside itself. It exists but it must become what it is, and in order to do that it must oppose itself. The self can gain its universality only through that opposition, the alienation that is culture. Starting from the undeveloped unity of the beginning, Hegel wrote in his early writings on religion, Lee has traversed, through culture, the circle which leads it to an achieved unity. 12. Culture, then, has a very general sense here, it is the result of an alienation of natural being. The individual renounces his natural right, his immediate self, which was recognized only as such in the state of law. This equality with everyone is not the equality of law, not the immediate being recognized and the immediate validity which are due merely to the existence of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness is valid because, through the mediation of estrangement, it has made itself consonant with the universal. The spiritless universality of law takes in any modality of character or of Dasein and justifies all equally. But here, the valid universality is the universality which has become, and it is because of that becoming that it is actual. In the pedagogy of the Enlightenment, the individual rises to reason by a continuous progress, following a linear path upward. In humanist pedagogy, there is a kind of spontaneous and harmonious development of all the forces of nature. According to Hegel, by contrast, there is a moment in education in which the self becomes unequal to itself and negates itself, thereby gaining its universality. That moment is the moment of alienation, or estrangement. Point 13. The first moment of the development of the self through culture is the formation of the gentleman Hanatom, the education of the individuality which estranges its immediate nature. The substance of individuality, its true originary nature, that which, consequently, it is in itself and must become for itself, is precisely this alienation of the natural self. The alienation of its natural self is thus the individual's goal as well as its Dasein. It is both the transition of thought-out substance to actuality and, conversely, of determinate individuality to essentiality. Hegel returns here to the concepts we have already seen in the discussion of determinate individuality and gives them the signification appropriate to this world of spirit. Indeed, the self knows itself here as specific self, but in this spiritual world its reality lies only in its universality. It can see itself no longer as this particular self but as having absorbed universal substance into itself. This claim to individuality is only intended Dasein, and it reaches no stability in this world, in which only that which renounces itself and, consequently, is universal, gains actuality. The differences among individuals are reduced to an inequality in the energy of the will, but the goal and the content of will are borrowed from substance. This is not to say, as we shall soon see more clearly, that the self has not a certain will to power to appropriate substance by actualizing more and more effectively the alienation of natural being. But the world thus reached is a world in which the self has formed itself to the point of universality. That culture which is a negation of the natural self, such that at its most refined point, in 17th century French society, for example, the one becomes hateful or takes on truly universal signification while, simultaneously, the universal is realized in concrete individualities as culture in knowledge as well as social culture. Hegel almost quotes Bacon's phrase, "Knowledge is power." The greater the culture of an individuality, the greater its actuality and its power. 14. On the other hand, using Goethe's translation of Rameau's nephew, Hegel emphasized the disdain that people in such a world have for what has preserved in itself the specificity of a nature and has not cultivated itself. As Litera's dictionary correctly says, type speak is said of people in whom one sees no worth. These types, Diderot said, play you dirty tricks and make you their accomplice to the point of turning decent people against you. 15. Thus the formation of the self is the alienation of its natural self, its education toward the universal. But that alienation is also an estrangement. The self no longer discovers itself within itself. By becoming universal, it becomes alien to itself. The self-coincidence of self, which was the essence of the first world of spirit, begins progressively to be more and more lacking, and in the 18th century that lack is held to warrant the desire, commended by Rousseau, for a return to nature, or at least to the natural. 16. But this first moment which we have just considered is only one aspect of alienation. While the self becomes substantive, or universal, substance becomes concretely real. The alienation of the self is its alienation in substance. Political and social organization is, therefore, the product of that alienation. To be sure, that organization of substance appears to the individual self as an alien actuality. That appearance is the very character of this world. In fact, however, it is its deed, it is the other aspect of culture, understood in the broadest sense of the word. What appears here as the power of the individual, under whose domination substance falls and is thereby suppressed, is precisely the same as the actualization of that substance. For the strength of the individual consists in his making himself equivalent to substance, that is, alienating his self, thus posing himself as objective substance in the element of being. Let us also emphasize the will to power, which seems to be manifest in the self's effort to conquer substance. Ambition, the desire for political power or wealth, forms the motive force of the alienation of the self, which makes itself substantive and simultaneously animates substance with its own life. The word alienation had already been used by such political thinkers as Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau who, in various and differing ways, had considered the problem of the alienation of the natural self. If indeed we begin with the state of law, considered by Hegel in its most general form to be the immediate affirmation of natural law, we must ask how the person renounces all or some of his rights, a renunciation that is the condition of social life. We recall the phrase with which Rousseau defined the social contract. These clauses, of course, are reducible to one, viz., the total alienation of each associate with all his RILHTS to the whole community. 11 For Hobbes, individual RIGHTS were alienated not to the community but to the sovereign. Hobbes, indeed, knew only individuals. We know from passages in the philosophy of spirit that Hegel explicitly thought that alienation constitutes community. In those passages, Hegel studied the realization of social substance by the formation of the individual, and he quoted the theory of the social contract. We imagine the constitution of the general will, he wrote, as if all the citizens gathered and deliberated and as if a majority vote created the general will. 18 In this picture, we conceive a necessary movement, that by which through self-negation the individual rises to the universal. But in history alienation is not effected quite that simply, and at first the general will appears to the individual as alien, as other. That general WM is the in itself of the individual, what he is to become. Thus there can be no question of a contract, even a tacit one, which as such would constitute the general will. The whole precedes the parts, as Aristotle had said. 9 And social substance appears to the self as an alien reality which that self must appropriate by alienating itself. The general will must first constitute itself on the basis of the will of individuals, and it must constitute itself as general so that individuals will appear to be its principle and its element. But in fact, the general will is the original term and the essence. The general will is the in itself of individuals, their substance, but that in itself appears alien to them, as what they must become through culture. Thus, the child sees in his parents his in itself which appears alien to him. This separation between the universal and the self is characteristic of the development of spirit. We must follow the movement by which substance, the in itself, which at first is only an immediate concept, is realized through the movement of self-consciousness, through its culture and its alienation, a movement through which the self, conversely, takes on substantive reality. Substance becomes subject when subject becomes substance. We saw the same problem posed in the first world of the spirit, the ethical world, but then it did not yet entail the necessity of alienation. Substance as universal essence and as goal was realized through ethical action, which, moreover, promoted the self to substantiveness. But it is precisely action that in its development unto the immediate world, posed immediately the unity of self and substance, and brought out the self as the only genuine reality. Here the judgment, and later the reasoning of self-consciousness take it on themselves to actualize alienation, to infuse life into the substance of spirit, and to cultivate the self till it attains essentiality. Of course, the words concept, judgment, and reasoning must be understood in a specifically Hegelian manner. What is in question is a logical expression of a concrete process as well as a concrete illustration of a logical movement. Concept corresponds to the posing of immediate terms, judgment expresses the relation of self-consciousness to those terms, Reason is the mediating movement which alone animates the moments and raises them out of their immediateness. The spiritual world we are now considering is the world of échangement, a world in which each moment is alien to itself. Indeed, the self never discovers itself. In this world, it is only their internal negativity that animates the moments and constitutes their incessant becoming other. The self is conscious of being actual only as suppressed aufgehobenes self. It never coincides with itself, nor with any of its objects. Each term, insofar as it is self, is external to itself. It refers to another term which it does not include but which it presupposes at the same time that it poses it. This spiritual world is constituted precisely by that exteriority and relativity of the moments. Nothing has an immanent spirit grounded in itself, everything is outside itself in an alien spirit. Just as in the logic the immediate categories of being are succeeded by the reflective categories of essence, the universal relativity in the midst of which nothing remains immediate and everything refers to something other and takes on meaning through that other, so here the world of nature spirit which coincides with itself is succeeded by the world of culture spirit, in which the self is always outside itself. However, these moments, which reciprocally presuppose each other, maintain a rigidity which prevents them from changing immediately into their opposites. Thought freezes that opposition in the most general way possible through the opposition of good and bad, terms which cannot coincide with each other at all. This is not to be understood as a distinction between moral good and evil, but rather, as Hegel says, in the most general way possible, they express in pure consciousness only the complete impossibility of one term becoming the other, the necessity of a radical separation, of an unbridgeable dualism. Yet we, who understand the process as philosophers, know that the interchange of opposites is the soul of that fixed and solid Dasein, and that estrangement is its life and foundation. This spiritual world is as a whole the world of estrangement, thus, its life and its development consist exclusively in the movement by means of which one moment becomes the other, gives it consistency and receives its own consistency from it. Thus what is solidified as good for consciousness engaged in experience will be bad, and vice versa. Noble consciousness will be revealed as base consciousness, and base consciousness as noble consciousness. At the end point of this dizzying dialectic whose hidden soul is the self seeking to rediscover itself beyond estrangement, the estrangement will be estranged, and everything will thereby recover itself in its own concept, the self will return to itself in absolute laceration. We must now follow this dialectic, from immediate concepts, through the judgment of self-consciousness, to reasoning a dialectic which in the midst of mediation will lead to the rediscovery of the self. Just as in the logic concept, that is, the self in its autonomous development, succeeds the reflective world of essence and freedom succeeds necessity, so at the end point of the world of culture a free, because universal, self will emerge. The dialectic of noble and base consciousness will be succeeded by the dialectic of the French Revolution. Hegel considered the moments of substance as they are immediately, or in themselves, then as they are for self-consciousness, and finally as they become through the mediation of the alienation of the self. The moments of substance in themselves. Hegel's argument about the moments of substance can easily be grasped in the abstract, for it is always the same. Substance first is in itself, it is being that is equal to itself, but as such it is the abstraction of its otherness and the contrary of itself. Thus it is being for some other, or disparity with itself. Finally, in that otherness it is its return to itself, its becoming for itself. 20 Being in itself, being for some other, and being for itself, these constitute the dialectical moments of substance which qua totality is being in and for itself. According to Hegel, this dialectic can be seen in the natural elements, air, water, fire, earth. Air is permanent essence, purely universal and transparent. Water, by contrast, is essence that is always offered and sacrificed. Fire is their life-giving unity, which ever resolves their opposition by breaking up their simple unity into oppositions. Earth, finally, is the solid core of this organization and the subject of these essences and their processes, of their origin and their return. 21. Whatever we may think of this particular argument, which indicates how Hegel wished to apply his dialectic to Schelling's philosophy of nature, the thought behind it is clear: it is impossible to pose abstract identity without posing otherness. The identity of the in itself, precisely, is an abstraction, and because it is an abstraction it is the contrary of itself, it is for some other. As we know, this negativity within positivity is the hallmark of Hegel's dialectical schema, the intuition with which he began. Point 22. At this stage of the argument, the moments of spiritual substance, which were foreshadowed by the elements of nature, are the primitive in itself and the becoming for itself of this essence through its negation, negated essence. The subject of this opposition, which always either divides substance into these opposed terms or reunites them, is self-consciousness. In the first essence it is conscious of itself as being in itself; in the second, through the sacrifice of the universal, it acquires the development of being for itself. But spirit itself is the being in and for itself of the whole. That whole splits into permanent substance and substance sacrificing itself, and also takes up substance once again in its own unity, a devouring flame which consumes substance as well as the permanent figure of that same substance. The life of substance is that life of spirit which splits internally, separating itself from itself, and through a gauge that separation rediscovers itself. The moments we are considering at this stage, the universal in itself and the becoming of being for itself, correspond to the community and the family in the ethical world. But the later moments lack the internal unity and immediateness of the earlier ones; their characteristic of being strangers to each other must appear. For pure consciousness, these moments are the abstract essence of good and bad, the positive of in itself and the negative of negated in itself. In the first essence individuals find their universal foundation; in the second, they find their unceasing return to themselves, the permanence of their becoming for itself. But these moments are also objective for self-consciousness; they appear in real forms, the first as state power, the second as wealth. Whereas in the ethical world the community was immediately the will of all and the self was not separated from that will, which was identical to a nature, in this spiritual world, become alien to itself, community appears as a reality external to specific consciousness; for self-consciousness, it appears as a power of the objective state, a power from which self-consciousness distinguishes its pure thought of the good. Similarly, the specificity of the family, as wealth, has become the becoming other of the in itself. To be sure, this transition from the family to wealth derives its justification from the shift we have already noted through the moment of law and property. From then on, the two opposed terms are no longer genuses like community and family, but rather the universal and the specific. The same dialectic which we saw in substance in general arises in state power and wealth, which express substance as objective being in itself and objective being for some other. State power is the universal work, the absolute thing itself within which the universality of individuals is expressed; it is the work of all and of each which we defined as the thing at the level of spirit. But the fact that this work also draws its origin from the action of individuals is lost. Yet this is an abstraction, and for at reason the simple, ethereal substance of individuals is such only if it appears, becomes for some other, and is expressed in the individualization of economic life in general, of wealth or of national resources. Through the determination of its unalterable equality with itself, this simple ethereal substance of their life is being; it is, therefore, merely being for an other. Thus, in itself, it is immediately its own opposite, it is wealth. 23 Wealth, in turn, is a universal essence, although it is an incessant becoming other, a perpetual mediation. But this universality results from a trick. Within this moment, each specific entity believes that it acts so as to further its own selfish interests. In this moment, each entity has the consciousness of being for itself and, therefore, it does not take the moment as something spiritual. But considered from the outside, this moment is such that the enjoyment of each leads to the enjoyment of all, that each labors for all as well as for himself, and that all labor for each. Consequently, the being for itself of each is in itself universal, selfish interest is only intended, never made actual. Nothing can be done that is not to the advantage of all. State power and wealth, thus, are the objective essences of this world, and in the face of them stands self-consciousness, which, qua pure consciousness, contains essence, as essence, in the ideal form of the opposition between good and bad. State power is the universal of individuals, it is stable law in contrast to the instability of the specific being. It is also government and authority, which coordinate the specific movements of the universal work. The common source of individual wills, as well as their common product, is expressed in state power. But, on the other hand, wealth, the economic life of the whole people, is also a universal essence, albeit not directly, in the manner of state power, but thanks to an interplay of mediations. If we consider a people's economic life as a whole, we discover a hidden harmony which results from the interaction of the individual labor and the individual enjoyment of all the members of the people. Hegel had especially emphasized this dialectic of wealth in the Jena courses on philosophy of spirit. He had just read the German translation of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and had seen in that book an illustration of his own dialectic. Point 24. From the point of view of being for itself, wealth corresponds to its development for itself. Each labors and enjoys himself on his own behalf. This is the moment of multiplicity in the unity of substance. But thanks to the division of labor, the labor of each serves the collectivity and is only a fragment of the total labor. The individual imagines that he is assuring his own specific life, his conscious intention does not reach the thing itself. Yet his enjoyment conditions the labor of others and assures it a possible outlet. Thus, as producer and as consumer, the individual is the victim of an illusion when he erects what is merely his own goal into a universal goal. Without knowing it, he realizes the life of the whole. This is why Hegel emphasizes the permanent and universal nature of the moment of mediation in substance. This absolute dissolution of essence, in turn, is permanent. State power and wealth correspond to what in the last philosophy of right Hegel calls the state and civil society. In the ancient world, community and family correspond as two reflections of one substance. In the modern world, the opposition is between the state as general will in which the individual is directly universal and bourgeois society in which the individual realizes the universal only indirectly. It was in his Jena years that Hegel became aware of the importance of bourgeois society, the economic world, which had, so to speak, replaced nature and on which the individual now depended as on another nature. Self-consciousness does not merge with the objective senses, state power, and wealth. As pure consciousness, it distinguishes itself from them. And that distinction between self and actuality is characteristic of the world of alienation which we are now discussing. But self-consciousness is also the relation between the individual's pure consciousness and his actual consciousness, between the entity thought through and objective essence. It is essentially judgment. The individual knows himself as free with regard to power and wealth. He thinks that he can choose between them, or even choose neither. He contains essence as the pure thought of good and bad. But he must judge, that is, connect his thought to the actual reality that is present to him. We can see that there are two possible judgments. According to one, state power is the good because it is the in itself of individuals, and wealth is the bad, or nothingness, because it is merely the becoming other, merely the movement of being for itself. According to the other, wealth is the good because it expresses self-consciousness in its being for itself, and state power is the bad because in it self-consciousness finds action denied qua specific action and subjected to obedience. In both cases, self-consciousness sets itself up as judge and raises the essences above what they immediately are. Self-consciousness makes these essences what they are in itself. What is important now is not their immediate determination but their mediate determination. But self-consciousness contains both moments, being in itself, and being for itself. Thus it relates in opposite ways to these essences, and since they appear by turns as the contrary of what they appeared to be at first, their characteristic alienation from themselves begins to appear. We have tried to follow as closely as possible the developments through which Hegel moves from the immediate determinations of state power and wealth to their mediate determination. Let us also note that since self-consciousness exists in and for itself, and as essence, it realizes these moments absolutely. What is good and bad for self-consciousness is simultaneously good and bad in itself, because self-consciousness is the medium in which the moments of being in itself and being for itself are identical. It is the actual spirit of objective essences, and judgment is a demonstration of its power over them, a power which makes them what they are in itself. Thus two possible conceptions of state power and wealth appear. These conceptions have concrete signification. In one system the essence of the individual is realized through a common unity which rules and orders the life of a whole people. In universal law and in the government's command the individual discovers what makes up the heart of his action, what allows him to actualize himself concretely, what accords meaning to him. In wealth, on the contrary, the individual finds only an ephemeral consciousness and enjoys himself as specificity. In this system the good is the unity of all, participation in political life. Wealth merely separates individuals and opposes them to each other, and it must be superseded if the individual is to exist essentially. In the alternative system which corresponds to an individualistic form of thought popular in the 18th century, power is bad, the oppression before which the individual is constrained to bow must be reduced to the minimum. The true good is wealth, which allows each individual to rise to self-consciousness. This individualization of essence, correctly understood, does not so much oppose individuals to each other as it reunites them in itself. In itself, it signifies universal prosperity. The enrichment of each is thought to realize the good of all. Interference by the state, on the contrary, is the oppressive power which stands in the way of the expression of all. That in a given case wealth withholds its gifts and that it is not obliging to every need is a contingency which does not prejudice its necessarily universal essence to spread to all specific beings, to be a many-handed donor. In these two systems, a hierarchical organization of society confronts a liberalism whose essence is concern for the interests of the individual, interests which, all things considered, contribute to the interests of all. But in each of